If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 101, Toby the Innocent White Zetsu. As Asahi left, gradually, just a few hundred meters away from where Asahi and the others had been, a figure emerged from the ground. It was a peculiar black and white colored body with distinct colors separating in the middle. Zetsu, the manipulator of the ninja world. Hehe, do you think Nagato's master still the same from 4 years ago? We almost got caught just by observing for a while. A voice emanated from Zetsu's mouth, and the slightly innocent tone revealed the speaker to be White Zetsu/Toby, one of the personalities within Zetsu. As Toby speaking, Black Zetsu fell into an eerie silence. Asahi was a mysterious person. In just over 4 years, he had grown into such a formidable existence. Black Zetsu could affirm that he was a variable. However, it seemed like there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his combat power was still too weak. Considering Asahi's prowess, with his sharp perception just now, the difficulty seemed overwhelmingly high. And as for Madara, he was just too old, and his combat power had degraded significantly. If he forcefully intervened, he might end up in a miserable state, and he certainly wouldn't be a match for Asahi. Hopefully, this person wouldn't interfere with his plans. If he had known the result would be like this, he would have killed him 4 years ago to eliminate any variables. Indeed. This guy is a big variable. He might affect the master's plans. Let's quickly go back and report to the master, see what arrangements the master has. A deep voice resonated from Zetsu, and this time, it was Black Zetsu speaking. Well, you say that Lord Madara is powerful, but is he more formidable than Nagato's master? Oh, but more than that, I'm curious about what the difference between them. Toby's somewhat innocent voice rang out again, but the content of his words always seemed a bit unserious. Hehe, although Master Madara is invincible, he is getting old after all. Black Zetsu stared in the direction where Asahi disappeared, sighing. If Madara was still young, Asahi would definitely not be his match. Black Zetsu deeply believed in this. After all, Madara was the reincarnation of Indra. Well, is that so? In other words, Lord Madara can't beat Nagato's master. That's quite a big piece of news. Toby exclaimed in surprise, completely disregarding whether the information was unfavorable to their side. Black Zetsu felt quite frustrated. It seemed that the minds of White Zetsu, even the one with the highest intelligence, he's still in a stupid category. But for the sake of resurrecting Mother, he had to endure it. Stop the nonsense, hurry back. Master Madara is getting impatient. Alright, fine. After finally coming out, I was hoping to try if a change of environment could help me poop. T/N, yes, it's not an error translation, this FRKNG Toby really desperately want to know what it feel like to poop. As the voice gradually faded, Zetsu's entire body submerged into the ground, swiftly moving towards Madara's underground base. In the pitch-black cave, droplets of water occasionally dripped down, creating a damp environment that made people reluctant to linger. However, in such bleak surroundings, a terrifying statue stood silently. Several tubes were connected, leading to the old man sitting on a chair in front of the statue. Click. Hearing a sound, Madara, who had tightly closed his eyes, slowly opened them. The Crimson Sharingan, with 3 Tomo, gazed in the direction of the entrance. With the footsteps approaching, the separated figures of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu Toby slowly appeared in Madara's field of vision. Have you investigated it? What is that horrifying chakra disturbance? Looking at the 2 strange creatures before him, Madara calmly inquired. Master, it's a forbidden jutsu used by a Konoha ninja. After using it, the entire body emits red steam, and its power is exceptionally terrifying. Black Zetsu, standing in front of Madara, answered honestly, completely embodying the role of Madara's will. A forbidden jutsu, red steam. Is the person dead? Such a terrifying forbidden jutsu must have significant side effects. Though phrased as a question, Madara's words carried a sense of certainty. Not yet. Black Zetsu shook his head, leaving Madara momentarily puzzled by his response. How is that possible? Someone surviving the use of such a high-level forbidden jutsu? Could it be a member of the Uchiha clan? Madara questioned in confusion. Faced with this situation, his first thought was of the Izanagi, a technique he had once used himself. Master, he is not a member of the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu directly refuted Madara's assumption and continued to explain. Here's the situation, the person who used the forbidden jutsu was indeed supposed to die, but he was saved by someone else. Who has such ability? Tsunade, that little girl. Madara questioned in perplexity. Without hesitation, Black Zetsu disclosed the truth. No, master, you know this person. It's Nagato's master, Asahi. He is quite powerful now, easily killing the 7 ninja swordsman Fugyuki, the holder of same hata. Moreover, he almost detected our presence. Upon hearing this, Madara was left baffled. Asahi was just a Chunin level before, right? How did he grow to this extent in just 4 years? He and Hashirama didn't grow this quickly back then, did they? Could he affect our plan? After the initial confusion, Madara quickly accepted the reality and inquired with a somewhat sinister tone. I'm not sure. Based on the current information, we cannot determine Asahi's true intentions, Black Zetsu replied, expressing his own concerns about the matter. Can we eliminate him? Madara asked again, and this time, even before Black Zetsu could respond, Tobi, who had been waiting to vent, interjected. Oh, Madara-sama, please don't daydream. Black Zetsu already said it, you're old now, definitely not a match for that, yes. That Asahi. At this moment, not only did Madara's face turn dark, but even Black Zetsu, this shady character, felt that his complexion had darkened a bit. When did I ever say such a thing? Can you refrain from exaggerating before conveying thoughts? What if Madara thinks I have ulterior motives? Black Zetsu's inner thoughts were filled with crazy complaints. Why did he end up with such a stupid teammate? If only he hadn't accepted Tobi's words earlier, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. Chapter 102, Madara Kakaku. Madara was increasingly infuriated. When had he ever been underestimated? It was unexpected that, even in his old age, there would come a day when he was belittled. However, the naive Madara still firmly believed that Black Zetsu was his will incarnate. So, he merely snorted heavily in response, not dwelling on the matter. Seeing this, Black Zetsu's inner turmoil finally subsided. Fortunately, Madara did not harbor suspicions. As long as it doesn't affect our plan, let's not provoke him for now. After pondering for a moment, Madara instructed Black Zetsu and Tobi. Although Nagato was Asahi's disciple, practical considerations outweighed personal connections, and Madara had to act accordingly. Fortunately, Nagato still had an extremely hidden trump card left by Madara. Unless Nagato grew to the peak of his powers, no one would be able to discover it. After all, it was concealed within Madara's Rinnegan, a chance for anyone to research was practically non-existent. With this approach, Madara wasn't afraid of any unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately. Master, I think it might not be easy to avoid provoking him. Black Zetsu shook his head, causing Madara's expression to darken. Damn it, are you a spy sent by the enemy? Why are you so good at sabotaging plans? Speak, what's going on again? Madara inquired, though he mentally insisted on not getting angry, there was still a tinge of frustration in his tone. Seeing this, Black Zetsu was also helpless. It wasn't that he wanted to cause trouble or undermine Asahi. The crucial point was that Asahi's actions directly conflicted with Madara's plan. What could he do? Black Zetsu felt quite desperate. However, despite the despair, he still had to explain what needed to be said. Black Zetsu had to grit his teeth and provide an explanation. Master, it's because of your successor plan. According to your requirements, coupled with the information previously gathered from the Uchiha clan, there are currently 3 candidates who best meet your criteria. Uchiha Homura, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui. The rest don't meet your criteria. However, 2 of them have already become disciples of Asahi. Isn't there still one left? Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara frowned. Originally, there were only 2. Your demands are too difficult for the Uchiha clan, and now suddenly Uchiha Shisui pops up. Madara finished speaking, and Black Zetsu directly muttered in his mind. But with the topic reaching this point, Black Zetsu couldn't keep it all in. Blame it on that useless Uchiha Homura. Otherwise, how could there be such a big problem? Master, that Uchiha Homura died in a mission half a month ago. Died on a mission? What a waste. Madara's tone held some anger. Things were getting complicated. Given that there were no other choices, Madara dispelled the thought of not provoking Asahi temporarily. Tell me more about the remaining 2. Hearing Madara's inquiry, Black Zetsu obediently began introducing the situation of the two individuals. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui are both descendants who have awakened the Sharingan. Although Uchiha Obito's talents are average, he possesses great love and fulfills all your requirements. As for Uchiha Shisui, initially, he wasn't among the suitable candidates. Uchiha Shisui, despite having great love, is quite young. However, due to his exceptional talent, even though he's just over 4 years old, he recently activated the Sharingan directly. So, I think you should consider him. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Madara answered without hesitation, let it be Obito. Joking aside, no one understood the Uchiha better than him. In the Uchiha clan, was talent important? Of course, but love was even more crucial. Given this, why would he choose someone who didn't initially meet the requirements but had great talent as the successor? Madara was already quite old, he didn't have the time to wait. The plan had to be implemented in the coming years. Pay attention in your daily observations, see if there's an opportunity to lead Obito, make him despair about the world. Madara instructed Black Zetsu. After a pause, he added, don't rush, don't be too deliberate, try not to let that Asahi notice anything abnormal. Yes, Master, Black Zetsu replied. All right, you can leave. Pop. Suddenly, the sound of a bursting snot bubble echoed, making Madara look at Toby in silence. This guy just fell asleep. Well, is it all done? I slept well. Seeing that Madara and Black Zetsu weren't saying anything, Toby stretched lazily. Madara and Black Zetsu looked at Toby's appearance, wondering if he was truly asleep or pretending. By the way, did creatures like White Zetsu need to sleep? Why are you all looking at me like that? It makes me nervous. Oh, is this what it feels like to have a bowel movement? I need to find a place quickly and see if I can have one. T/N, in case you don't know, bowel movement is the last stop your food makes as it goes through your digestive tract. In other words, the process of how you poop. XD. Saying this, Toby waved his hands and ran out of the room. This scene made Madara frown. Being with these eccentric beings, White Zetsu, every day, Madara was genuinely afraid of being led astray by them. Cough, Master, I'll take my leave. Black Zetsu's words eased the awkward atmosphere in the hideout. All right. Madara only made a light acknowledgement and closed his eyes. To prolong his lifespan, he spent his idle time in a state of rest. As Black Zetsu left, the dim space once again fell into silence. At this moment, Asahi had no idea that he was already under the scrutiny of Madara and Black Zetsu. Back in the Konoha camp, after taking care of the fainted Obito due to excessive consumption, Asahi directly called Kurane over, intending to inquire about the situation. After all, when he left, he explicitly instructed Kushina to watch over Obito and Kurane. However, Obito and Kurane had been acting independently just now, which irritated Asahi. Did Kushina take his words lightly? In such a perilous time, she let her weak junior act alone? If Kushina had been present earlier, with her strength, the 7 ninja swordsmen wouldn't have posed any threat to Obito and the others. Luckily, he had prepared the sensory tokens before leaving. Otherwise, the consequences could have been unimaginable. Chapter 103, Inviting Guy. Where did Kushina go? Why did you let you act alone? Asahi sat on the chair, looking at Kurane in front of him, and asked in an unhappy voice. Kurane naturally sensed Asahi's displeasure, but it had nothing to do with Kushina. They could only blame themselves for not being able to stay idle. So, when Asahi asked such a question, Kurane had to widen her eyes and pretend to be pitiful, saying, Master, this matter can't be blamed on Sister Kushina. She was sent out on a mission. Originally, we should have waited in the camp for Sister Kushina to come back. But, waiting for so long makes us bored. It just so happened that Ebisu's team took on a small task. We were bored and went with them. Who knew this kind of accident would happen? Asahi looked helplessly at Kurane's flashing big eyes and had nothing to say. What can he say? He can't let Kushina do nothing other than just staring at Obito and Kurane all day long. There is nothing to say, too many unexpected things, and plans will never keep up with changes. Okay, stop pretending to be pitiful. When Kushina will be back? Asahi rubbed his brows and asked Kurane helplessly. Kurane, seeing that her master was no longer pursuing the matter, showed a smile on her face. I'm not sure, but before Kushina left, she said it would take at least half a month, and it's only been 2 days. Half a month? Forget it, I'll leave with Shisui after he wakes up. After some contemplation, Asahi decided not to wait for Kushina. There wasn't much to do anyway. Oh, master, you're leaving so soon? Kurane asked in surprise. Asahi nodded. I already planned to train Shisui in this journey while stopping by here, but as you said, unexpected things happen. Alright then. Kurane felt a bit unhappy. Well, her master was good in every way, except that they couldn't meet often. After Kurane left, Asahi sat cross-legged on the bed in the tent specially prepared for him by Konoha, practicing to replenish the chakra he had consumed. Of course, this special treatment wasn't because his strength was well known to Konoha, but rather because Kushina's reputation was too significant. As soon as the person in charge of the camp heard that Asahi was Kushina's master, they immediately arranged a single room for Asahi. You see, in this month, he had endured quite a few beatings from Kushina. Unable to win in a fight and afraid to use dirty tricks, he could only endure. While Asahi was meditating, Might Guy and his team were gathered together, discussing plans. Although the death of their Jainin mentor saddened them, it wasn't the first time they had experienced such a thing. While grief needed to be remembered, ninjas couldn't always dwell in sorrow. After burying and paying respects to their fallen Jainin mentor, a more serious issue lay ahead for them. Still being genin but losing their Jainin mentor, the only option before them was to split up and join other teams. Moreover, the responsible individuals in Konoha were already studying this matter, and what awaited their team was nothing but dissolution. With the imminent separation, the enthusiasm of the three wasn't high at the moment. I can't believe we have to part ways after just forming a team a month ago. Wandering through Konoha's camp, Ebisu let out a sigh, expressing his sentiments. Yeah, and we don't even know which team we'll be assigned to. I hope the atmosphere in the new team is as good as it is now. With a toothpick in his mouth, Genma Shiranui looked up at the sky and expressed his helplessness. Having experienced life and death situations, they had matured quite a bit. Casual conversations flowed from their mouths, unaware that these voices were already heard by Asahi, who was in the midst of his training. Not for any particular reason, but because they happened to walk past Asahi's tent. As Asahi was in a state of meditation, he subconsciously extended his sensory perception. Combined with the proximity of the three, he naturally overheard their conversation. A thought crossed Asahi's mind as he listened to their conversation. It seemed the three hadn't been assigned to new teams yet. Should he consider taking Might Guy under his wing? He hadn't had the chance to investigate Might Guy's talents yet, and Guy was originally on his list of potential apprentices. With this in mind, Asahi stood up and walked outside the tent. Might Guy and his team hadn't gone far, and upon hearing the sound, they instinctively turned their heads. To their surprise, it was none other than Asahi, the one who had saved them. Having such powerful individuals like Obito and Kurane as mentors, it was impossible for Might Guy's team not to feel envy. Unfortunately, everyone has their destiny. Since they didn't have the opportunity to enter Asahi's tutelage, their admiration was all they could do. Hello, Lord Asahi. Although they were not close, Might Guy and his team respectfully bowed to Asahi. Asahi just nodded and shifted his gaze to Might Guy. System, inspect Might Guy's talent. Ding Might Guy, talent A+, talent affinity, Taijutsu. As expected, Asahi had speculated that Might Guy had at least an A-level talent. Now, the system's inspection confirmed it talent A+. Although Might Guy's personality was a bit, well, unique, the allure of the system's rewards was irresistible. Coupled with an A and talent, even a peculiar personality was acceptable. With this in mind, Asahi waved at Might Guy, signaling him to come over for a chat. Might Guy was a bit bewildered at this moment, glanced at his teammates, and asked, Lord Asahi, are you calling me? Genma Shiranui and Ebisu quickly pushed Might Guy forward, urging him to go over. After all, Might Guy's performance was so outstanding, perhaps Asahi would take a closer look at him. If Might Guy could have a good opportunity, they would be genuinely happy for him. Watching Might Guy jog up to him, Asahi finally had time to carefully assess this future Taijutsu powerhouse. Lord Asahi, feel free to give any orders. As Asahi scrutinized him, Might Guy bowed respectfully. Lacking the restraint of an ordinary person, Might Guy's thoughts as a rare beast at this moment were solely focused on how to repay Asahi, their mutual lifesaver. Come inside for a chat. As Asahi spoke, he turned and walked back into the tent. Yes. Might Guy acknowledged and followed Asahi into the tent. I heard your team is going to disband, and you'll be assigned to another team. Upon entering, Asahi went straight to the point. Yes, Lord Asahi. We received the notification right after returning to the camp. Without hesitation, Might Guy answered. Do you have confirmation about the new team you'll be joining? I haven't received any notice yet. Though unsure of Asahi's intentions, Might Guy honestly replied. In that case, how about becoming my apprentice, joining the team with Kushina, Obito, and Kurane? Chapter 104, Guy Become Disciples. Secret Art, Hell Flame. What? Might Guy was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. The thoughts of repaying the kindness that filled his mind vanished instantly. Is it okay? Might Guy look at Asahi with hopeful eyes, fearing that Asahi's words might have been mere courtesy? It was Asahi, after all, a truly invincible presence in Might Guy's eyes. Unexpectedly, before he could express his gratitude, Asahi, despite being considered the tail ender, valued him and wanted to take him as a disciple. Watching Might Guy's excitement, Asahi nodded. Of course, I've never been fond of deceiving people. Yes. I want to become your disciple. Excited, Might Guy shouted. He wasn't foolish, how could he possibly decline? This life-changing decision wasn't discussed with Might Do, but he believed that Might Do would support his choice if he knew. Asahi smiled contentedly, another reward in hand. Very well, let's proceed with the apprenticeship directly. Asahi looked at Might Guy and took a seat in the chair behind him. Senior, how do I become your apprentice? Might Guy asked awkwardly. At this moment, the influence of his background came into play. Even though those like Obito, who came from major clans, still had formal etiquette experiences. However, Might Guy, born even more humble than an average civilian, lacked any knowledge of the etiquette associated with apprenticeship. Asahi glanced at Might Guy, suddenly feeling that Might Guy's future achievements might be even more remarkable. We don't have many formalities. Keep it simple. So, just stand straight and put your hand on your chest while solemnly acknowledging me as your master. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Might Guy didn't hesitate for a second and immediately stood straight before Asahi. Then he punched his chest while shouting resolutely. I, Might Guy, son of Might Do, acknowledge you as my master. The loud enthusiastic voice, even causing Asahi's eyes to twitch. This kid is just too excited, isn't he? There's no need to shout out loud. As Asahi observed Might Guy's chest, he wondered if Guy would be in cardiac arrest. Feeling a bit of pain in his chest, Might Guy didn't care. Perhaps, this was what they call youth. Master! Stand straight, Might Guy shouted. Asahi gently touched his twitching eye corner and said in a soft voice, Ahem, relax. I've accepted you as my disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an A and ranked disciple, Might Guy, and the reward is Secret Art, Hell Flame. With the system notification, Might Guy officially became Asahi's disciple, a member of the Ogami clan. Asahi took out a jade pendant from his sleeve, engraved Might Guy's name on the side, and handed it to Might Guy. Now that I've accepted you as my disciple, I won't treat you unfairly. This jade pendant is the symbol of our Ogami clan and the mark of my disciples. If you encounter danger you can't handle, just channel chakra into the jade pendant. I'll sense it and come to your aid as soon as possible. Might Guy carefully observed the jade pendant in his hand. Wasn't this the same jade pendant Obito and Kurane used to seek help from Asahi? With awe in his heart, Might Guy cautiously tucked the jade pendant into his tight-fitting clothes, keeping it close. Don't worry, Master. I'll make sure to keep it safe. Watching Might Guy's solemn expression, Asahi nodded. While Might Guy might be careless about trivial matters, he was clear about right and wrong on significant issues. Nodding, Asahi continued, Since you've become my disciple, I'll entrust the training methods of Obito and Kurane to you. However, you should be aware that your talent in ninjutsu and genjutsu is not high. At these words, Might Guy earnestly nodded. He knew that was the case, otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to enter the ninja school and had to rely on a special enrollment. Yet, he didn't feel inferior because of it. He firmly believed that even if he only excelled in taijutsu, as long as he persisted and worked tirelessly, he would eventually become a great ninja. I understand, Master. Might Guy nods seriously, and seeing this, Asahi continues speaking. So, your best choice for now is to give up on all ninjutsu and genjutsu. Specialize in taijutsu and train it to the highest level. As you've witnessed after your father used the 8 inner gates formation, he could be considered one of the strongest in the world. I believe your father has already taught you the training method for the 8 inner gates formation, right? Might Guy nodded, indicating that he had learned the training method for the 8 inner gates formation. Asahi continued, although the side effects of the 8 inner gates formation are significant, it's unquestionably a powerful taijutsu. I have a taijutsu called Inner 8 Extremities Fist. I don't plan to teach you other techniques. Since your talent lies in taijutsu, I hope you can pursue this path to the extreme. Hearing Asahi say so much, Might Guy felt acknowledged by someone other than his father for the first time. Asahi believed that he could become a great ninja solely relying on taijutsu. In this moment, Might Guy's heart was filled with excitement and confidence. Unconsciously, Might Guy felt the urge to cry out loud and shout in the spirit of youth. Unfortunately, Asahi wasn't Might Do, let alone the future Rock Lee. Naturally, Asahi couldn't accompany Might Guy in his moment of recklessness. He promptly interrupted the emotions he was about to unleash. I'll now teach you the Ogami's training methods of the Inner 8 Extremities Fist. Pay close attention. With that, Asahi directly acted, casting Kyoka Suijutsu Genjutsu. Watching Might Guy already immersed in the Genjutsu, Asahi sighed in relief. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Otherwise, if Might Guy ended up crying on him and making a scene, Asahi would be awkwardly facing an embarrassment crisis. With Might Guy under the Genjutsu, Asahi took the opportunity to examine the newly acquired reward. Secret Art, Hell Flame. Just the name sounded related to Hell, the Underworld, the Netherworld, and the like. Sure enough, as Asahi delved into his thoughts, the information about Hell Flame emerged vividly. Although Hell Flame belonged to the fire-style secret art, much like the Dragon Flame Jutsu, they seemed like opposing forces, akin to yin and yang. Dragon Flame secret art was yang, fierce and grand, capable of incinerating all tangible entities. On the other hand, Hell Flame was yin. While it didn't inflict much harm on physical entities, its devastating power was significant against souls, spirits, and other ethereal beings. In short, with this jutsu, coupled with the Dragon Flame, Asahi could not only reduce enemies to ashes but also incinerate their very souls and probably make it invalid for them to reincarnate by any means. Chapter 105, Heroes and Hypocrites. Master, this is too powerful. Training to the highest level, the power is not inferior to the 8 inner gates formation. Opening his eyes, Might Guy exclaimed with excitement. Though he hadn't practiced it yet, just by looking at the training information, he could feel that the power of the Inner 8 Extremities Fist was stronger than the 8 inner gates formation. While Inner 8 Extremities Fist required a longer training period compared to the 8 inner gates formation, which could significantly boost attack power through chakra gates, it also avoided the terrifying side effects of the 8 inner gates formation. Moreover, in Might Guy's little mind, a bolder idea emerged. What if, after activating the 8 inner gates formation, he used the Inner 8 Extremities Fist? Would the power stack? Of course. When trained to the highest level, the power of the Inner 8 Extremities Fist will surpass the 8 inner gates formation. At that time, the title for a taijutsu ninja should change. That would be a god of taijutsu. Seeing that Might Guy had awakened from the genjutsu, Asahi lightly laughed and spoke to him. It wasn't an exaggeration because, at that level, he had already stepped into the realm of the 6 paths. In the Naruto world, at the 6 paths level, one was already referred to as a sage. God of Taijutsu. Might Guy's eyes suddenly sparkled. The title God of Taijutsu was too awesome, and he liked it. From this moment on, Might Guy decided that he would advance towards becoming a god of Taijutsu. Alright, later, go directly to the person in charge of this camp. Tell them you're my disciple and join Kushina and the others in a team. I'll be leaving tomorrow. When Kushina returns, show her the jade pendant directly. She'll understand. Seeing the excitement in Might Guy's eyes, Asahi didn't make any more promises. He gave him instructions. Might Guy nodded heavily and then hurriedly ran out. Whether he went to find the camp leader or shared this good news with his comrades, no one knew. After sending off Might Guy, Asahi, feeling at ease, smiled lightly. Now that Guy was guided by Might Do in the 8 inner gates formation, practiced secret art, and added the Inner 8 Extremities Fist, it's hard to predict how far this man, regarded as the strongest in taijutsu in the original work, could go in the future. Would he truly reach the realm of a true god of taijutsu, a term Asahi casually mentioned? In just one night, it quickly passed. When the sun rose again on the second day, Asahi was already prepared to leave the Leafs camp with Shisui. Outside the camp, Obito, Kurane, and Might Guy, the three disciples of Asahi, were seeing them off at the entrance. Obito was still a bit bewildered, not yet recovered. Master had arrived yesterday, but due to his unconsciousness, he slept through the night. What's more crucial is that after awakening, he received the news that his master was leaving. When he was awakened by Might Guy early in the morning, he was still a bit confused. What does it mean that master is leaving and that I should quickly get up to send him off? Come on, are the two of us sharing the same master? However, when Might Guy took out the jade pendant from his pocket, Obito was stunned. This seems true. He just had a good sleep, and his master has taken in another disciple? Watching Asahi and Shisui getting farther away until their figures gradually disappeared, Obito was finally able to inquire about the situation. A brief understanding later, Obito accepted Might Guy, the new teammate, with satisfaction. After all, despite Guy being a bit quirky at times, his personality was still decent, and they could get along well. As Asahi continued his journey to the Land of Lightning with Shisui, the ones who left yesterday, Sakumo Hatake and Might Do, also returned to Konoha under the night. Now, the two were standing in the Hokage's office, reporting on their mission to Hiruzen Sarutobi. After listening to their words, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Sakumo abandoning the mission irritated him. Although his actions weren't wrong, for a village, making decisions that are most beneficial for the village is the right thing to do, and Sakumo Hatake didn't handle this well. But, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't blame Sakumo either. After all, rescuing teammates is a principle of Leaf Shinobi. Moreover, Sakumo Hatake is one of the top-notch strong individuals in Konoha. It wouldn't be right to damage his reputation just because of one failed mission. So, after careful consideration, Hiruzen Sarutobi comforted Sakumo Hatake. The matter was considered closed. Fortunately, there were gains from this mission. Whether it's the information obtained from the corpses of the mist swordsmen or the captured 5 ninja swords, it gave Konoha significant bargaining power. Moreover, this Might Do never realized he had such talent. It seems that his son, Might Guy, can be nurtured well in the future. Thinking about this, Hiruzen Sarutobi pretended to show some self-blame and said to Might Do, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, the future of Konoha would have been sacrificed in the hands of the Mist Ninja. How is your health now? If you face any difficulties, you can bring them up to the village. Heroes like you, we Konoha will do our best to support. One must admit, that Hiruzen Sarutobi is the most politically inclined of all the Hokages. Under his performance, Might Do was profoundly moved, expressing gratitude with tears. Looking at the face of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Might Do emotionally said, Hokage-sama, I'm truly grateful for your concern. After being treated by Lord Asahi, although I can no longer be a shinobi, there are no problems in my daily life. Moreover, these are the things I should do. Konoha is my hometown, and naturally, I will do my best to protect the future of Konoha. Such a pity. Hearing Might Do's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi genuinely felt a bit regretful. If Might Do could still go to the battlefield, it would mean an instant addition of an elite force for Konoha. Although this force could only be maintained for a short time, judging by Might Do's ability to overpower the 7 mist swordsmen, he could instantly become a top force for an opposing village. Regretful as it is, as a qualified Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped that the 8 inner gates formation could be mastered by Konoha. After all, this jutsu is too dangerous. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be terrifying. So, after sighing, Hiruzen Sarutobi directly said to Might Do, But the 8 inner gates formation is too dangerous. On behalf of the village, I request you to seal this jutsu into the Scroll of Seals. Chapter 106, Danzo Conspiracy. If Asahi were here, he would not be able to resist spitting at Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. Not to mention that Might Dai is now unable to become a ninja. Even if he could still be a ninja, what kind of nature do the Might family members possess? They simply don't use ninjutsu and genjutsu. And what about your Scroll of Seal? If I remember correctly, the jutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seal should be all the techniques developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, right? Are there any techniques developed by him that the Might family father and son can practice? If you put it this way, you might as well just give them money, houses, or something. At least they can use those things. Even if Asahi is not here, replace Might Dai with an ordinary person in this position, and they would still need to consider it. But the Might family members are not ordinary people. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Might Dai, without saying a word, directly agreed. Moreover, this guy thinks that having his jutsu written into the Forbidden Scroll is a good thing. He even took the initiative to lessen Hiruzen Sarutobi's bargaining chips. Alright, Hokage-sama, I agree. But we don't need the jutsu in the Scroll of Seal. Neither I nor Guy can use them. Maybe fools do have their luck. Seeing Might Dai's contented appearance, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a bit embarrassed. So, he took the initiative to say. This won't do. The village can't just take your things for free. How about this, write down this jutsu for now. If you or Guy ever need it in the future, just let us know. This jutsu isn't restricted in terms of learning targets. With the last sentence, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already made a huge concession. After all, in case the Might family wants to pass this technique to an opposing village. Well, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't agree to that. But Might Dai wanted to say something more, but before he could speak, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him directly. I know that Guy is still young. When he grows up and has a wife and children, this might come in handy. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Might Dai pondered carefully. It seems like there is some truth to it. Later, if Guy's children can learn ninjutsu, having such an opportunity would be nice. Thinking about this, Might Dai didn't refuse and agreed directly. In that case, thank you very much, Hokage-sama. Unfortunately, it's a pity. Let's not even talk about whether Guy will find a wife in the future. Even if he does, his family's genes are probably not so easily changed. Seeing that Might Dai agreed, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't keep them any longer. After informing them that the village would reward them for the ninja swords. Regarding this, Sakumo was indifferent. After all, this was not his credit, and it had nothing to do with him. Besides, although the Hotaki clan was in decline, they weren't short of money. But it was different for Might Dai. As an eternal genin in Konoha, his financial situation was very poor. Coupled with the demands of physical training, the requirements for food were too high. If it weren't for Sakumo occasionally helping out, Guy might have suffered talent loss due to malnutrition, just like himself. With the departure of the two, the office of Hiruzen Sarutobi also fell into silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat quietly in his chair, contemplating the state of the ninja world. What he didn't notice was that in a hidden place, there were summoning animal just being reverse summon. The news of Sakumo's mission failure had been transmitted. And it had been received by Shimura Danzo. In the underground base of the Root Division in Konoha, Danzo squinted at the intelligence in his hand. This was the information he had just received from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo's brain was now spinning rapidly, analyzing what benefits this situation could bring him. Hotaki Sakumo. Thinking of this person, Danzo couldn't help but furrow his brow. As the head of the ANBU, the head of the Hotaki clan, and one of Konoha's top forces, Sakumo was undoubtedly one of the most influential figures in Konoha. Unfortunately, this influential figure, Sakumo, surprisingly stood firmly on Hiruzen Sarutobi's side, making Danzo quite uncomfortable. Moreover, Sakumo himself was one of the popular candidates for the position of the fourth Hokage. Although he was not from the main line of the Hokage family and couldn't become the Hokage, he remained a significant obstacle on Danzo's path to the top. Would Sakumo support Danzo for the position of Hokage? Obviously, that was out of the question. So, it was time to take some action. This incident provided a perfect opportunity to undermine Sakumo's reputation. Root. With this thought, Shimura Danzo spoke up, summoning one of his subordinates. Swish! Instantly, a figure appeared and knelt in front of Shimura Danzo. Without uttering a word, the figure remained quietly in a kneeling position, awaiting Danzo's instructions. Looking at the figure before him, Shimura Danzo spoke solemnly. Crane, I want you to arrange for the civilians in the village to spread the news about Sakumo abandoning the mission, resulting in its failure. Tell them that due to the failure of this mission, Konoha has suffered significant losses. Remember, make sure no one suspects that I intentionally spread this information. Yes, Lord Danzo. As soon as the words were spoken, the figure swiftly disappeared from the room. From start to finish, the ninja code-named Crane never questioned Danzo about why they had to do this. The efficiency with which this person carried out tasks was simply extraordinary. This is what root ninjas are like. You don't need to know why, you just need to execute. Danzo had his reasons for doing this, and you just had to follow orders. As for those who couldn't comply, they had long been purged from route. Where did they go? Nobody knew. With Crane's actions, a storm was slowly brewing. In the afternoon, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been working for half a day, decided to go out and grab something to eat. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Hokage's office, he noticed many people whispering and exchanging words. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, after all, it had been a long time since he had eaten out. It was understandable that people would be excited to see him suddenly, engaging in hushed conversations. But as he walked further, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt that things were not that simple. Even if people were excited to see him, it shouldn't have been to this extent. Why did the villagers disperse and stop talking as soon as he approached? Finally, a bold villager who blocked his path cleared up his confusion. Hokage-sama, may I ask if Lord Sakumo really abandoned the mission, leading to its failure and causing Konoha significant losses? Chapter 107, The Manipulator Danzo. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi understood. All the excitement he perceived was his imagination. The villagers' behavior was a result of the news spreading about Hitaki Sakumo's mission failure. At first, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't feel embarrassed, instead, he felt anger. He was angry not only about the spread of Hitaki Sakumo failure but also about how easily this information leaked right under his nose. Without thinking, Hiruzen Sarutobi knew that this was the work of Danzo Shimura. At this moment, he lost his appetite for lunch. Trying to maintain an air of indifference, he pacified the villagers on the street. With a heart full of anger, Hiruzen Sarutobi went straight back to his Hokage office. Danzo Shimura had blatantly disregarded him and acted on his own. The first thing Hiruzen Sarutobi did upon returning to the office was to summon Danzo Shimura. He was ready to question why he had done such a thing. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even bother investigating because he knew Danzo Shimura wouldn't leave any evidence behind. Instead, he chose to bring him directly to his office for questioning. As the footsteps approached, Danzo Shimura, summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi, calmly opened the door and entered the Hokage office. Danzo, why did you do this? Hiruzen Sarutobi, with narrowed eyes, questioned Danzo Shimura. Hiruzen, I have no idea what you are talking about. Danzo Shimura didn't hesitate for a second and responded directly. Seeing Danzo Shimura's innocent expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi squinted his eyes, staring at him intently. If it weren't for the fact that he was so familiar with Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi might have been deceived by his act. Danzo, don't bother pretending with me. You know what I'm talking about. Now, tell me, why did you do this to Sakumo? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't inquire about how Danzo obtained the information. It was a private competition yet to escalate to the point of putting it on the table. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's response, Danzo Shimura wore an expression of sudden realization. He couldn't deceive Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts, but as long as he could keep it from others, he was satisfied. However, to set the stage for the next conversation, he needed to appear impartial and selfless. So, you're talking about this matter, Sarutobi? I'm just considering things for your sake, aren't I? Considering for my sake? Facing Danzo Shimura's seemingly selfless and altruistic demeanor, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted in anger. Do you realize that news of Sakumo's mission failure is spreading all over the village? How do you think Sakumo feels about this? Don't forget, he's not only the head of the ANBU Black Ops but also the clan leader of the Hitaki. What will others from different clans think about your actions? Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious, and he was on the verge of pointing at Danzo's nose and giving him a piece of his mind. Under the rebuke, Danzo Shimura, who was usually confrontational, changed his usual stance. This time, he had already figured out how to convince Hiruzen Sarutobi. Therefore, facing the angry Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura continued to wear a smile and said, Isn't this a good thing? Sarutobi, don't forget that Sakumo Hitaki is a symbol of Konoha's strength. A good thing? So what if Sakumo is a symbol of Konoha's strength? Seeing Danzo Shimura's performance, Hiruzen Sarutobi's temper had subsided somewhat, but he still asked with a furrowed brow. Sarutobi, do you not know how high Sakumo Hitaki's prestige is in Konoha? You must be aware of how many people are looking forward to Sakumo Hitaki succeeding as the fourth Hokage, right? Danzo Shimura spoke to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face still bearing a smile that concealed his true intentions. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent upon hearing this. He was well aware of the situation, but Sakumo Hatake was still one of the pillars of Konoha. How could he allow the destruction of Konoha's foundation? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's dilemma, Danzo Shimura added fuel to the fire. Sarutobi, do you also hope for Sakumo to succeed as the Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. Compared to Sakumo Hatake, the head of the ANBU Black Ops, he naturally leaned more towards the three prominent candidates within Konoha. Sarutobi, I know you lean towards Orochimaru as the next Hokage. However, if Sakumo Hatake's influence continues to grow over the next few years, even Orochimaru might not be able to suppress it, let alone you. So, isn't this a perfect opportunity to weaken Sakumo Hatake's influence? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi being somewhat swayed by his words, Danzo Shimura continued to strike while the iron was hot. Who? After a long silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally let out a deep sigh. I'll pretend not to know about this. Be mindful of your boundaries. With these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes and waved his hand towards Danzo Shimura. Seeing this, Danzo Shimura didn't waste any time, directly turning and leaving the Hokage's office. However, the uncontainable smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. Sarutobi. This time, I have the upper hand. Everyone has their weaknesses, even you. This thought silently echoed in Danzo Shimura's mind as he left the office. As Hiruzen Sarutobi tacitly agreed, the news of Sakumo Hatake's mission failure intensified within the village. This became evident through Sakumo Hatake's recent experiences. Initially, upon returning to the village without immediate missions, Sakumo Hatake felt that everyone was talking behind his back. At first, he didn't pay much attention, as the villagers had behaved similarly before. However, he gradually sensed that something was amiss. The villagers of Konoha were slowly distancing themselves and treating him with hostility. When he tried to inquire about the situation, people scattered before he could approach. It wasn't until 3 days later, when Might Dog personally came to apologize, that Sakumo understood the news of him abandoning the mission had spread throughout the village. From that day on, rumors in the village grew more rampant. Some radicals even approached the Hatake residence, openly labeling Sakumo as a failure. Sakumo Hatake, naturally, couldn't overlook these developments. The villager's actions felt like a heavy stone blocking his heart. Wanting to explain himself, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he did abandon the mission. As the rumors intensified, the villagers' behavior became more aggressive. Even when Sakumo walked through the streets, people no longer concealed their actions, openly pointing fingers at him. Chapter 108, Sakumo Analysis, Kakashi Come Home. Sakumo Hatake could have chosen to take on a few more missions and leave the village to escape these rumors. However, being inherently strong-willed, he refused to choose to escape the problem. Moreover, Kakashi was returning from a mission soon. If Sakumo left, all the gossip and rumors would be unfairly thrust upon Kakashi. Sitting cross-legged in the main hall of the Hatake residence, Sakumo hadn't stepped out of his home for nearly half a month. Had Asahi anticipated this situation long ago? Thinking about the parting words from Asahi, Sakumo couldn't help but reflect on the advice he received. During this period, he had pondered a lot. Asahi warned him to face things with a calm mind, and he took those words to heart. Despite feeling depressed inside, he managed to suppress the frustration and calmly contemplate the entire incident. The more he thought, the more Sakumo realized that this matter was suspicious. The mission he executed was an S-rank top-secret assignment. According to common sense, the vast majority of the village's high-ranking ninjas couldn't possibly access this information. So, the question arose, how did the civilians in the village come to know about it? The only answer was that someone intentionally spread this information. Initially, Sakumo's first reaction was Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to receive this information, he had no reason to personally intervene. Considering his own identity, Sakumo gradually narrowed down the list of people who could access this information and had a plausible reason to interfere. The final candidates were Sunin and Danzo Shimura. Sakumo Hatake quickly ruled out the Sunin as suspects, acknowledging that he held no significant threat to their chances of becoming the next Hokage. Firstly, Tsunade had already left the village, and both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were currently on missions. Furthermore, these two individuals wouldn't resort to such tactics. Sakumo held great respect for the character of the Sunin. This left only one person, Danzo Shimura. As the leader of Konoha's route, Danzo harbored strong ambitions for the position of Hokage. Sakumo's rising influence posed a significant threat to Danzo's aspirations. While it was clear that Danzo Shimura was the mastermind behind this situation, Sakumo Hatake found it hard to believe that this could happen without the tacit approval of Hiruzen Sarutobi. In any matter concerning Konoha, if Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to obstruct, it would be impossible for things to proceed smoothly. Sakumo felt that Hiruzen's consent played a role in this. Sakumo didn't feel oppressed by the accusations of the villagers. After all, villagers were often misguided, and with a guiding influence, they couldn't discern right from wrong. His predominant feeling at the moment was a cold in his heart, coldness towards the office of Hokage and towards Konoha itself. Sakumo Hatake, renowned from a young age, had earned many achievements during the Second Great Ninja War, proudly donning the half-sleeved Hokage robe. Throughout the years, he completed countless missions for Konoha, all without a single failure until this incident. Unfortunately, this one failure became an excuse for the higher UPS to suppress him. Honestly, despite Konoha's claim that anyone could aspire to become Hokage, Sakumo knew that as a non-traditional candidate, he could never achieve that position. He had no desire to go for the title of Hokage. His greatest wish was to revitalize the declining Hatake clan and provide hope for Kakashi. This was the reason why he entrusted Kakashi to Jiraiya's team under Minato Namikaze. By doing so, Kakashi would have the foundation to pursue the title of Hokage in the future. Otherwise, could Sakumo Hatake, with his teaching, not catch up to Minato Namikaze in nurturing Kakashi? However, at this moment, he felt that his thoughts were too naive. As long as he was alive, the higher UPS of Konoha would never find peace. Kakashi, especially, had no chance at the position of Hokage. So, what had he been aiming for all these years? What decision should he make next? Sakumo Hatake once again found himself immersed in contemplation. He hadn't figured out how to face Hiruzen Sarutobi again, how to face Konoha. At the same time, the entire team of Minato Namikaze had returned to the village gate of Konoha. After a simple farewell, the four of them disbanded. At this moment, Kakashi was filled with joy at the thought of going home. This mission had kept him away from the village for almost 2 months, and now he just wanted to hurry back home and have a good chat with Sakumo Hatake about the mission. However, as he walked home, Kakashi Hatake felt increasingly oppressed. Passers-by no longer praised him as they used to, instead, they pointed and whispered. This made Kakashi unconsciously quicken his pace, wanting to get home as soon as possible. Yet, when he reached his doorstep, he found that his home had undergone a drastic change. No longer neat and spacious as it used to be, his house was now filled with various obscene remarks, along with rotten fruits and eggs. Even so, people occasionally spat at his doorstep. This scene directly triggered the explosion of the pressure building up inside Kakashi. He rushed directly to the person who spat at his doorstep and delivered a flying kick. An ordinary person couldn't withstand the attacks of Kakashi, who was already a chunin. The person was kicked by Kakashi was sent flying a considerable distance. Still, Kakashi had left quite a bit of room for mercy. The man struggled to get up from the ground and, upon seeing that he was attacked by Sakumo Hatake's son, Kakashi Hatake, he neither apologized nor begged for mercy. Instead, he went a step further and spat at Kakashi. This made Kakashi almost explode once again, but it was the man's quick mouth that left Kakashi stunned in place, preventing another kick. Indeed, the son of a failure only dares to be tough with his own kind. Who are you calling a failure? Hearing this, Kakashi angrily shouted. The knife on his back was already unsheathed. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his father crossed a line, and he wouldn't take it lightly. The spitter, seeing Kakashi drawing his knife, felt a pang of anxiety. Despite professional training, he was just an ordinary person. In the face of a ninja, no matter how brave he was, it wouldn't help. However, thinking of the orders from above and the fact that this was still within the borders of Konoha, he knew Kakashi, a Konoha ninja, couldn't possibly kill him. Unless Kakashi intended to betray the village. Gritting his teeth, the man directly addressed Kakashi. The son of a failure is indeed just a loud-mouthed lapdog. Your father's abandonment of the mission caused such great losses to the village. I bet you're not any better than him. Chapter 109, The Greatest Ninja. What? Abandon the mission. Upon hearing those words, Kakashi was instantly stunned. He didn't retaliate against the insolent person but instead turned away in disbelief, pushing open the door of his own home. He wanted to confirm with his father that what the person said was a lie. In Kakashi's mind, Sakumo Hatake was the perfect ninja, how could he possibly abandon a mission? Watching Kakashi hastily leave, the distressed heart of the civilian finally settled. Simultaneously, having exceeded the mission requirements, a smirk appeared on his face. However, he thought he was a bit unlucky. Why did he have to run into Kakashi, who returned to the village? That kick he took was painful. Rubbing the kicked area, the man left without looking back. He planned to report the mission situation to his superiors. Being a member of Root, a bit of pain was nothing. Moreover, with so many colleagues on this mission, once the news got out, he would undoubtedly be the most outstanding one. At that moment, when Kakashi pushed open his home's door, he was met with the seated figure of Sakumo. The dimly lit room lacked its usual grandeur. Sakumo's face showed signs of fatigue and weariness, as if he hadn't rested for several days. His chin was covered with stubble, and he looked nothing like the white fang of Konoha. All of this greatly shocked Kakashi. As the light entered, Sakumo, lost in thought, opened his eyes. Seeing Kakashi returning, a long-lost smile appeared on Sakumo's face. "You're back, Kakashi." Seeing the familiar smile, Kakashi's expression hesitated. He didn't know how to voice his question because he already had some guesses. Seeing Kakashi's hesitant look, Sakumo understood that he had heard the rumors outside. So, without waiting for Kakashi's inquiry, he took the initiative to speak. "It's true, just as the rumors say. I did abandon the mission." "How could you? Dad is the greatest ninja." Hearing Sakumo's casual words, Kakashi asked incredulously. At this moment, Sakumo had already figured out what he needed to do. In these past few weeks, apart from Might Guy and a few loyal subordinates, the entire village of Konoha seemed to be filled with accusations against him. Through this incident, he also saw another side of the village of Konoha. Now, what he cared most about was Kakashi. Kakashi was still young, he shouldn't be exposed to these dark sides. Moreover, he should have a better future. At least, within the village, with the face-saving act of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi could still receive abundant resources for training. In the future, he wouldn't end up like himself, being overshadowed despite his accomplishments. After all, Sakumo Hatake still had a deep love for Konoha, even though the village wasn't very friendly to him now. The best solution he could think of now was to spend the next few days teaching Kakashi well. He wanted to ensure that Kakashi wouldn't take the wrong path due to his own decisions. The greatest ninja. Sakumo Hatake shook his head and continued, "Kakashi, come here, I have something to tell you." Hearing Sakumo Hatake's call, Kakashi obediently walked over to him. "Kakashi, I have a question for you. What do you think makes a person the greatest ninja?" Sakumo Hatake looked at Kakashi in a flat tone. After thinking for a moment, Kakashi immediately answered. "Someone like Dad, who flawlessly completes every mission, plays a pivotal role in wars, turning the tide." Sakumo shook his head at this and continued, "Like this time, I was faced with the choice either to complete the mission or rescue my comrade. If it were you, how would you choose?" This time, Kakashi hesitated and didn't answer immediately. He didn't know how to choose, it seemed that any choice would be a mistake. Seeing this, Sakumo Hatake spoke again, "So, do you think I did something wrong? How could it be? Dad must have his reasons for doing so." Kakashi said stubbornly, firmly believing that his father was the greatest ninja. "Kakashi, you need to understand the criteria for judging whether a ninja is great. It never depends on how many missions he completes or how many merits he earns. If a ninja gains the recognition of his comrades, even if he's just a genin, then he is a great ninja." Sakumo Hatake spoke with great emphasis, imparting his understanding of greatness to Kakashi. "But Dad, everyone outside is now slandering you." Kakashi said angrily, finding it hard to accept this situation. In response to this, Sakumo Hatake took it in stride. This wasn't a normal situation. If not deliberately guided, the situation wouldn't have escalated to another extreme, nor would it be as it is now. "You're still young now. When you grow up, you'll understand that things aren't as simple as they seem." Saying this, Sakumo Hatake stood up, patted Kakashi's head, and continued, "You must remember what I said. Only a ninja recognized by his comrades can be considered a great ninja. At the same time, this is the most important assurance for your future succession as Hokage." Sakumo Hatake looked deeply at Kakashi, then turned and left the hall, returning to his room. It's time to prepare for my plan. I'm sorry, Kakashi. Standing in place, watching Sakumo's departing figure, Kakashi felt a strange and somewhat oppressive sensation. However, Sakumo's words also left him somewhat perplexed. Was this encouragement for him to not be afraid of gossip and rumors when facing similar situations in the future, but instead to make the same choice as Sakumo Hatake? However, are these rumors a recognition of a ninja? After a long time, Kakashi still couldn't understand. Kakashi didn't want to go out in the village anymore. Thinking about the pointing and whispering of the villagers just now made him feel uncomfortable. Since that was the case, Kakashi could only come to his backyard to practice the clan's swordsmanship. What he didn't expect was that Sakumo, after a long time, would personally instruct him. Moreover, what Sakumo taught wasn't something Kakashi could currently grasp. Not only today but for several consecutive days, Sakumo Hatake diligently imparted Hatake swordsmanship and his insights into combining ninjutsu with swordsmanship to Kakashi. This should have been something Kakashi would be delighted about, but a strange and uneasy feeling in Kakashi's heart grew stronger and more pronounced. Because Sakumo's behavior was just too unusual. Chapter 110, The Death of Konoha White Fang. Without the sternness he used to instruct Kakashi, the current Sakumo, no matter how many mistakes Kakashi made, would smile gently. Moreover, every day, Sakumo Hatake would impart some seemingly profound but ambiguous wisdom to Kakashi. Finally, on this afternoon, Sakumo taught Kakashi the entire content of the Hatake swordsmanship. Not bad, Kakashi. Don't forget it in the future. Go buy some meal today and celebrate. Watching Kakashi, Sakumo smiled. Kakashi happily agreed to Sakumo Hatake's suggestion to buy a meal to celebrate. Although rumors were still rampant outside, what did it matter? Watching Kakashi's departing figure, Sakumo, who was smiling just a moment ago, gradually became serious. Returning to his bedroom, Sakumo took out a piece of paper and slowly began to write something. As he put down the pen, Sakumo solemnly placed the letter in the most conspicuous position. This letter was very important, representing not only Leaf Village's attitude towards Kakashi in the future but also whether his plan could be successfully implemented. After doing all this, Sakumo walked slowly around the Hatake clan's house. Looking at the time, it was almost time for Kakashi to return. Sitting cross-legged in front of the wall in his bedroom, Sakumo had a letter written to Kakashi and Leaf Village on his right side. On his left side lay the short sword, White Fang. After several days of preparation, he was ready. With White Fang drawn, chakra within Sakumo Hatake's body circulated peculiarly. Splat! Without any hesitation, White Fang held by Sakumo didn't, as in the past, go to the battlefield to kill enemies. This time, the blade of White Fang pierced directly into his own owner's abdomen. Instantly, a large amount of blood flowed out, but strangely, the wound that should have continued bleeding soon ceased to ooze fresh blood. Although there was already a lot of blood on the ground, it wouldn't be fatal. With the short knife in his abdomen, Sakumo Hatake's eyes gradually closed, and his head sank low. Finally, with no strength left in his entire body, he collapsed onto the floor. At this moment, Kakashi had just returned to the doorstep of his home. As he entered, an inexplicable feeling of unease swept over him, a sensation he had never experienced before. Subconsciously, Kakashi called out for his father. However, there was no response. Simultaneously, a salty, metallic scent wafted in the air. Having been on battlefields before, Kakashi knew well the smell of blood. But how could there be a smell of fresh blood at home? Snap! The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Kakashi felt. The sari in his hands abruptly fell to the ground. Kakashi's hands trembled uncontrollably, and a ludicrous thought suddenly popped into his mind. In a panic, Kakashi rushed towards Sakumo's room, hoping to prove that everything was just his imagination. However, as Kakashi got closer to Sakumo Hatake's room, the scent of blood grew stronger. Finally, as the door opened, Kakashi saw only Sakumo Hatake lying in a pool of blood. At that moment, Kakashi's mind went blank. Dead! Collapsing powerless to the ground, Kakashi shouted frantically. It seemed like fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Upon his return to the village, he was confronted with rumors and gossip. And now, after a few days of gentle demeanor, father lay in a pool of blood. Kakashi's young heart couldn't bear the impact. Swoosh! With Kakashi's desperate cries, two Anbia Black Ops members appeared outside the room. Observing the scene inside, the two Anbu members stiffened. Lord Sakumo committed suicide. Although they were ordered by the Hokage to monitor Sakumo's condition, it didn't mean they weren't concerned about Sakumo Hatake. As the head of the Anbu, Sakumo Hatake was a legendary figure in their eyes. Sakumo Hatake's legendary experiences had been driving and inspiring them since they joined the Anbu. At this moment, regret filled their hearts. Why didn't they pay more attention when Sakumo Hatake showed signs of being different? Why did they assume it was just because he had rested for so long and had finally relaxed? Even if they had persuaded him a little, things might have turned out differently. Unfortunately, everything had already happened. As Anbu operatives, they couldn't let their emotions interfere with their mission. The act of Sakumo's suicide had a massive impact, and they needed to report it to the Hokage immediately. The two glanced at each other, and one of them vanished from the spot in an instant. What did you say? Sakumo committed suicide. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked incredulously at the Anbu ninja standing before him. Yes, Lord Hokage. After hearing Kakashi Hatake's shout, we immediately rushed to the Hatake residence. At that time, Lord Sakumo had no signs of life. The Anbu ninja bowed and spoke to Hiruzen, his voice trembling. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to deflate like a balloon, and he slumped into the chair behind him, feeling powerless. He had intended to suppress Sakumo's influence, but he never expected Sakumo to be so resolute. He had chosen to take his own life. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi regretted it. He had a chance to personally intervene, and now he had given another village a significant consequence. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi composed himself. Although things had gone beyond his expectations, it was not the time to waste here. He needed to handle Sakumo's affairs personally. Sakumo's identity destined that his aftermath required Hiruzen's direct involvement. Moreover, ultimately, this situation also had its own mistakes. Let's go. Let's go see Sakumo. He's the hero of the village. This is the village's apology to Sakumo. We can't let his heart grow cold even after his death. Also, spread the word. Sakumo is the hero of the village, and from today onwards, no one is allowed to discuss Sakumo's mission failure. T/N, Fakaing hypocrites. After calming his emotions, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally pulled himself together, instructing the Anbu ninja. Since Sakumo had already taken his own life, Hiruzen needed to pull himself together even more. He couldn't give the outsiders a chance to exploit the situation. He had made a mistake, and now he had to put in more effort to make amends. Chapter 111, Eating the Offering Food. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, the Anbu ninjas were visibly moved. After all, in their hearts, Hatake Sakumo was always their Anbu captain. The fact that their idol, under the circumstances of suicide, still received the treatment he deserved, brought comfort to their hearts. Meanwhile, Danzo also received the news of Hatake Sakumo's suicide. Although there was a tinge of regret in his heart, he did not harbor much remorse. While he had no intention of pushing Hatake Sakumo to the edge, the fact that Sakumo succumbed to the pressure only indicated that he was not a qualified ninja. Moreover, Hatake Sakumo's death cleared obstacles from Danzo's path. His death, in a way, held some value. Back at the Hatake residence, Hiruzen was already in Sakumo's room, where the suicide occurred. Glancing at Kakashi, who was kneeling on the ground in a daze, Hiruzen felt a pang of guilt. Looking at Sakumo in the pool of blood, with years of ninja experience, Hiruzen could instantly confirm that Sakumo had truly breathed his last. Sakumo, why did you have to do this? Sighed Hiruzen Sarutobi as he looked at Sakumo. Walking over to Sakumo's side, Hiruzen crouched down gently. Picking up the letter beside him, he saw the bold letters written on the envelope, to Kakashi Hatake from Sakumo. Glancing once more at Sakumo's closed eyes, Hiruzen sighed once again. Approaching Kakashi, Hiruzen bent down and softly patted Kakashi's back. Kakashi, your father has left. You must also take care of yourself. I believe, even in the afterlife, Sakumo wouldn't want to see you like this. With that, Hiruzen placed the letter in Kakashi's hand. Kakashi looked up, his youthful face devoid of any expression. He was unsure how to face the world now, and even with Hiruzen's arrival, he remained motionless. Now, holding the letter in his hand, Kakashi's heart trembled again. The familiar handwriting brought a mix of anticipation and fear to Kakashi's heart. Gritting his teeth, he opened the letter. He desperately wanted to know why Hotaki Sakumo had made such a choice. Kakashi, by the time you read this letter, you and I will be separated forever. Dad wasn't a qualified ninja, nor a hero. So, don't bury Dad in Konoha's cemetery. After I pass away, bury me in the Hotaki clan's land. Before my final moments, the one thing Dad regrets is that I couldn't uphold the prosperity of the clan and leave you alone. From now on, you are the head of the Hotaki clan. I hope you can lead the Hotaki family to a new peak. You've to work hard, Kakashi. And, always remember the words Dad said to you during our training together. Lastly, don't harbor resentment towards the village, all of this was Dad's own choice. At this point, the contents of the letter abruptly end. Kakashi, long overcome with emotion, can barely read. What's the use of being recognized by comrades as a great ninja? In the end, he took his own life at home due to the failure of a mission to rescue a comrade. Even though he can't live up to his father's words, even though he's in inner turmoil, Kakashi must still follow Sakumo Hotaki's final wish. Standing up from the ground, he tries to assume the posture of the Hotaki clan head. Choking back tears, he says to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, as my father wishes, I hope you can bury his body in the clan's land. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is full of regret. He, of course, has seen Sakumo Hotaki's letter. However, seeing it only deepens his guilt towards the Hotaki clan. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the idea of burying Sakumo Hotaki in Konoha's cemetery is dispelled from his mind. Although Sakumo Hotaki knew too many secrets, since he wished to be buried in the Hotaki clan's land, there is no reason or inclination for Sarutobi Hiruzen to obstruct it. With a nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees. The renowned ninja clan, the Hotaki clan, may have declined, but the funeral of the former clan head, Sakumo Hotaki, was still meticulously prepared for 3 days. On the day of Sakumo Hotaki's burial, the entire Konoha was plunged into sorrow and self-blame. News of Sakumo Hotaki's suicide had spread, leaving the villagers who had recently accused him filled with guilt and confusion. Their accusations had led to the downfall of Konoha's protector, an undefeated war god. There would be no more fear of Konoha's White Fang, no more protection. At this moment, these people felt panic and regret. However, all of this had nothing to do with the members of the Hotaki clan. Led by Hotaki Kakashi, the remaining members of the Hotaki clan silently carried Sakumo Hotaki's coffin and left Konoha. The journey from Konoha to the Hotaki family's land took half a day. Along the way, not a single person used chakra. They were paying tribute to the legendary clan head, Sakumo Hotaki. Sakumo Hotaki was laid to rest, that was the consensus among everyone. After the members of the Hotaki clan returned to Konoha that afternoon, the new clan head was already confirmed to be Hotaki Kakashi. All of this left the 7-year-old Kakashi bewildered. However, what no one knew at the moment was that on the night Sakumo Hotaki was buried, something mysterious happened at the Hotaki clan's land. There was a tremor on Sakumo's grave as if something was about to burst out. Finally, with a slight sound, a large hole appeared on the grave. The coffin, originally buried and covered, had been forcefully broken from the inside. And that hole was formed by the impact of the coffin lid. Sakumo, who had been lying pale in the coffin, now sat up. Although he had successfully feigned death for several days, the blood that had flowed out was not fake. Plus, not having eaten for 4 days had weakened Sakumo to the extreme. Fortunately, his plan had not gone wrong. Sakumo Hotaki looked around the surroundings, feeling a sense of relief. Breaking open the grave had taken a considerable effort, and he slowly climbed out of the coffin. Luckily, there were plenty of offerings in front of the grave. At this point, Sakumo Hotaki didn't care much. After all, consuming his offerings, no matter how excessive, seemed insignificant. T/N, damn, he took people tribute to another whole level XD. After a hearty meal, Sakumo Hotaki's strength had recovered considerably. He restored the grave to its original state and looked in the direction of Konoha with his eyes. Chapter 112, Meeting Asahi. Kakashi, from today onwards, you'll have to strive on your own. Farewell, Kakashi. Farewell, Konoha. From this day forth, the White Fang of Konoha, Sakumo Hotaki, is dead. The one who lives is the rogue ninja, Sakumo. With a sense of reflection in his heart, Sakumo, who now restored his strength, left the Hotaki clan's land without looking back. In a second, he vanished without a trace. At this moment, Asahi, who had recently arrived in the land of lightning, stood in the middle of the road, feeling that something was amiss. His instinct told him that he was being tracked by someone. Releasing his sensory abilities, Asahi sensed a familiar chakra rapidly approaching from outside the city. If he remembered correctly, this chakra fluctuation should belong to Sakumo Hatake. It had only been a little over a month since the incident with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Did Sakumo Hatake resolve the trouble so quickly and come out for a mission? It seemed that his warning had some usefulness. Asahi thought so in his heart, but he didn't pay too much attention. After all, encounters between ninjas on missions in other countries were common. Although Sakumo seemed to be targeting him, could Sakumo defeat him? After a short while, Sakumo sensed Asahi's presence. He had been relentlessly chasing Asahi all the way. First, he went to the border where he had encountered Asahi before, only to find out that Asahi had already left. Then, Sakumo inquired and pursued him all the way. Fortunately, Asahi didn't hide his tracks, otherwise, Sakumo might not have found him. Finally, on the 5th day after successfully tracking, Sakumo caught up with Asahi's figure. However, due to the presence of Shisui, Sakumo did not approach directly. Instead, he created a shadow clone to use transformation jutsu, preparing to invite Asahi for a talk. After all, his identity couldn't be exposed in the eyes of Konoha. As Asahi and Shisui strolled through the streets, they were suddenly intercepted by an elderly man with white hair blocking their way. Asahi immediately recognized this as a shadow clone of Sakumo. Unaware of the situation, he glanced in the direction of the real Sakumo. Seeing Asahi looking his way, Sakumo showed no surprise. He controlled the shadow clone to request a private meeting and then dispelled the shadow clone technique. Shisui looked curiously at Asahi, he was also intrigued by this person's identity. However, seeing that Asahi had no intention of explaining and didn't ask much, he didn't press further. In secret, Asahi split a shadow clone to meet Sakumo Hatake. Meanwhile, the original continued to stroll through the streets with Shisui, experiencing the customs of the land of lightning. Upon seeing Sakumo Hatake, Asahi felt a wave of surprise. Because, at this moment, Sakumo was dressed in civilian attire, and he wasn't even wearing his signature weapon, the White Fang short sword. Most importantly, what's with this malnourished appearance? No wonder Asahi was surprised. All the way, Sakumo had been rushing to find him, with no time to take care of his body. And, having left without anything, he could only sustain himself by hunting for wild animals. The clothes on Sakumo Hatake's body were all obtained by chance from bandits encountered on the road. White Fang, may I know the reason for your visit? Although surprised by Sakumo's appearance, Asahi didn't inquire. Instead, he went straight to the point. Hearing Asahi's question, Sakumo didn't hesitate and directly spoke. Lord Asahi, no need to be polite. Just call me Sakumo. I came today because I want to follow Lord Asahi. Upon hearing this, Asahi felt his head buzzing. What's going on? Not only did the address change, but it was also a mouthful of nonsense. Since when did he have this overbearing aura, attracting a powerful figure without even inviting him? What do you mean by that? Aren't you the head of ANBU in Konoha? Asahi asked somewhat puzzled. To this, Sakumo Hatake shook his head and said something that left Asahi even more bewildered. Sakumo Hatake, White Fang of Konoha is dead. Hey! Asahi raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding me? Then Sakumo continued, making Asahi even more confused. After our last separation, as expected, Lord Asahi guessed it right. After returning to the village, I was suppressed by the higher UPS, and rumors spread within the village. In helplessness, I had to fake my death and escape. Only this way, Kakashi can avoid being implicated and have a hopeful future. Upon hearing this, Asahi's eyebrows raised slightly. He could naturally discern Sakumo's intentions, but he didn't expect Sakumo to make such a decision to fake his death and escape. Do you want Kakashi to strive for the position of Hokage? Hehe, in Konoha, which clan wouldn't want to have their own Hokage? Only then can the clan truly have a profound foundation in this era. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Sakumo shook his head helplessly. Asahi glanced deeply at Sakumo. The bonds of the clan. Even if you don't want it, being a part of it means being bound by it. After all, you can't escape the upbringing the clan has given you since childhood. Why then choose to follow me? With your strength, both navigating the ninja world and leading a peaceful life should be easy, right? Asahi looked at Sakumo Hatake, asking in a calm tone. Without hesitation, Sakumo Hatake directly revealed his purpose. Based on the descriptions of the Sunin and the information collected by Konoha, Lord Asahi's strength has surpassed this era. Although I don't know how it compares to the first Hokage, it's not crucial. However, these details are not important anymore. My strength has reached its peak. In the future, it will only decline. I hope that when Kakashi needs help in the future, I can provide him with enough support. So, I need to further improve my strength or maintain it at the current level. And being by your side, I feel there is a possibility of achieving that goal. Looking at Sakumo's sincere expression, Asahi fell silent for a moment. He didn't dwell on the incorrect assessment of his strength due to Konoha's misinformation. After all, it was beneficial to him. This could be seen in the conveniences he had in Konoha before. He was contemplating whether to keep Sakumo by his side, knowing that he couldn't take Sakumo as a disciple. Leaving aside other reasons, as a senior of the Sunin, Sakumo was almost the same age as Asahi. His years of dignity as a strong individual wouldn't allow him to become Asahi's disciple. After all, Asahi wasn't a powerhouse capable of manipulating time and space. With effort, Sakumo could catch up to Asahi's current strength. Chapter 113, Sakumo Ogami, code name, Byakko. After contemplating for a moment, Asahi finally made up his mind. After all, becoming the master of Ogami clan, he had to consider the development of the clan. Currently, the members of the Ogami were all his disciples, except for himself. It was indeed time to find some assistance, at least so that he wouldn't have to handle everything personally in the future. Not only would this elevate the status, but more importantly, it would save him a lot of trouble. Now that Konoha has gathered information about me, you should be aware that I am the Ogami clan master. If you want to follow me, then joining the Ogami clan is the only way. After this, there is no turning back. Asahi said seriously to Sakumo. Sakumo also nodded solemnly, without hesitation, he answered. I understand. From today onwards, there is no longer Sakumo Hatake in this world, only Ogami Sakumo. Sakumo Hatake or now Sakumo Ogami then directly knelt on the ground, expressing his allegiance to Asahi. Seeing this, Asahi didn't hesitate anymore and spoke directly. Very well, from today onwards, you are part of my clan. Just stay by my side on regular days and help me deal with unnecessary troubles. Also, when needed, act as the guardian for my disciples. I will also teach you the clan's training methods to further enhance your strength. However, since Konoha's White Fang is considered dead, I assume you wouldn't want Konoha to know you are still alive. So, how about this? From today onwards, I'll call you Byakko the White Tiger as a code name in public. Additionally, I have a mask I bought earlier, you can wear it to conceal your appearance. It will save you from the trouble of maintaining the transformation jutsu constantly. Saying this, Asahi directly took out a white-faced mask from his sleeve. Hearing Asahi's words, Sakumo Hatake was also quite satisfied. Asahi had thought of everything he could think of. Although Sakumo was a bit surprised by Asahi's use of space ninjutsu, he didn't show it. Thank you, Master. From today onwards, I am Byakko of the Ogami clan. Sakumo Hatake, as he spoke, donned the mask on his face and lowered his head, signifying his acceptance. One couldn't deny that the title of Byakko was quite fitting. Not to mention, Sakumo's white hair, coupled with the white-faced mask, truly embodied the essence of the White Tiger title. Rise, I will impart to you the training methods of our clan. I believe that after you learn them, your strength will make significant progress. Asahi helped Sakumo up, and his words deepened Sakumo's admiration. It was worth noting that Sakumo hadn't become Asahi's disciple, he had merely joined the Ogami clan. Yet, Asahi trusted him to this extent. In a world where even rogue ninjas could betray villages, both villages and organizations typically imposed an observation period on newcomers. Take Konoha, for instance. If a powerful stranger joined, Konoha would welcome them, but they wouldn't readily teach them any crucial ninjutsu. There would inevitably be an observation period. What about Asahi? He not only welcomed Sakumo but also imparted advanced training techniques right after his initiation. This type of training method, which could enhance his strength further, was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret. As for whether this training method could truly elevate his strength, Sakumo had no doubts. If Asahi said so, there was no need to question it. Sakumo was not indecisive. Upon hearing Asahi's words, he did not decline. This was the purpose of his journey, and from this moment on, he completely accepted Asahi and the Ogami clan. Yes, master. Asahi was unaware of the internal changes in Sakumo at that moment, he simply recognized Sakumo's character. Relax your mind, don't resist. I will impart the training method of secret art through genjutsu. Asahi spoke to Sakumo, refraining from taking immediate action, unlike before. After all, Sakumo was not an ordinary genin like Shisui and others. Being the White Fang of Konoha, he was at the pinnacle in terms of strength and willpower. Additionally, Asahi was dealing with a shadow clone, in case it accidentally broke free, it would be quite awkward. Understood. Sakumo replied briskly without much thought. Seeing this, Asahi cast the Kyoka Suijutsu directly, imparting the complete version of the secret art to Sakumo Hatake. He did not intend to teach Sakumo Hatake other techniques. As Sakumo Hatake had come this far, his path was already clear. All that remained was for him to proceed slowly. At this moment, Sakumo Hatake, who had received the complete version of the secret art, was thoroughly astonished. This time, it was not just about space-time ninjutsu, even the more mysterious Sage Mode had made an appearance. While the basics of space-time ninjutsu were recorded in sealing techniques, what about Sage Mode? Moreover, based on what Asahi had imparted, this training technique was not merely about enhancing one's own strength. Once mastered, the most challenging bloodline limit ninja in the world would completely lose their ground against him. After all, there's always a jutsu suitable for, countering your bloodline limit. More importantly, although Sage Mode was mysterious, as the head of the Hatake clan, he had heard about it. Even the first Hokage, known as the God of Shinobi, experienced a significant power boost after using Sage Mode. This was enough to demonstrate the immense power of Sage Mode. Sakumo Hatake had considered learning Sage Mode before, but he couldn't find any methods for training in it. Helplessly, he had given up. Little did he know that the Ogami's training technique was, in fact, the path to mastering Sage Mode. Master, this. Even though Sakumo Hatake was mentally resilient, receiving such an inheritance suddenly was somewhat overwhelming. Seeing this, Asahi waved his hand. Just practice diligently. The stronger you become, the more troubles you can help me solve. Also, whether you call me master or lord, it's up to you. But don't combine them. Phrases like Lord Master sound strange. At this moment, even a seasoned ninja like Sakumo harbored thoughts of devotion to Asahi and the Ogami clan. Yes, master. Sakumo only replied and silently stood behind Asahi, expressing his gratitude through actions. Asahi was pleased with the outcome, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. The two walked together, resembling a master strolling out with his bodyguard. Chapter 114, Kyumigakuer. With Sakumo following behind, Asahi's shadow clone soon merged with the original. Through the contact with the shadow clone, Asahi's main body learned about the recent events. Smiling lightly at Sakumo Hatake, Asahi remarked, "Byakko, you've arrived." "Yes, master." Asahi and Sakumo exchanged a knowing glance, and neither said much. Shisui looked up at the masked stranger, Sakumo, who suddenly appeared, feeling puzzled about his identity. Having been by Asahi's side for over 2 months, Shisui hadn't seen any strangers around him. Sensing Shisui's confusion, Asahi lowered his head to explain. "This is the guardian of Ogami, call him Uncle Byakko." "Hello, Uncle Byakko." Upon hearing Asahi's words, Shisui greeted Sakumo respectfully with a bow. Although Shisui couldn't quite grasp the situation with this sudden guardian uncle, he didn't delve deeper. There were plenty of things by his master's side that he couldn't fathom, and there was no need to investigate each one. As long as he knew about it, it was enough. Besides, even if he asked, Asahi might not tell him. In response to Shisui's bow, Sakumo Hatake simply nodded. It wasn't because of his naturally silent personality but rather an effort to speak as little as possible after his feigned death, avoiding any clues that might give him away. Unfamiliar with each other and coupled with Sakumo Hatake's silent demeanor, Shisui kept the greeting simple. Observing the people bustling on the street, despite the tense atmosphere in the ninja world, smiles adorned their faces. Why? Because the new year was approaching. According to the calendar in Konoha, it would soon be the year 46. Watching the lively crowd on the streets, even the young Shisui couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. "Master, are we staying here for a few days?" Looking up, Shisui eagerly asked Asahi. Honestly, he hoped to receive a positive answer from Asahi. Although they had just arrived in this city, he enjoyed the relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Staying here for a few days seemed like a good choice. Seeing Shisui's hopeful expression, Asahi struggled to voice his initial refusal. After all, in the past 2 months, Shisui had been diligently training. For a child, the pressure had indeed become somewhat overwhelming. Moreover, considering Sakumo's recent condition, he probably needed a few days of rest as well. With a nod, Asahi said, "Yes, we'll stay in this small town for 3 or 4 days before heading to the Hidden Cloud Village." Hooray! Upon hearing Asahi's words, Shisui couldn't help but cheer. So, the 3 of them stayed in this small lightning country town for a full 3 days. During these days, Asahi didn't set a training plan for Shisui. He let the young boy wander freely in this ordinary town. Under Asahi's treatment, Sakumo also fully recovered, adding another layer to Sakumo Hataki's understanding of Asahi. Who would have thought that Asahi was also a ninja proficient in medical ninjutsu? That was another piece of valuable information. On the 4th day, Asahi set out on another journey with Shisui. However, this time, a masked Sakumo followed behind them. Their destination this time was the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. With a clear destination this time, the trio quickly arrived at the Hidden Cloud Village. Looking up at the village built atop towering mountains that reached into the clouds, the 3 felt a sense of awe in their hearts. Especially Shisui Sakumo didn't need to be mentioned, and Asahi, who had traveled throughout the ninja world in recent years, had seen plenty of peculiar structures. But for Shisui, apart from Konoha, where else had he seen such a spectacular architectural complex? The towering peaks would have been visible from the bottom if not for the obstructing clouds. At this moment, the trio, nearing the entrance of the Hidden Cloud Village, was quickly discovered by the Cloud Shinobi since they made no effort to conceal their presence. "Halt! Who are you? What brings you to the Hidden Cloud Village?" Asahi, looking at the dark figure of the Cloud Shinobi, couldn't help but comment inwardly on the loudness of their voice. It was so loud that it made his ears buzz. Meanwhile, the Cloud Shinobi, currently on high alert, was ready for battle. Although there was a child among Asahi's group, the chakra fluctuations from the child had reached the level of a genin. As for Asahi and Sakumo Hataki, their true strength couldn't be discerned. They certainly weren't ordinary people, right? Although the Cloud Shinobi was impulsive, he wasn't stupid. Who knew if they had ulterior motives? If it weren't for the trio being too conspicuous, the Cloud Shinobi would have attacked them the moment they were discovered. After all, this was the Hidden Cloud Village. Ninjas rarely visited on regular days. Weren't they afraid of being attacked by the Cloud Shinobi for their audacity? The attack posture assumed by the Cloud Shinobi was naturally seen through by Sakumo. It seems the Hidden Cloud Village isn't welcoming outsiders. Sakumo Hataki thought inwardly, glancing at Asahi, waiting for his next instructions. Asahi naturally noticed the tenseness in the Cloud Shinobi's muscles, chuckled lightly, and said, "Don't be cautious. We're just here to experience the local customs of your village." Upon hearing this, the ninja gave a strange look to Asahi's group. Experience the local customs in the Hidden Cloud Village? However, considering the current state of the ninja world and the instructions from above, the Cloud Shinobi straightforwardly said, "Sorry, but our Hidden Cloud Village is not open to outsiders. Please leave." Hearing the rejection, Shisui looked up at Asahi. He didn't expect that his own master would be denied entry. Truly a rare sight. Sakumo Hataki also found it interesting, wondering what decision Asahi would make after being humiliated like this. At this moment, Asahi's face darkened. He hadn't even started his scouting operation, and he already hit a big obstacle at the entrance of the Hidden Cloud Village. Joking aside, even though the Cloud Shinobi seemed unwelcoming, Asahi wasn't here for a fight. How could he rudely resort to violence, especially at the entrance of someone else's home? That didn't align with Asahi's character. Chapter 115, Third Raikage Challenge. Hehe, ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, no need to be so absolute in your words. Allow us in or not, I believe you don't have that authority. Did you even ask your higher UPS? As he spoke, an astonishing aura erupted from Asahi's body. Although Asahi didn't want to fight, being in the ninja world, necessary intimidation was indispensable no matter where he went. The Cloud Shinobi on the opposite side couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If Asahi had been serious, the Cloud Shinobi with just upper-level ninja strength would have lost the ability to resist. What exactly do you want to do? This is the hidden Cloud Village. Swallowing a deep spit, the Cloud Jonin directly sent out a warning signal and assumed a defensive posture, sternly rebuking Asahi and his group. Asahi, not angered by this, smiled calmly and said, "No need to be so tense. That was your hidden Cloud Village's alarm signal just now, right? Now it's simple, we'll wait for the higher UPS from your village." After saying that, Asahi stood with folded arms quietly at the entrance of the hidden Cloud Village, awaiting the arrival of the Cloud Village's leadership. Seeing this, Shisui and Sakumo Hitaki also stood silently behind Asahi, not saying much. The Cloud Shinobi, though nervous, didn't dare to make the first move, only assuming a defensive posture to guard against any unexpected actions from Asahi's group. It has to be said that the signal from the Cloud Jonin was, in fact, unnecessary. Because of Asahi's intimidating outbreak just now, most of the strong individuals in the hidden Cloud Village had already sensed it. At that moment, the third Raikage I, who was instructing the future fourth Raikage AI and the future Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails Killer Bee in their training, instantly erupted with a large amount of lightning chakra. After sternly shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble in the hidden Cloud Village?" he vanished from the spot, leaving AI and Killer Bee standing there. The two exchanged a glance and swiftly headed towards the village entrance. Although the third Raikage is not as skilled in speed as his son, AI is proficient in using lightning chakra. Therefore, his speed is not to be underestimated. In addition, AI is still far from growing into his peak. So when the third Raikage arrived at the village entrance, while AI was still on his way. Boom boom! With the sonic boom, a tall and muscular man with black features appeared in front of Asahi. The large lightning tattoo on his shoulder easily identified him as the third Raikage of the hidden Cloud Village, I. As the Cloud Jonin who discovered Asahi's group saw their own Raikage coming, the tension in his heart instantly dissipated. After scrutinizing Asahi and his group, the third Raikage furrowed his brows. It seemed that this opponent was somewhat troublesome. "Are you here to oppose my hidden Cloud Village?" With the sound of his voice, lightning began to flicker around the third Raikage. Although the enemy seemed challenging, as the Raikage of the hidden cloud, he wouldn't back down. Helplessly watching this scene, Asahi felt deeply exhausted from the hidden Cloud Village people. Why were the people here so muscle-brain? From bottom to top, even the Raikage was quick to resort to violence without any discussion. "Raikage, right? You misunderstood. We're just here to experience the local customs of your esteemed village, not to be enemies of the hidden cloud." Asahi rubbed his temples and said with some headache. The third Raikage disdainfully laughed. "Was I considered foolish to think they came to experience the local customs at this moment?" "Oh? Experience the local customs? Fine, but you have to follow the rules of our hidden cloud," the third Raikage said in a muffled voice, confident that he could make these people in front of him retreat. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, AI and Killer Bee also arrived, and many others followed suit. Seeing the appearance of the two familiar figures, Asahi didn't pay much attention. Although the AI and B duo had incredible potential, being a future fourth Raikage and a future Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, they couldn't become Asahi's disciples. Hearing a turning point in the third Raikage's words, Asahi curiously asked, "Oh, I wonder what the rules of the hidden Cloud Village are? Do tell." The third Raikage grinned, revealing his stark white teeth in contrast to his skin color, and said, "Hehe, the rules are simple. Fight with me. As long as you defeat me, you can come and go from the hidden Cloud Village as you please. Don't say that we, hidden Cloud, are bullying you. As long as you can injure me, you win." Hearing this, not only was Asahi speechless, but even the just arrived AI and Killer Bee were also left speechless. Who doesn't know that the third Raikage of the hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning possesses the world's top-tier attack and defense capabilities? As the proclaimed strongest spear and shield, isn't he bullying others by saying such things? Clearly, anyone who becomes a cage is not simple. The third Raikage's actions not only preserved the face of Asahi and his group but also adhered to the rules of the hidden Cloud Village. It's a fair gamble, admitting defeat when your strength is inferior is the norm. Facing a powerhouse of this level, nobody would hold a grudge. Asahi was speechless. It's not that he lacked the confidence to defeat the third Raikage, he just found the man's shamelessness a bit too much. Asahi didn't forget that in the original anime, if it weren't for Naruto's clever tactics, dealing with the third Raikage Sim Pure World reincarnation would have been challenging. Giving the third Raikage a deep look, Asahi wondered how he managed to cultivate such thick skin. Byakko, are you confident that you can harm the third Raikage, known as the strongest shield? Asahi turned to ask Sakumo, and if he wasn't confident, Asahi was ready to step in himself. He wanted to make this supposed strongest shield understand that confidence is good, but overconfidence is another matter. The third Raikage, hearing Asahi's somewhat playful words, wasn't angered. After all, he initiated the challenge, it was only fair for them to retaliate. It was just banter, and they couldn't possibly win against him. Sakumo, upon hearing this, looked deeply at the third Raikage and said, "My lord, give me a sword. I can't guarantee victory, but I can injure him." Upon hearing this, everyone, except Asahi and Shisui, couldn't help but laugh at Asahi's masked subordinate. "Don't you know the third Raikage is the strongest Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village? He's a combination of the strongest spear and shield, not someone you can challenge casually, you know?" Chapter 116, Sakumo vs Third Raikage. The third Raikage heard Sakumo's words and couldn't help but laugh. "Well, since you're so confident, let's have a little match. I'll use my blade, and we can have a good exchange." The third Raikage wasn't angered. It had been years since anyone dared to challenge him. Hearing Sakumo, a seemingly unknown strong individual, speak this way excited him. He just hoped that Sakumo wouldn't be defeated too quickly. As for whether he would win or lose, the third Raikage didn't even consider it. This is the confidence of a true powerhouse. After receiving the third Raikage's order, Killer Bee immediately pulled out two swords from behind and threw them to Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo caught one of the swords and returned the other to Killer Bee, saying, "One is enough." Seeing Sakumo's confidence, Asahi gave up on the idea of personally joining the fight. "All right, Byakko, I'll leave it to you. Be careful, don't get hurt," Asahi instructed. "Yes, my lord," Sakumo responded. "Haha, good. Follow me, and let's go to a more spacious place for our match," the third Raikage said, gesturing for them to follow. Asahi and his group naturally didn't refuse. Following the third Raikage, they arrived at a canyon. The open surroundings were sufficient for the third Raikage and Sakumo to unleash their techniques. As time passed, the auras of the two reached the cage level. Killer Bee's swords were indeed impressive. With chakra-conductive metal embedded in the blades, they allowed Sakumo to nearly perfect his abilities. Hatake Sakumo held the sword with one hand, a habit he had developed over the years. He looked at the third Raikage with a serious expression, and the sword occasionally sparkled with lightning. The third Raikage directly activated the lightning release armor, and the crackling lightning around him sounded like a continuous burst of thunder. Without much probing, the two disappeared in an instant. Boom! Clang! The next moment, with a light sound, Sakumo's sword heavily struck the third Raikage's fist. Both were users of lightning release chakra mode, and the collision of their attacks instantly generated a large amount of lightning current. The tremendous impact made both of them step back. For Asahi, this evenly matched situation wasn't surprising. If Sakumo could go toe-to-toe with the third Raikage, it didn't seem like a problem. However, the people from the Hidden Cloud Village were no longer calm. They hadn't expected this subordinate, who held a lower position, to have the strength to go head-to-head with the Raikage. "Haha, good, let's continue." The third Raikage, who was facing Sakumo in the field, didn't feel shocked. Having an opponent with equal strength who could go head-to-head was indeed a rare and fortunate occurrence. With that, the third Raikage once again charged towards Sakumo. Hell Step, Four-Finger Nukite. That person is so strong. The Raikage is already using his ultimate move so quickly. The Hidden Cloud Village Jonin who had noticed Asahi's group from the sidelines couldn't help but exclaim. Ultimate move? This is just the beginning, my ultimate move is not that simple. AI chuckled and commented. Amid the battle, Sakumo, facing the third Raikage's assault, remained composed. The blade in his hand emitted a radiant lightning glow as Sakumo, with an air of invincibility, slashed toward the third Raikage. The collision between the blade and the hand sounded like two pieces of iron clashing, creating a resounding impact. However, this time, neither of them paused. Instead, they used the momentum to counterattack and clashed again mid-air. Boom! Clang! Clang! Boom! The continuous sounds of collision resonated. As the echoes subsided and the smoke caused by the impacts cleared, the two figures finally revealed themselves. Neither of them showed any injuries, appearing evenly matched. Haha, good, it's been a long time since I had such an enjoyable fight. Now, I'll use my strongest strike. It's with this move that I earned the title of the strongest spear. Saying this, the third Raikage's aura instantly condensed. Intense chakra fluctuations had a profound impact on the surrounding environment. Seeing this, Sakumo also remained vigilant. Chakra surged within him, and a significant amount of lightning chakra gathered on the blade. This strike was also his most potent move. Hell Stab, One Finger Nukite. Ogami Kenjutsu, White Tiger. T/N, Sakumo changed it due to his identity. Boom! With the attacks from both, a violent lightning glow erupted, blinding everyone present. As the intense lightning dissipated and the impact sounds gradually faded, people directed their gaze toward the center of the battlefield, eager to see what had transpired. There, Sakumo was seen half-kneeling on the ground. The ninja sword in his hand had broken during the collision. Similarly, the third Raikage was in a similar posture not far away, and there was a massive crater created by the residual force of the Hell Stab. All of this indicated that in the recent clash, the victor should be the third Raikage. I lost. Just as the people of the Hidden Cloud Village were about to cheer and celebrate, the third Raikage slowly spoke up. A smile couldn't help but appear on Asahi's face. Indeed, Sakumo did not disappoint him. It was more accurate to say that the third Raikage lost due to his arrogance rather than Sakumo winning. Strictly speaking, the previous battle was, at most, a draw. Hidden Cloud Village ninja now looked at the third Raikage in disbelief. Their voices seemed to be choked, not knowing what to say. As Sakumo and the third Raikage slowly stood up in the middle of the field, they finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the arm the third Raikage had inserted into the ground using Hell Stab was now marked with a long but not severe wound caused by Sakumo. For the third Raikage, this was naturally not considered a significant injury. It wasn't even a minor one. He could restore it to its original state at any time if he wished. However, he chose not to. Furthermore, he used chakra to suppress the healing of his own wound. He wanted to remember this lesson, remember Sakumo, the person who had broken through his defense head-on. Lord Raikage, you are too humble. It's not considered my win, let's call it a draw. Sakumo shook his head. He was telling the truth, he indeed did not win. However, the third Raikage's character naturally wasn't that of someone unwilling to accept defeat. As he mentioned before, as long as he injured himself, it would be considered a win. And just now, Sakumo didn't just injure him, he did so in a direct confrontation against the third Raikage's strongest attack. Chapter 117, Nii Yujito. T/N, I'm very sorry if you feel this chapter is a bit racist, I already did my best to adjust the content, you know how a Chinese author's mind works when making a novel. I concede defeat, it's my loss. From now on, the Hidden Cloud Village is open to you. However, I don't know your name. Winning against me, I should remember your name. The third Raikage spoke earnestly to Sakumo. The Cloud Ninjas on the sidelines, although their expressions changed upon hearing the third Raikage's words, did not say anything. After all, their leader had spoken, and even if it was a bit unconventional, it was acceptable. Besides, they all held a sense of awe for powerful individuals. Hitaki Sakumo glanced at the third Raikage, adjusted his mask, and said, Ogami Byakko. After saying this, he walked towards Asahi without looking back, leaving the Cloud Village group to look at Asahi with even more suspicion. Ogami Byakko, hey! The third Raikage mumbled to himself, reminded of Konoha's White Fang. Both were skilled with a blade. Although the third Raikage had not fought against Konoha's White Fang, he believed that if the two ever crossed paths, it would be a spectacular encounter. Unfortunately, the people from Konoha were like fools, according to the intelligence reports, White Fang was forced to death by them. Alas, the world lost a respectable opponent. Thinking of this, the third Raikage shook his head with a hint of regret. However, it was a good thing for the Hidden Cloud Village. Meanwhile, Sakumo, standing behind Asahi, said only a sentence, I'm fortunate not to dishonor myself, and didn't say more. Asahi nodded in satisfaction. Leaving Sakumo behind earlier was indeed the right decision, it saved him a lot of trouble. Lord Raikage, since that's the case, can we enter the village now? Asahi, with a smiling face, asked the third Raikage. The Raikage nodded, certainly, feel free to move around. With that, the third Raikage gave orders to allow Asahi and the others to move freely within the village. He, along with his group, departed. After the third Raikage left, he ordered to collect the information on Asahi and his group. Even though he was willing to admit defeat, he still had to consider the village's safety. Asahi achieved his goal and didn't linger. With Sakumo and Shisui they entered the hidden cloud village. The three casually strolled around the village. Although Asahi came for opportunistic reasons, he wasn't entirely sure who in the hidden cloud village would accept him as a disciple. Since that's the case, why not take a stroll in the hidden cloud village? Fate might just come knocking. The environment in the hidden cloud village is vastly different from Konoha. Though the streets are bustling with people, the distinctive features of the hidden cloud village are immediately noticeable. Everyone in the hidden cloud village seems to either be a muscular man or carry a sword on their back. It resembles a military fortress, lacking the ordinary feel of Konoha, which is more akin to a regular city. The village's martial atmosphere is evident, and the most crucial point is the majority of people here are black-skinned, which intrigues Asahi. Could it be because the cloud ninjas practice lightning release on the mountains all year round, turning them this shade? After all, in both the original and the present, almost all skilled lightning release users in the hidden cloud village have dark skin. The few with fair skin either don't use swords or possess various miscellaneous abilities. Observing the passing black strong men, Asahi's group stands out on the streets. Indeed, compared to the locals, the three of them are exceptionally fair. Although Sakumo wears a mask, his exposed palm reveals his skin color. Along with their attire, they don't belong to the hidden cloud. Thus, the three attract 100% attention wherever they go. Anyone who sees them cannot help but stare for a while. However, the people of the hidden cloud, although uncertain about the situation, refrain from approaching or bothering them. Asahi finds this situation quite helpless. Like cherished animals in a zoo, being scrutinized is something he doesn't appreciate. However, he can't control the behavior of the villagers, so he bears with it. Fortunately, despite the unwanted attention, Asahi seems to have found an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. At the end of the street where Asahi is, a girl around 8 or 9 years old appears on the street. Unlike most villagers in the hidden cloud, she doesn't have dark skin but has rare fair skin. At a glance, it's apparent that she is one of the few beauties in the hidden cloud village. However, her fair skin and exceptional appearance don't seem to bring her any advantages. The moment she appears, everyone around her instinctively moves away. Not for her skin, but because of her identity as the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. Yes, this girl is the Two Tails Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village, Yujito Nii. Although the village values martial prowess, it doesn't mean they are free from biases against Jinchuriki. Even in a martial village like the hidden cloud, they still fear and resent the uncontrollable power of the tailed beasts. Moreover, Yujito is just a little girl. Who would believe she could control the fearsome monster within her? Even the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, struggles to control the beast within him, occasionally going on a rampage in the future. So, despite being a Jinchuriki, people still keep their distance from Yujito, considering the potential danger her power represents. Yujito watched the people around her avoiding and fearing her gaze, yet she didn't show a depressed or sad expression. She was accustomed to this situation, to be precise, every day since she could remember had been like this. Everyone avoided her, feared her, but what did it matter? She was the Two Tails Jinchuriki, one of the proud Two Tails Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud. She didn't need others' closeness, living alone was just fine for her. Even though Yujito thought this way, the occasional flicker of disappointment in her eyes betrayed her innermost, genuine feelings. Indeed, which child at the age of 9 years old wouldn't wish for companionship? Even the proud Yujito secretly longed for companions in her heart. Unfortunately, due to her unique status, this hope seemed hard to fulfill. After all, there wasn't anyone brave enough to be a companion to a Jinchuriki, even if only from a distance. Honestly, in the tender heart of Yujito, there were complaints about why she had to be chosen as a Jinchuriki. However, after venting those complaints, she would actively face life again. After all, she was one of the proud Two Tails Jinchuriki. How could she blame fate or others? Chapter 118, Asahi meet Yujito. Amid the villagers avoiding her, Yujito slowly walked forward. Not far from the street where she received odd glances was the location where Asahi currently stood. Even though Asahi was experiencing strange looks on the street, due to being in the hidden cloud village, he refrained from releasing his sensory abilities. However, even so, he still sensed a different chakra fluctuation. Coincidentally, Yujito was too close to Asahi, just half a street away. Raising his eyebrows, Asahi looked towards the end of the street. This chakra fluctuation was somewhat similar to Kushina's situation. Another Jinchuriki? Was it the 2 tails or the 8 tails? Unfortunately, despite being just half a street away, due to the obstruction of pedestrian traffic and the distance of the road itself, Asahi could sense Yujito's presence but couldn't see her. Asahi's actions and expressions naturally didn't escape the eyes of Sakumo, who stood behind him. Sakumo, positioned at his side, glanced towards the front. Unfortunately, he couldn't discern any differences. Sakumo didn't ask anything, he believed the answer would be revealed shortly. Hehe, an interesting character has arrived. I wonder who it is. Asahi, sensing Sakumo's reaction, spoke with a smiling face. With just a sentence, he piqued the curiosity of Sakumo and Shisui. Who could be interesting enough for Asahi to mention? Both Sakumo and Shisui were eager to find out. As the distance between them and Yujito grew shorter, Sakumo also sensed a distinct chakra fluctuation. At this moment, Sakumo had already formed an answer in his mind. Indeed, it was an interesting individual. Gradually, Shisui also noticed something unusual. It wasn't that he felt the chakra fluctuation, it was more like the people around them were avoiding something. Finally, Yujito appeared in the sight of the three. Was this the interesting person Asahi mentioned? Looking at Yujito, Shisui felt some confusion in his heart. Asahi observed the fair-skinned girl without reason, finding her quite pleasant. After all, attractiveness was also an added factor that no one could deny. Among the burly black-skinned men, Yujito was undoubtedly the one with the highest uniqueness. However, although Yujito saw Asahi and the others, she didn't make way for them. Instead, she walked directly toward them, thinking they would avoid her anyway. Unfortunately, this time, Yujito was wrong. Asahi and his companions were not like the villagers who feared the power of the tailed beasts. Seeing Yujito walking directly towards them, Asahi didn't know what to say. Could it be that all Jinchuriki had such strong personalities? As Yujito approached, Asahi squatted down, aligning his eyes with Yujito's. This move caught Yujito off guard, and she was somewhat flustered, stopping abruptly just 3 steps away from Asahi. In this situation, she didn't know how to face it. Watching Yujito, who seemed a bit flustered, Asahi sighed lightly in his heart. The ninja world, indeed, was full of tragedies everywhere. Even though Yujito seemed to be doing fine now, just thinking about it, he knew she must be carrying loneliness and pain. It could be said that in the current shinobi world, the existence of every Jinchuriki was a tragedy. Moving a bit forward, Asahi was now just a step away from Yujito. Extending his hand, he gently stroked Yujito's head, attempting to comfort the bewildered girl. Little girl, wandering the streets alone. Yes, Yujito replied, feeling a bit unsure as she looked at Asahi's distinct face and sensed the warmth from the large hand on her head. This was the first time she felt this way. Normally, who would treat her like this, dare to treat her like this? Even though the Reikage and others cared about Yujito, considering the rough characters of the Cloud Village, she knew how they would express their concern. For example, finding the best teacher to train her, making her strong, and preventing others from bullying her. However, these things didn't resonate with Yujito. Wandering the streets alone must be boring. I've just arrived in the hidden cloud, and haven't had dinner yet. How about you take me to a decent restaurant? I'll treat you to a meal. Asahi said with a smile, bringing a different feeling to Yujito's heart with his words. For the first time, someone not avoiding her, and spoke to her in such a gentle tone, inviting her to a meal. T/N, child out there, if some strangers ask as MC did, don't agree with them. Who knows, that person will kidnap you. However, he was an outsider after all. If he knew her identity, he would probably be like the people in the village. Thinking about this, the light in Yujito's eyes faded, and the turmoil in her heart disappeared. Shaking off Asahi's hand on her head, Yujito spoke in a cold voice. No need. If you knew my identity, you would avoid me too. After saying that, Yujito turned to leave. Asahi wasn't surprised by Yujito's rejection. After all, it was easy to guess that Yujito's childhood was not easy. Identity? Jinchuriki. Asahi said with a smile, not standing up. His gaze towards Yujito remained gentle. Shisui's curiosity lifted upon hearing Asahi's words. Jinchuriki. Like Sister Kushina? No wonder Master said she's an interesting person. Yujito, who was about to leave, stopped in disbelief, looking at Asahi. You know my identity. Asahi shrugged, why wouldn't I? Then, aren't you afraid of me? Yujito looked at Asahi in surprise, this was the first time she had encountered someone like him. Asahi smiled and said, afraid? Why would I be afraid? Is a Jinchuriki different from an ordinary person? Hearing Asahi's words, Yujito's eyes lit up. But there's a monster sealed inside me. Monster? A tailed beast is just another form of life. Why call it a monster? Besides, it's not something you can decide. Why be afraid of you? Asahi said nonchalantly. At this moment, not only Yujito but even the two tails sealed within her observed Asahi, this somewhat different human, through Yujito's eyes. Chapter 119, Yujito Talent. Not expecting that there could still be humans like this in the world, Matatabi observed Asahi while he, in turn, keenly felt Matatabi's observation. Chuckling lightly, hello, Matatabi. Although Asahi spoke to Yujito, she knew that he was greeting the tailed beast inside her. She didn't expect that Asahi would know the name of the two tails. She had only found out recently. Meanwhile, Matatabi's heart churned with waves of shock. Asahi could observe it through the seal, and he even knew its name. This human is truly extraordinary. Do you know Matatabi? Yujito asked Asahi with some confusion. No, I don't, Asahi shook his head. What did he know about Matatabi? It was just to show off. Then how do you know its name? Yujito frowned, her voice filled with confusion. Asahi just smiled and didn't explain. If there's a chance in the future, you'll know. Now, what do you think? Do you want to show me the way? Watching Asahi's smiling expression, Yujito thought for a moment and replied, sure. Seeing the unmistakable excitement in Yujito's eyes, Asahi's smile became even brighter. No surprise, this girl was now firmly in his hands. Great. We've chatted for so long. Let me introduce myself. I'm Asahi, and you? Nii Yujito, Two Tails Jinchuriki. A brief and straightforward self-introduction, yet Yujito felt an unprecedented sense of novelty. Following behind Yujito, the three of them, even the youngest, Shisui, could sense Yujito's joy. After all, her almost jumping steps couldn't deceive anyone. Even though she was trying hard to restrain herself, her steps remained light. At the same time, the information about Asahi and Yujito making contact reached the desk of the third Raikage. Looking at the reports, the third Raikage felt it was quite tricky. As the Jinchuriki of the village, Yujito's importance was self-evident. However, Asahi and his group had the third Raikage's permission to move freely in the hidden cloud. So, until Asahi did something detrimental to the interests of the hidden cloud, the third Raikage couldn't interfere too much. After all, as the Raikage, face was still important. After contemplating for a moment, the third Raikage rubbed his forehead with a headache. All these miscellaneous tasks gave him a headache. Has the intelligence of the three of them been collected? Hearing the third Raikage's inquiry, the nearby secretary shook his head and said, not yet, time is too tight. Lord Raikage, as for Yujito. The third Raikage waved his hand, just ensure Yujito's safety. As for the rest, don't worry for now. We'll make plans once we have the information. Understood. The secretary acknowledged and left the Raikage's office. Sitting in his chair, the third Raikage pondered. He couldn't understand why someone like Asahi, who could have Byakko follow him, had no information available in the hidden cloud. Really, it seemed like the hidden cloud's intelligence department needed some reform. Otherwise, when enemies come knocking at the door, they would still be in the dark. Unaware of the third Raikage's decisions, Asahi was currently sitting in a luxurious restaurant in the hidden cloud. He watched as Shisui and Yujito enjoyed their meals extravagantly. The reason for Shisui and Yujito being the ones eating was that Asahi's mind was not on the table, and as for Sakumo, you think he can eat with that mask on? Master, why aren't you eating? The food here is delicious, Shisui couldn't help but ask. Yeah, Uncle Asahi, this restaurant is the best in our hidden cloud, the food tastes really good, Yujito added. The title uncle emerged after Yujito learned that Asahi was Shisui's master. Initially, she intended to call him Big Brother, considering Asahi's appearance, which seemed to be in his 20s. But since Asahi was Shisui's master, and Shisui was only 3 years younger than her, the title uncle naturally emerged. Asahi didn't mind being called uncle. Despite looking young, he was in his 30s, after all. Hearing their words, Asahi refocused on the dining table. With a nod, he picked up his chopsticks and delicately tasted the Hidden Cloud's specialty dishes. Uncle Byako, aren't you eating? Shisui asked Sakumo. In response, Sakumo simply said, no need, and fell silent. Seeing this, Shisui remained quiet as well. Asahi, observing Sakumo's silent demeanor, sighed internally. A man burdened by destiny could only strive to suppress his true nature. While eating, Asahi shifted his focus to Yujito. System, help me check Yujito's talents. Ding Yujito, talent, A, talent affinity, speed. Receiving the results, Asahi wasn't surprised. Being a perfect controller of tailed beasts, even if she became a bit weaker in the later stages, an A-rank talent was commendable. With proper guidance and suitable jutsu, Yujito's strength would undoubtedly surpass a significant portion of the original storyline. Thinking about this, Asahi was already quite satisfied with Yujito. Good talent, easy to deceive, easy to persuade. The only trouble was Yujito's identity as a Jinchuriki. Asahi wondered if this time would be as smooth as the journey to Konoha. Contemplating solutions in his mind, the meal quickly came to an end. Back on the streets, Yujito's mood had changed significantly from when she first left. In just a few hours, she not only experienced the feeling of being cared for but also gained a good companion, Uchiha Shisui. Although younger than her, Shisui was mature, and they shared many common interests. This marked the first time she conceptualized having a friend. Unaware of her own transformation, Yujito looked at Asahi and the others at the end of the street with some reluctance. Uncle Asahi, are you still going out tomorrow? I can be your guide for free. Asahi smiled at Yujito. He had been observing her changes all along. Indeed, a lonely person, when finding bonds, treasures them more than an ordinary person. Chapter 120, Asahi Information. Of course, since you have time, I'll trouble you. We've been in the Hidden Cloud village recently. Asahi's face wore a smile as he once again extended his hand, gently patting Yujito's head. This time, Yujito didn't resist. Satisfied with the response, a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Nevertheless, even so, Yujito's mouth still carried a hint of stubbornness as she said, no need to be polite. We, from the Hidden Cloud village, are always hospitable. In that case, see you tomorrow. I'll be waiting here in the morning. Saying this, Asahi waved to Yujito. Sure, see you tomorrow. Yujito waved back, then left with brisk steps. Master, are you trying to take Yujito as your disciple? Watching Yujito's gradually disappearing figure, Shisui lifted his head and asked Asahi. Looking at Shisui, who seemed excited, Asahi wondered how these two youngsters had grown so close in just one meal. Yes, but her identity is a bit troublesome. Asahi nodded, and in his contemplative gaze, it was unclear what he was thinking. A Jinchuriki, hey. Shisui thought thoughtfully. In his worldview, he already understood the significance of a Jinchuriki for a village. The trio didn't stay at an inn. Under the arrangements of the Third Reikage, they stayed in a guest house specially designated for hosting foreign envoys in the Hidden Cloud village. As night fell, Asahi and the others entered their respective states of meditation. In the two special rooms in the Hidden Cloud village, lights still shone. One was Yujito's home, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. At this moment, Yujito was chatting idly with Matatabi in her mental space. Unlike other Jinchuriki, Yujito didn't reject the tailed beast. In her many years of loneliness, only Matatabi accompanied her. So, she treated Matatabi quite amiably. Perhaps, this was also the reason why Yujito would gain Matatabi's recognition in the future. Although on ordinary days, Matatabi didn't pay much attention to her. According to Yujito's expectations, today might have been another day of talking to Matatabi alone. However, because of Asahi's extraordinary presence, Matatabi abandoned its past aloofness and engaged in Yujito's conversation. Matatabi, what kind of person do you think Uncle Asahi is? He's not afraid of us, hey. Seated in her mental space, hands supporting her chin, Yujito looked towards Matatabi with a gleam in her eyes, hoping to get some answers. As Yujito spoke, Matatabi, lying on the ground, suddenly opened its tightly shut eyes. I cannot see through that man. A cold and mature voice echoed from Matatabi's mouth, leaving Yujito momentarily stunned. Hey, how did you hear me so quickly this time? Initially, she hadn't expected Matatabi to hear her words. After all, based on past situations, Matatabi should be immersed in sleep at this time. It would only wake up after she spoke a lot. Little did she know that the previous situations were just because Matatabi couldn't be bothered to deal with this human nuisance. There are many secrets about that man, and he is strong. I cannot see through him. However, there is no malice in him. Ignoring Yujito's surprise, Matatabi spoke indifferently. Yujito didn't mind Matatabi's attitude, as long as it talked to her, that was already good enough. Really? Even you, Matatabi, can't see through Uncle Asahi? But Uncle Asahi is kind. He's so different from the folks in the hidden cloud. Yujito said in astonishment, revealing a rare girlish infatuation on her face. It was only in front of Matatabi, the tailed beast that had accompanied her since she could remember, that Yujito would reveal this girlish side. Although Matatabi used to scare her when she was young, who else had been with her all these years? Matatabi glanced at Yujito and said, indeed, this person is mysterious, but he's not bad. He has no malice. You can get to know him better. Although Matatabi's voice was flat, as if devoid of emotions, the fleeting compassion in its eyes and the unintentional concern in its words exposed that it wasn't as heartless as it seemed. Otherwise, how could Yujito, at such a young age, not be influenced by its chakra? After all, despite being a tailed beast, it wasn't a completely heartless creature. However, perhaps it hadn't noticed these changes. After all, it had been a gradual change over many years. Or maybe it had noticed. But, like Yujito, it was unwilling to admit it. Matatabi, if you think so, then I'll be their guide for the next few days. Yujito's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked forward to the coming days. Although she wouldn't admit it verbally, she liked the atmosphere of today, a place where no one feared her, having friends, and occasional concern from Uncle Asahi. All right, that's settled. I need to rest. Tomorrow, I'll be a guide for Uncle Asahi and the others. Good night, Matatabi. With these words, Yujito expressed her excitement. With a mere thought, she exited her mental space, turned off the lights, and went to sleep, anticipating another beautiful day ahead. Watching Yujito disappear, Matatabi's mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. It then shook its head and closed its eyes, lying on the ground as if it were asleep. At the same time, the Raikage's office was brightly lit. The third Raikage sat at his desk, silently reviewing the intelligence in his hands. In just half a day, the formidable execution capabilities of the Hidden Cloud Village were evident. The orders issued by the third Raikage in the afternoon had results on his desk by the evening. Although the collected information was superficial, and deeper intelligence about Asahi and his group was not obtained, it was sufficient. Asahi Ogami. The third Raikage muttered to himself. He had heard this name from Sakumo in the afternoon. Still, it left him perplexed. Ogami was an unfamiliar clan, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. With a clansman as powerful as Byakko, how could it be an unknown entity? Moreover, according to the information, Asahi was no ordinary person. Putting aside others, the fact that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha was his disciple raised many questions. Was Konoha naive? It was impossible. Yet, even under these circumstances, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki remained Asahi's disciple. What was Asahi's true identity, or rather, what kind of strength did he possess to make Konoha put even the Nine-Tails under his command? Chapter 121, Yujito became disciples. These are just the obtainable pieces of information, how much remains concealed beneath the surface. And that Byakko, it seems to have appeared out of thin air. The only information they could gather was that 4 days ago, Byakko suddenly appeared by Asahi's side. Among the three, only Shisui could obtain accurate information. However, for the Hidden Cloud, this didn't hold much significance. Human imagination is truly a powerful thing. Based on this limited information, the third Raikage speculated a lot. Putting down the intelligence report, he rubbed his forehead with some confusion. After a while, he couldn't resist going through the information again. Though not much internal information was acquired, the gathered information hinted that Asahi's significant probability in approaching Yujito was to take her as his disciple. Normally, the third Raikage wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Still, even Konoha pressed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, indicating Asahi possessed extraordinary qualities. After much contemplation, the third Reikage decided to let things unfold naturally. Whatever relationship Asahi and Yujito might have in the end, they would determine it themselves. He wouldn't interfere or facilitate. Instruct them to ensure Yujito's safety. As for other matters, we need not concern ourselves. Having made up his mind, the third Reikage put down the intelligence report and directly spoke to the secretary standing beside him. The secretary simply acknowledged and passed on the orders. Unlike the higher UPS in Konoha, there was always a single voice in the hidden cloud village, the Reikage's voice. Whatever the Reikage said, they followed. The next day, when Asahi emerged from the guest house, he could already see Yujito waiting for him in the street. Asahi smiled and waved at Yujito. Yujito had noticed him the moment Asahi appeared. As soon as Asahi waved, she hurriedly ran over to him. Unbeknownst to herself, her behavior was different from her usual self. Guided by Yujito, Asahi and his group gradually became familiar with the environment of the hidden cloud village. For 3 consecutive days, Asahi had explored the entire hidden cloud village. Unfortunately, in these 3 days, Asahi met several geniuses of the hidden cloud, but none met his requirements for apprenticeship. Either they already had a master, or their talent was too low. Meanwhile, Yujito experienced a sense of fulfillment different from before. On the evening of the 3rd day, when they bid farewell, Yujito looked a bit reluctant. After 3 days of interaction, she learned that Asahi and the others would leave the hidden cloud village the next day. Watching Yujito's reluctant expression, Asahi lightly smiled and rubbed her head. No need to be too sad, it's not like we won't meet again. Who's sad? Being teased by Asahi, Yujito blushed involuntarily and tried to defend herself. Instead of exposing her, Asahi squatted down, looked into Yujito's eyes, and said earnestly. I have an idea. How about you become my disciple, and then I take you and Shisui out for training together. He has been in the hidden cloud for 3 days, and it wouldn't be right to leave empty-handed. As for the third Reikage's opinion, Asahi trusts it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Hearing Asahi's words, Yujito looked at him in surprise. Apprenticeship and leaving the village for training? This was the first time she encountered such a thing in her life. Is it okay, Uncle Asahi? Immediately, Yujito asked excitedly. She wasn't an ignorant little girl. After these days of interaction and evaluation from Matatab J, it was easy to conclude that Asahi had a remarkable background. Although Yujito wasn't particularly concerned about Asahi's identity, she cared more about his attitude towards her. As a Jinchuriki, who wouldn't long for freedom? At the age of 9, she had already been promoted to Chunin. But unlike others, she had never left the village. If she said she didn't want to go out, she would be lying to herself. She envied those ninjas who could freely leave the village for missions. Before, due to her status as a Jinchuriki, she could only keep this thought in her heart. However, now that Asahi had spoken, a flame of excitement erupted in her heart. Moreover, Yujito didn't mind becoming Asahi's disciple. Even if she couldn't learn much from Asahi, his gentle attitude towards her was enough. Seeing Yujito's delighted expression, Asahi couldn't deny it. It seemed that he, Asahi, still had some charismatic charm. Of course. I'm willing to take you as my disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple with an A-level talent Yujito. The reward is Taijutsu, 8 steps praying mantis. With a simple apprentice ceremony, Yujito officially became Asahi's disciple. The system even rewarded Asahi with a set of Taijutsu, 8 steps praying mantis. If mastering it, it provided extraordinary speed for both offense and evasion. Though not an offensive reward, Asahi was still satisfied. Now he didn't have to exert extra effort to find suitable techniques for Yujito. T/N, I have no idea how this taijutsu works honestly. After instructing Yujito on the method of practicing the secret art, the 4 parted ways at the intersection, just like before. Asahi returned to the guest house but didn't seek out the third Reikage. Because he knew every move he made these days was under the watchful eyes of the third Reikage. Aside from Asahi's super-sensory perception, just simple speculation should make it clear. So, when Asahi returned to the guest house, he simply sat cross-legged in his room. He didn't practice because he knew the third Reikage would arrive soon. Sure enough, in less than a moment, there was a knock on Asahi's door. After getting Asahi's permission, the door opened slowly. As expected, the third Reikage walked into the room alone. Please have a seat, Lord Reikage. Asahi slowly opened his eyes and spoke to the third Reikage. The third Reikage, who came alone without any attendants, raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing Asahi's words. Chapter 122, Reikage Permission. Oh, did you know I would come? Sitting cross-legged in front of Asahi, the third Reikage opened the conversation. Asahi chuckled, of course, after all, Yujito is the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. I believe any village would not relax their supervision and protection of Jinchuriki. At these words, the third Reikage chuckled, true, my question was indeed redundant. So, is the Reikage here today to prevent Yujito from becoming my disciple? Asahi raised an eyebrow, looking at the third Reikage. Not surprising for him to ask, considering that no one from the Hidden Cloud had seen his peak strength like the Sunin. Hearing this, the third Reikage shook his head. Although not clear about Asahi's true identity, from the information on paper, he wasn't a simple person. Moreover, Asahi currently seemed to be in a neutral state. In the current tense situation in the ninja world, having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Besides, even Konoha dared to press a Jinchuriki. What's the difference between his Hidden Cloud and Konoha? This time, the third Reikage mainly came to deepen his understanding of Asahi's identity. Asahi Dano misunderstood, I did not come to stop you from accepting Yujito as your disciple. Oh? Then, what is the Reikage's purpose? Asahi raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at the third Reikage with suspicion. I won't hide it from you, I have investigated your information. But what surprises me is that in this vast ninja world, you seem to appear out of nowhere, and your origins are untraceable. However, with the way Konoha treats you and the presence of powerful individuals like Byakko following you, it's clear you are not an ordinary person. So, I came today to ask, what exactly is your clan Ogami purpose and who exactly are you? The third Reikage didn't beat around the bush and directly asked the questions he wanted to know. No beating around the bush, it was his usual style. Hearing the third Reikage's words, Asahi didn't get angry because of his investigation. It was all human nature. Moreover, given the current situation, the Hidden Cloud, which had gathered information about him, was more favorable to him. Looking at the serious face of the third Reikage, Asahi found it amusing. He was conflicted about his position. Asahi chuckled, and it was time to spin some tales. I see, Reikage, don't worry. Ogami has been in seclusion for many years, never getting involved in the conflicts of the ninja world. As the head of Ogami, I cannot possibly participate in the disputes between your major ninja villages. I came out this time just to find some successors for Ogami's legacy. In general, as long as my disciple doesn't run into trouble where life and death matter, I won't intervene. Hearing Asahi's words, the third Reikage silently thought in his heart, just as he expected. Although Asahi didn't reveal his details, knowing this much was sufficient. Of course, he didn't fully trust Asahi's words. After all, who knows how much of what Asahi said is true and how much is false? Is Asahi Dano only interested in Yujito in our Hidden Cloud Village? The third Reikage asked in surprise. After all, Asahi had taken in many disciples in Konoha. Asahi looked at the third Reikage speechlessly, wondering why he had only accepted Yujito. Wasn't it obvious? Yes, he had taken in many disciples in Konoha, but those would become prominent figures in the ninja world in the future. As for those in the Hidden Cloud, could he reach them? Killer Bee, Darui, weren't they all kept tightly wrapped by you? If he really acted against them, the third Reikage would definitely be the first to oppose. Fortunately, there's Yujito, you can't teach her. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. Of course, he could think these thoughts but wouldn't say them out loud. Not really, there are many talents in the Hidden Cloud. But when it comes to taking disciples, it depends on fate. Like Yujito, we accidentally meet on the street. Asahi waved his hand, seemingly indifferent, as if he were speaking the truth. Hearing this, the third Reikage's expression also eased. Asahi thought, how could the Hidden Cloud be worse than Konoha? Although Konoha indeed had many talents, the Hidden Cloud was not inferior. Haha, I see. Indeed, fate is crucial. The third Reikage laughed heartily, then said casually, in that case, I'll leave it to Asahi Dano for Yujito's future. I'll take my leave now. Saying that, the third Reikage prepared to get up. Seeing this, Asahi quickly spoke up, Lord Reikage, tomorrow I plan to take Yujito out of the village for training. I wonder what your opinion is. Well, this question had to be clarified in advance to avoid unforeseen changes tomorrow. The steps of the third Raikage, who was about to leave, paused, and he said without hesitation. Since Yujito has already accepted you as her master, how things proceed in the future is naturally for you to decide. I just hope that you can protect Yujito's safety, after all, she's still just a child. But Asahi Dano, are you in such a hurry to leave? In a few days, it will be New Year's. Why not stay and celebrate before leaving? Through this conversation, it was clear that the third Raikage had already made a decision. As for the third Raikage's retention, no one could say for sure whether it was genuine or a pretense. Asahi shook his head and said, no need. There are still many places in the ninja world to explore. Can't stay in one place for too long. Alright then. The third Raikage just uttered a word and left. Asahi didn't try to keep him, closing his eyes to immerse himself in meditation. Early the next morning, Asahi left the hidden cloud with Yujito. The third Raikage, as a gesture of importance to Asahi and the others, personally escorted them for a while. Looking up at the towering peaks, the shadow of the hidden cloud village was gradually fading away. In Yujito's eyes, a hint of reluctance appeared. But more than that, there was anticipation for the future. Let's go. You'll be back soon. Asahi patted Yujito's head gently, speaking softly. However, in his heart, he added, when the war breaks out completely. In his middle age, he found himself increasingly fond of patting children's heads. Perhaps it was akin to cracking walnuts. Yes, UNC, Master. Yujito replied, though she still felt a bit uneasy about Asahi's sudden change of address. Asahi didn't say much, and the group continued. Not long after, they encountered a team from the Hidden Cloud out on a procurement mission. Although Yujito was also from the Hidden Cloud, her daily life was well known to everyone. So, even though they crossed paths, no one greeted them. Watching the Hidden Cloud members pass by, Asahi showed an intriguing gaze. Chapter 123, Orochimaru Infiltrate Mission. Asahi turned his head to glance at Sakumo, and indeed, Sakumo's attention was also drawn to the Hidden Cloud ninja. The reason was simple, Asahi spotted a familiar face among the Hidden Cloud's ninja. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin of Konoha. Despite Orochimaru's excellent disguise, it couldn't escape the eyes of both Asahi and Sakumo. Asahi didn't explicitly mention it, Orochimaru had his mission infiltrating the Hidden Cloud's ninja. As a neutral party, Asahi couldn't favor either side. Whatever happens later is a matter between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. As for Orochimaru's method of infiltrating the Hidden Cloud's team, Asahi chose not to delve into it. In the ninja world, there were various methods, be it illusions or espionage, and a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber had plenty of ways to infiltrate the Hidden Cloud. As Asahi and Sakumo gradually moved away, Orochimaru, blending in with the Hidden Cloud ninja, turned to cast a glance at Asahi's group. He didn't expect to encounter Asahi outside the Hidden Cloud village. From Asahi's appearance, it seemed he had just left the Hidden Cloud. Was the masked ninja beside him also affiliated with Ogami? It seemed quite difficult to discern his identity. Orochimaru silently pondered. Honestly, when he first saw Asahi, there was some apprehension in his heart. After all, this infiltration was crucial for him, and his experiments were at a critical juncture. If Asahi had stopped him just now, the successful infiltration might have been jeopardized. Fortunately, Asahi remained neutral and didn't show any favoritism towards the Hidden Cloud. After giving Asahi a deep look, Orochimaru completely concealed himself among the Hidden Cloud ninjas, behaving like any other member. 7 days later, in the ninja world that had just celebrated the new year, there lingered a joyful atmosphere. Asahi, still in the land of lightning, experienced the lively scenes of an ordinary person's new year for the first time. Walking down the streets, Asahi originally intended to leave the land of lightning and head towards the land of earth. However, the rumors that suddenly reached his ears captured the attention of Asahi and the group. Have you heard? The Eight Tails seems to have gone berserk again. I heard it too. Luckily, it was subdued by Lord Raikage. With the murmurs reaching their ears, Asahi's steps paused. The Eight Tails went berserk. Upon hearing this news, Asahi immediately thought of Orochimaru, who had infiltrated the Hidden Cloud. It struck him that in the original story, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki died due to Orochimaru's manipulation. If his memory served him right, the Raikage also suffered serious injuries this time. So, what would happen next? Asahi's mind quickly analyzed the possible events. The ninja world was on edge everywhere. Although Asahi knew that the catalyst for the Third Great Ninja War was the disappearance of the Kazekage from the Sand Village, it was merely the spark that ignited the full-scale war. Before that, the entire ninja world was in a state of small-scale skirmishes. Not all villages had committed their full strength at that time. So, before these events unfolded, Asahi had no idea about the situation. Now, with the death of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and Raikage's severe injury, the newly appointed Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, would undoubtedly struggle to quickly master the tailed beast's power. Additionally, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, taken away by Asahi, was still just a child. This resulted in an unprecedented weakness in the overall fighting strength of the Hidden Cloud village. If Asahi were an enemy of the Hidden Cloud, he would seize this opportunity to make them pay a heavy price. Similarly, the leadership of the Hidden Cloud realized this. Therefore, on the day of the incident, they ordered the entire village to be sealed off, strictly prohibiting the leakage of information, awaiting the recovery of the third Raikage. The martial law in the Hidden Cloud village directly led to Orochimaru, who had completed his mission, being trapped within the village. Although the Hidden Cloud was unaware that the Eight-Tails rampage was orchestrated, due to the current state of martial law, the likelihood of Orochimaru's exposure would significantly increase. Once Orochimaru was discovered by the Hidden Cloud, not only would his situation be precarious, but even Konoha would come under the scrutiny of the Hidden Cloud. Given the current situation in the ninja world, coupled with the Hidden Cloud's consistent approach, Orochimaru had no doubt that the Hidden Cloud would launch a direct attack on Konoha. Under these conditions, Orochimaru had no choice but to cautiously evade the Hidden Cloud. Fortunately, although the Hidden Cloud was under martial law, the internal investigation of the village was not as intensive. Moreover, due to the presence of the Hidden Cloud's strong individuals, most of whom were protecting Killer Bee to prevent the Eight-Tails from rampaging again during the sealing process, Orochimaru could easily manage the situation. Finally, on the second day of the Eight-Tails rampage, the Eight-Tails was successfully resealed, and Killer Bee became the new Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. This instantaneously eased the tension in the Hidden Cloud, and Orochimaru took this opportunity to successfully escape from the Hidden Cloud. No one in the entire Hidden Cloud village noticed the absence of one person. After all, despite the timely intervention by the Third Raikage to prevent further disaster, there were still significant casualties in the Eight-Tails rampage. The truth about this Eight-Tails incident remained deeply buried in the annals of history. Everyone would believe that the Eight-Tails rampage was merely due to the insufficient ability of Blue Bee and the inability to control the Eight-Tails. Even Blue Bee, who had already passed away, firmly believed in this narrative. Apart from Asahi and Orochimaru, no one knew the truth. Sakumo had his own speculation. After all, Orochimaru's mission this time was entirely his own initiative and not assigned by Konoha. Orochimaru, after leaving the Hidden Cloud village, didn't return to Konoha immediately. Instead, he began using genjutsu to spread rumors among the people about the Eight-Tails going berserk, the Jinchuriki's death, and the Raikage's severe injury. This was why, even under the Hidden Cloud's news blockade, Asahi still heard the rumors. Of course, Orochimaru knew that once the news spread, it would undoubtedly provoke attacks from other ninja villages against the Hidden Cloud. Regardless of the attacking party, any nation would suffer heavy casualties, and innocent lives would be lost. However, what did that have to do with Orochimaru? He was one of Konoha's legendary Sunin. Even if it meant widespread suffering, it didn't matter to him as long as it benefited Konoha. In this matter, even if Hashirama Senju were here, he would make the same choice as Orochimaru. Chapter 124, Storm. Konoha is currently too dangerous. Located at the center of the ninja world, Konoha naturally enjoys extremely favorable geographical conditions. While these advantageous conditions have secured Konoha's strength, they have also attracted the attention of neighboring nations. Almost every country desires to take a substantial bite from the Fire Country. In the current tense situation of the ninja world, the eyes of almost all major nations are focused on Konoha. Although Konoha has Suna as a nominal ally on paper, Orochimaru does not doubt that should there be any movement in the ninja world, Suna would tear up the treaty and attack Konoha. The overall stable environment in the ninja world is currently marred only by the lingering scars of the Second Great Ninja War. Therefore, in such a situation, Orochimaru doesn't mind pushing the Hidden Cloud into the fire. Let it become a breakthrough in the eyes of others, alleviating the pressure on Konoha. Returning to Asahi and his group, upon hearing that something had happened in the Hidden Cloud village, Yujito immediately became tense. Although the villagers weren't friendly towards her, she still loved her village, especially B, her fellow Jinchuriki. Though not as caring as Asahi, B was still good to her. Master, something happened in the village. The Eight Tails went berserk. Do you think Uncle Blue Bee might be in trouble? Yujito asked Asahi with a nervous tone. After 7 days of being together, she had completely adjusted to calling him master. Hearing her words, Asahi shook his head helplessly. If nothing unexpected happened, Blue Bee as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, should have passed away by now. Otherwise, news of the Eight Tails rampaging wouldn't have been leaked. It would be meaningless. He didn't want to deceive Yujito, believing that the truth would spread throughout the ninja world soon. Such well-intentioned lies were utterly meaningless. Hearing Asahi's words, Yujito's face instantly became somber. She never expected that Blue Bee, one of the few people in the village who would talk to her, had died in the rampage of the tailed beast. Asahi could see the sadness in Yujito's heart. He reached out and gently patted her head. That's how it is for ninjas. They may die at any time, and it's something no one can avoid. Besides, now is not the time for you to be sad. I believe it won't be long before the hidden cloud will need you. With Asahi's words, Yujito nodded. She wasn't a completely ignorant newcomer, she understood this truth. However, she didn't grasp the deeper meaning behind Asahi's words at that moment. On the other hand, Sakumo, who had been standing behind Asahi and his disciples, was stunned after hearing Asahi's words. Lord Asahi, are you saying that the hidden cloud will face war soon? Asahi glanced at Hatake Sakumo. You should have guessed his intentions. Spreading such news is nothing but an attempt to relieve pressure. While Asahi didn't mention Orochimaru by name, Sakumo had already figured it out. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Sakumo calmly nodded and said, indeed. Having said that, he didn't elaborate further. After all of this was no longer of any concern to him. What? Are we going to war? Surprised by the conversation between Asahi and Hatake Sakumo, Yujito asked. She still trusted their words. Asahi nodded, yes, hatred is not easily forgotten. But... Before Yujito could finish her sentence, Asahi interrupted her with a gentle pat on the head. He clearly understood her thoughts. However, Yujito hadn't reached a crucial point yet, so whether or not she was present in the hidden cloud was not crucial at the moment. Don't think too much. With your current strength, even if you return to the hidden cloud, you won't be able to help the village. So, focus on your training. When your strength has improved in a year or so, you can return and contribute. Wars don't start and end so quickly. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Yujito nodded somewhat embarrassed. She didn't expect her immature thoughts to be so easily seen through by Asahi. Alright, let's continue our journey. Seeing that Yujito had no objections, Asahi spoke. Meanwhile, the leadership of the Hidden Cloud Village had also received information about the leaked intelligence. In the office of the Raikage, the third Raikage sat solemnly behind his desk, despite looking a bit disheveled with bandages around his chest. Let's hear it. What should we do now? Looking at the elite Hidden Cloud ninja gathered in the office, the third Raikage asked sternly. The atmosphere was serious, even though his appearance seemed a bit disheveled. About the leaked intelligence, Lord Raikage. Before the secretary could finish explaining, the Raikage interrupted. Now, how the intelligence was leaked is no longer important. The crucial issue at hand is how we should face the potential consequences of this situation. The third Raikage slammed the table abruptly, startling the secretary who was about to explain. Lord Raikage, I believe the most important thing for us now is to deploy forces to defend our borders and prevent any unusual activities from other villages, AI spoke giving his suggestion. The third Raikage gave AI an approving look. Truly, he was worthy of being the successor to the Raikage. At such a young age, he already displayed the demeanor of a calm and capable leader. What do the rest of you think? The third Raikage asked the others. Although AI's suggestion made sense, decisions in the ninja world were not unilateral, and the opinions of others needed to be considered. Everyone exchanged glances, and there was unanimous agreement with AI's proposal. Lord Raikage, we also agree with AI's suggestion. Very well, in that case, issue the order to deploy 3,000 ninja forces to guard the borders, and be prepared for any contingencies. With unanimous agreement among the group, the third Raikage decisively issued the command. Yes. Came the collective response. The ninja world was about to experience another storm. Chapter 125, Iwagakure about to declare war. As the cloud ninjas departed, the third Raikage touched the wound on his chest. This was the second time he had been injured since reaching his peak strength. Unlike the last time when he was injured by Sakumo, this time, he had wounded himself. The third Raikage had almost become the first Kage in the history of Kumegakure to commit suicide. Quite embarrassing. So, this wound on his chest brought not the glory of a man but rather a deep sense of shame. At the same time, in the land of Earth, Iwagakure. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Iwagakure's intelligence network was not to be underestimated. With the intentional misinformation spread by Orochimaru, in just a few days, news of the events in Kumegakure had reached the ears of the third Tsuchikage, Noki. In front of Noki, almost half of Iwagakure's elite were present. Genkido, explain the information to everyone. Looking at everyone present, Noki, floating in mid-air, calmly spoke. Upon hearing Noki's command, Genkido, the head of the intelligence department, responded, "Yes, Tsuchikage-sama." Then, Genkido turned to address the crowd. According to the intelligence from the undercover agents in the Land of Lightning, we can now confirm that Blue Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails in Kumegakure, has died. Additionally, the third Raikage of Kumegakure, suffered severe injuries while suppressing the 8 Tails. Upon hearing this news, everyone present showed a surprised expression. They hadn't expected Kumegakure to face such issues at this critical juncture. "Tsuchikage-sama, can we be sure the information is accurate?" At this moment, Kitsuki, the son of the third Tsuchikage Noki, spoke. After all, strategic intelligence was not something to be taken lightly. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Noki's response was critical. If the intelligence was flawed, leading Iwagakure to make a wrong decision, the consequences were something they couldn't afford. Genkido, upon hearing Kitsuki's doubt, did not show any resentment. After all, this was not a matter to be joked about. It has been confirmed. The intelligence is reliable. Initially, our undercover agents were skeptical, as the information originated from Kumegakure, and our spies within the village faced difficulties due to the strict martial law. Genkido explained the source of the intelligence to everyone. All eyes were now focused on this matter. Everyone knew this was a prime opportunity to attack Kumegakure. However, was it worth it? What could they gain from Kumegakure at this moment? Looking at the serious faces of those present, Noki knew what he had to say. "Before making any decisions, listen to my words. Tsuchikage-sama, please speak." With the sound of Noki's voice, everyone present hastily responded. While Noki was courteous to them, they dared not underestimate the short-statured man standing before them. As the third Tsuchikage, who had taken charge in troubled times, Noki was the idol of the entire Iwagakure. A master of dust release, a rare and formidable skill, he was indeed a figure to be reckoned with. You're well aware that the current situation in the ninja world is in turmoil, and a major war could break out at any moment. As Noki's voice echoed, everyone present subconsciously nodded. Seeing this, Noki continued. "And in our land of Earth, most of it is barren rocky terrain. The harsh geographical conditions keep our strength from advancing further. So, in the upcoming 4th Great Ninja War, our primary target will be the Land of Fire and Konohagakure." After listening to Noki's words, everyone acknowledged his thoughts. "Tsuchikage-sama, do you mean we don't need to worry about Kumegakure?" Genkido asked with some confusion. Noki glanced at him and shook his head slowly. "No, we will proactively attack the Land of Lightning. But aren't we supposed to focus on fighting the Land of Fire? If we invest too many forces in the Land of Lightning, it will be challenging to deal with Konoha." Everyone present was puzzled. This strategy seemed quite different from Noki's earlier plan. Noki looked at them deeply and suddenly revealed a smile. "Exactly, that's what Konoha will think too." No one present was foolish. Seeing Noki's expression, they instantly understood his intentions. "Tsuchikage-sama, are you suggesting that we first engage in battle with Kumegakure, temporarily refraining from participating in the attack on Konoha? Then, in the end, we defeat Konoha with full force." Kitsuki scratched his head and spoke thoughtfully to Noki. Although Kitsuki was Noki's only son, he still respectfully addressed him as Tsuchikage-sama in the Tsuchikage's office, not as his father. Noki gave Kitsuki a approving look. Although Kitsuki's personality was mild, he inherited his father's genes in terms of intellect. "Yes, we want Konoha and the entire ninja world to believe that we have no intention of infringing on Konoha. Let them fight however they want. During this time, we'll build up our strength and strive to become the ultimate winners in one go. Besides, the Land of Lightning is a military power. Their military strength is currently unprecedentedly weak, and we can seize the opportunity to gain strength from them and replenish our own forces. At that time, if we can defeat the Land of Lightning, we can also force them to sign an agreement for a joint attack on the Land of Fire. Noki turned away, gazing out of the window with excitement in his voice. The people exchanged glances, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. If things unfolded as Noki described, this would be a rare opportunity for Iwagakure to rise. However, ideas are always beautiful, and reality will always take people by surprise. Once war breaks out, hatred will inevitably arise, and no one can easily let go of such pain. Moreover, will Kumagakure really play into Noki's plans? Understood, Tsuchikage-sama. Please give the order, and the Iwagakure ninjas are ready to depart at any time. Everyone bowed in unison, their loud voices filled with infinite, beautiful expectations. The atmosphere in the Tsuchikage's office suddenly became solemn. At this moment, Noki closed his eyes, contemplating how to deal with Kumagakure. Spread my command, mobilize a vanguard force of 10,000 ninjas. Immediately allocate resources, targeting the Land of Lightning border in the Land of the Moon. The objective is to harass and attack the Land of Lightning and gather intelligence. Chapter 126, IWA Ninja Movement. With the serious responses from everyone, all gradually left Noki's office. After all, initiating a war is not something that can be achieved by mere words. The subsequent personnel arrangements, logistical support and more all require them to expend a considerable amount of effort in coordination. Slowly, everyone left, leaving only Noki in the office. Grandfather, Sensei, rest assured, I will lead Iwagakure to become the strongest village in the ninja world. Looking at the photos of the first Tsuchikage and the second Tsuchikage hanging on the wall, Noki thought with a firm determination in his heart. Regardless of the actions of both Kumo and IWA, at this moment, Asahi has already left the Land of Lightning and arrived in the Land of Hot Water. Asahi is quite excited about this renowned hot spring country in the ninja world. After all, leisurely soaking in hot springs during free time, what kind of heavenly lifestyle is that? Asahi and a few others casually found an inn in the Land of Hot Water and checked in. Inns like this are abundant in the Land of Hot Water, where tourism is the main industry. Ah! Soaking in the natural hot springs of the Land of Hot Water, Asahi let out a long exhale. This soak directly washed away the fatigue from his recent travels. Shiso was the same, immersed in the warm hot spring, his entire body submerged. Occasionally, he would come up for air, indicating that he wasn't drowned. Due to gender reasons, Asahi is not sure of Yujito's current state, but he estimates that she won't be in a better condition than Shisui. After all, Kumo doesn't have a place to soak in hot springs. Without a doubt, this should be Yujito's first time experiencing hot springs. A little girl experiencing hot springs for the first time, everyone can probably imagine how she would react. Sakumo continues to silently soak in the hot spring, not even taking off his mask. If Asahi hadn't forcibly ordered him to come, Sakumo probably wouldn't have bothered with hot springs. He would still be silently practicing in his room. It can be seen that since leaving the village, Sakumo's changes have been significant. As a fellow man, Asahi can understand Sakumo's feelings. In this regard, he doesn't say much. There are still two little guys by Asahi's side. Although Sakumo's performance is cold, he can't withstand the occasional words from the two to strike up a conversation. Recently, Asahi can clearly sense that although Sakumo remains silent, his state of mind is different from when he first joined them. In his heart, he already sees himself as the guardian of Yujito and Shisui, not just the role Asahi mentioned. Asahi feels quite good about this. On the second morning after they arrived in the Land of Hot Spring, a large number of chakra fluctuations suddenly came from the distance. It was the vanguard force of the 5,000 Iwagakure ninja. Because IWA wanted to create a time difference to attack Kumo, the IWA forces did not deliberately hide their tracks. Instead, they performed a forced march at the fastest speed, hoping to reach the border battlefield as soon as possible. Sitting cross-legged in his room practicing meditation, Sakumo opened his eyes instantly, turning his gaze to the west. Asahi, of course, was also keenly aware of these movements. However, he didn't get as excited as Sakumo did. After all, he had already guessed these things long ago. Sakumo, there's no need to be too nervous. Their target is Kumo, and they're just passing through for now. Slowly opening his eyes, Asahi calmly spoke to Sakumo. Is this direction the land of Earth? Sakumo murmured. So many ninja in numbers, only the 5 great ninja villages can dispatch them. Coming from the west, there are only the land of Earth, the land of Wind, and the land of Fire. Sakumo first ruled out Konoha, as Konoha couldn't possibly have nothing better to do and embarrass itself. If Konoha were to initiate the Ninja World War, then without a doubt, all major ninja villages in the world would unite against Konoha, teaching them the harsh reality of society. Secondly, the land of Wind is even less likely. The land of Wind is not only barren but also, as the loser of the previous 2 wars, Tsunagakure's daimyo has reduced funding to a minimum. So, Tsunagakure has always adhered to an elite policy. Although the number of ninjas in the village is not small, the act of dispatching a large-scale force for a transnational expedition is something Tsunagakure cannot afford. Moreover, leaving aside whether Tsunagakure can defeat Kumo, there is the land of Fire in between the land of Wind and the land of Lightning, a hurdle that the land of Wind cannot easily overcome. There has to be some motive behind all this effort. Therefore, the only possibility is the land of Earth, which is only separated by a few small countries from the land of Lightning. Although it's unknown what Iwagakure is up to, it evidently has nothing to do with Asahi and his group. Sure enough, as Asahi stated, when the IWA ninja forces passed by the land of Hot Spring, they did not stop but instead accelerated towards the land of Moon. Knock knock. As the IWA ninja became more distant, the doors of Asahi and Sakumo were knocked. Hearing the knocking, Sakumo quickly put on his mask. Seeing this, Asahi opened the door, allowing the person outside to enter. The visitor was none other than Shisui and Yujito. Master, many ninjas just passed by us heading towards the land of Lightning. Are they going to war? As soon as they entered, Shisui asked. His voice carried a hint of sadness. Having experienced the sorrow of war, she hates it more than anyone. Yujito also looked at Asahi eagerly, expecting his answer. After all, the target of Iwagakure is her hometown. Seeing this, Asahi nodded. Yes, war is about to break out. At these words, both Shisui and Yujito dimmed their eyes. Although they had already speculated, the result was still hard to accept. Seeing the state of the two, Asahi could only shake his head helplessly. They have experienced so little, they will realize that these things are nothing compared to what's to come. Well, Master, now that war is about to break out, what should we do? Shisui and Yujito asked with some confusion. Although they don't want to see war, the two are not unreasonable. Well, let's go to the land of Wind first. There are quite a few interesting things there. When the two asked, Asahi directly replied. Originally, his plan was to go to the land of Earth first. Since the land of Earth is about to start a war, the entire Iwagakure probably won't have any wool for Asahi to shear. Plans can change quickly. Fortunately, he's going straight to the land of Wind. Chapter 127, Shisui and Yujito Nightmare. If I remember correctly, the current Akasuna no Sasori should have defected from the village. Asahi rubbed his chin, silently pondering. The land of Wind. Shisui and Yujito were surprised. In their impression, the land of Wind was a desert, with extremely harsh natural conditions. Unexpectedly, Asahi's destination this time was there. However, they were not pampered young masters and misses. Although a bit surprised, they did not express any objections. So, Master, when are we leaving? Yujito asked, not wanting to stay close by because she couldn't help her village in the upcoming war. However, she wasn't worried about the Hidden Cloud village. She has confidence in the strength of the Hidden Cloud. Asahi looked in the direction of the land of Lightning. The IWA ninja forces had already left his sensing range. The land of hot water is very small. They will likely leave the country soon and officially enter the battlefield. Asahi patted the heads of Shisui and Yujito. Around noon, after all, the land of hot water is not a suitable country for training. Okay, Master. The morning passed quickly, and Asahi and his group officially set out on the journey to the land of Wind. After Asahi and his group left, the IWA ninja officially met the defense forces of the Hidden Cloud. There was no friendly exchange between the two sides, no moral high ground accusations of inhumanity or how much hatred the other side had generated before the war. These were all matters for the village leadership, they were only responsible for executing war tasks. So, the IWA ninjas launched probing attacks the moment they encountered the Hidden Cloud. For the Hidden Cloud, they naturally knew the purpose of Iwa's arrival at this time. Therefore, they reacted promptly and counterattacked. Of course, the two sides did not engage in large-scale battles. The IWA ninjas received orders for harassment attacks, waiting for the arrival of the main forces. Therefore, they did not rush into a full-scale attack. The hidden cloud ninjas also could not launch large-scale attacks. With their own numbers not in an advantageous position, launching a large-scale attack would mean they are tired of living. However, everyone knew that the war between Uegakure and Kumegakure had begun. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Asahi. Asahi is currently traveling with Shisui and Yujito, practicing along the way. However, one should not overlook Sakumo, who has been following Asahi. He also participate in training with them and sometime have a spar with Asahi. After months of traveling, the four have crossed the land of fire and are about to reach the borders of the land of rivers and the land of wind. During these months, the ninja world has completely fallen into chaos. The war between the land of earth and the land of lightning has escalated, and even Konoha has clashed with the land of water. Now, the only relatively peaceful place in the ninja world is probably the land of wind. However, this peace is only a false appearance. The land of wind has not joined the fray simply because they are too weak and temporarily dare not enter the war. Thus, in the situation where almost the entire ninja world is in chaos, the world's order is once again disrupted. Countless civilians lost the capital they relied on to survive. War and hunger loomed over everyone. In this situation, many desperate civilians turned to banditry. Of course, there are countless wicked people taking advantage of the situation, occupying forests and resorting to robbery. Additionally, there are many rogue ninjas and renegade ninjas mixed among them. These individuals are particularly despicable compared to the helpless civilians. They not only rob for wealth but also take lives without mercy. If the victim happens to be a woman with some charm, that's a different story. People who lack professional ethics like this are especially detested. You rob, and that's it. Why involve other things? Sorry, getting off track. Of course, at first glance, these situations seem unrelated to Asahi and his group. However, appearances can be deceiving. Asahi and his group have witnessed these situations throughout their journey. In most cases, they end up being the victims. Well, what can you expect when Asahi and his group look like rich family? A master, out for a stroll with his siblings, accompanied by bodyguards. You see, they're quite similar. In the current situation, it's like saying, I'm a rich person, come and rob me. Of course, some knowledgeable people might hesitate for a moment. After all, anyone daring to travel must have some skills. But they can't resist the confidence, whether it's because they are ninjas themselves or due to sheer numbers. So, along the way, there are plenty of bandits trying to rob Asahi and his group. This has led to the bandits being cleared out along Asahi's route. Although most of the bandits are not too strong, at most, they have the level of a Chuunin, which is enough to be a nuisance for Asahi and his group. As they are about to reach their destination, Yujito and Shisui can't help but relax. Don't ask them why they're tense, it's because of training. Because of Asahi's desire to train them, he directly handed them the task of sweeping away criminals and bandits. So, throughout this journey, the two of them have been vigilant about their surroundings, fearing that bandits might appear out of nowhere. Then comes the smiling punishment moment from Asahi. Just thinking about Asahi's smile punishment, both of them couldn't help but shudder. It's just too hopeless, almost devoid of any hope. It's better to just beat them up directly. Knowing that they can't use ninjutsu to deplete chakra and can only use taijutsu to attack Asahi until they run out of stamina and energy, what kind of feeling is that? Of course, it looks easy. But what if you can never hit him? Watching Asahi gracefully evade, constantly smiling at you, and you just can't touch the hem of his clothes. Each of your attacks lands on thin air. Moreover, you have to exhaust all your stamina before you can stop. This is simply a nightmare. Asahi even dubbed it as a way to enhance their observational skills. This is the terrifying punishment that makes Yujito and Shisui turn pale, the smiling punishment. Once, due to negligence, they didn't notice a Chuunin bandit trying to ambush them. So, they spent the entire morning in this despair. Since then, at the thought of facing this punishment again, the two couldn't help but feel frightened. This is when they started being on high alert whenever they hit the road. These tough days lasted for almost 3 months for the two unlucky kids. However, the benefits are also apparent. They have indeed grown a lot. Chapter 128, Ninja Bandit. As the two relaxed, Sakumo, who walking at the back, in this moment, seemed to see the tragic future of Shisui and Yujito. As Murphy's Law states, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Of course, Sakumo didn't know about Murphy's Law, but that didn't stop him from silently mourning for the two kids, Shisui and Yujito. Yes, just when the two, who had been worried about bandits, slightly relaxed, the bandits appeared. This time, the two had particularly bad luck. Among bandits, they happened to encounter one with elite Chunin strength. If they hadn't let their guard down, they could have detected this person. With the sound of breaking through the air, 4 Kunao rapidly approached the group of 4. Of course, with this attack, Shisui and Yujito also noticed the person. At this moment, their faces instantly turned dark. No other reason, they noticed, but it was too late. Faced with the flying Kunao, Asahi and Sakumo casually deflected them. Shisui and Yujito also pulled out their Kunao, deflecting the incoming attacks. However, dealing with an elite Chunin level bandit, how could the attacks be that simple? As the Kunao attacks were blocked by the 4, the bandit completely revealed himself. With hand seals, he swiftly circulated chakra within his body. Fire release, great fireball technique. The sound echoed in the bandit's mind as a massive fireball instantly spewed from his mouth, heading towards Asahi and his group. Not backing down, Shisui, after blocking the Kunao, took advantage of the moment before the enemy's jutsu fully formed, quickly forming hand seals. Almost at the same time, another fire release, great fireball technique also erupted from Shisui's mouth. Two ninjutsu fiercely collided in the air. Of course, though they looked similar, the great fireball technique, being a unique ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, would always have more power than ordinary techniques. The difference in the level of ninjutsu directly erased the gap between Shisui and the elite Chunin. Although Shisui's raw strength was not as good as the elite Chunin's, the prowess of his technique was undeniable. This whole situation was observed by the elite Chunin. At this moment, he regretted it a bit. Why did he have to attack these 4? Now, even these little kids are so formidable, what about others? As expected, you guys are also ninjas. Let me introduce myself, I'm Yamada, a Jonin in terms of strength. T/N, yes, this bandit's strength is elite Chunin. All of you, hand over 2 jutsu, and I'll let you go. We can coexist peacefully. Of course, the jutsu can't be the shadow clone jutsu. Yamada spoke to Asahi and the others, using his previous experience and adding a bit of intimidation, hoping to negotiate. He believed that although it was challenging to deal with them, they wouldn't want to risk their lives. After all, his strength, whether dealing with a small ninja village or even getting promoted to Jonin, was impressive. Hearing Yamada's words, Asahi directly burst into laughter. Never did he expect to encounter a bandit who wasn't after money this time. Perhaps that's the reason for his superiority. Yamada, hey? Are bandits now robbing ninja techniques? And how did you know we're ninjas? Asahi raised an eyebrow, questioning the peculiar lone ninja bandit. He found this whole situation quite amusing. Upon hearing Asahi's questions, Yamada sneered in disdain. Who was he? The lone bandit king of the land of rivers, the big brother of the bandit world. If he couldn't even see through this, how could he still be the lone bandit king? Why would he be the big brother of the bandit world? As for why he needed ninjutsu, of course, it was because they needed 2 jutsu. Asahi and the others wouldn't lose anything by giving them. If Asahi's group wasn't challenging to deal with, he would have gotten whatever he wanted. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up. Yamada couldn't be bothered to explain. In his opinion, this time was already a loss, so why waste time with words? Little did he know that he had missed his last chance for survival. Because just by looking at his expression, Asahi and Sakumo, who were well versed, had a rough idea of his thoughts. Probably, it was because they were difficult to deal with that he resorted to such actions. If Asahi's group were ordinary people or not strong enough, the situation might have been different. Shisui, Yujito, it's up to you, make it quick. Also, don't forget you've got another special training session. Asahi waved his hand with little interest. He didn't mind Yamada's uncooperative attitude. The so-called special training he mentioned was the same as the smile punishment mentioned by Shisui and Yujito. As for giving him 2 random jutsu, why would Asahi consider that? It was a joke. Why give him something? Giving it to him would just enable him to continue causing trouble. Shisui and Yujito, upon hearing about another special training session, had their little faces instantly darkened. Looking at Yamada in front of them, the two were full of regret. Thinking about this, the two immediately moved towards Yamada to attack. Seeing this scene, Yamada was immediately confused. Never did he expect that his usual tricks, which were foolproof, wouldn't work today. However, before he could say anything, Yujito's attack had already arrived. With the usage of the two tails chakra, Yujito's fingers turned into claws, directly scratching towards Yamada. Yes, at such a young age, Yujito could already use the tailed beast chakra. This was undoubtedly because Yujito was more recognized by the two tails due to her travels. However, all of this couldn't escape Asahi's assistance. After experiencing persuasion similar to the nine tails, Matatabi also successfully joined the ranks with Kurama. T/N, in case you don't know, Kurama wants to follow Asahi. After receiving Asahi's promise to take away a part of its chakra, Matatabi, like Kurama, calmly became a partner with its Jinchuriki. Of course, although Yujito now had the cooperation of the two tails, she was still too young, and her body was too weak to temporarily withstand a large amount of chakra from the two tails. Therefore, she currently only uses it simply like making tail beast cat claw chakra mode. If she wanted to use it freely or even enter the tailed beast chakra mode, there was still a long way to go. However, despite this, her strength among the Chuunin was quite formidable. Chapter 129, Shisui and Yujito vs Bandit Ninja. With Yujito's attack, even Yamada, who had reached the level of an elite Chuunin, was in a miserable defense. Due to his carelessness, Yamada even gained a long wound on his arm. Covering the wound on his arm, Yamada looked at Yujito with a serious expression. Through that last attack, he could sense that Yujito's strength had reached his level. This result made him nervously uneasy. After giving a guarded look at Asahi and Sakumo, Yamada didn't hesitate and immediately turned to escape. Two children were already not inferior to him, how much stronger would the two adults be? So, for the sake of survival, Yamada didn't hesitate at all. After all, he had done this many times before, and he was already familiar with it. Moreover, can you call running away a coward? This is called a strategic retreat. In the future, he would counterattack when given the chance. Yamada's thoughts were good, but would Yujito and Shisui agree? Not to mention that the two harbored a strong hatred for such bandits themselves. Even more unforgivable was that he subjected the two to punishment, and this was something they couldn't forgive. So, looking at Yamada turning to run, Yujito and Shisui didn't hesitate at all and directly chased after him. At this moment, Yamada still felt quite relaxed. After all, running away it was a strategic retreat was his specialty. Through robbing, he once gained a technique that increased his speed. So, although he was just an elite Chuunin, his speed was not much worse than a Jonin. This was also what allowed him to roam freely for so many years. After all, if he couldn't beat them, he could always run. However, this time, he was wrong. Who was Yujito? As a two-tails Jinchuriki, her speed was already quite fast. Add to that her innate talent for speed, not to mention that she also gained taijutsu training from Asahi. With this boost, she directly outclassed Yamada in terms of speed. So, just when Yamada was secretly pleased with himself, Yujito was already close to him. Sensing the murderous intent coming towards him, Yamada instinctively turned to look. He found Yujito was like an adhesive plaster that couldn't be shaken off, following closely behind him. Moreover, the distance was getting closer, and it looked like she was about to attack him. While Yujito's speed surpassed Yamada's, Shisui was also closely following. At this moment, Yamada knew that he had encountered formidable opponents. Escaping smoothly was probably not that simple. The deep-rooted cruelty from wandering for many years surfaced directly from Yamada's bones. Good, since Yujito and the others were relentless in pursuing him, the possibility of him leaving was slim. Then, he wouldn't blame himself for making a desperate move. Even if he were to die, he would make Asahi and the others pay the price. Ideally, he could kill one of the two little devils and let them taste the dire consequences. Thinking of this, Yamada didn't run anymore. He directly stopped and turned around, looking fiercely at Yujito and Shisui. In an instant, Yamada rushed towards the closest Yujito. With the formation of hand seals, Yamada's fists were gradually enveloped in a layer of rock. This was one of his former spoils of war, Earth Release, Rock Fist. Moreover, it was also his proudest attack. Through the speed advantage combined with the power of Rock Fist, this move had become his strongest single-target attack. As Yamada approached Yujito, his fist swung fiercely, smashing towards Yujito. Facing Yamada's fierce attack, Yujito remained calm and unhurried, as steady as an old dog. Her feet casually moved a couple of steps on the ground. Yamada's rapidly approaching punch directly passed by her side. This was not a coincidence but the result of Yujito's 3 months of training. Since receiving the Taijutsu, 8-step praying mantis technique taught by Asahi, Yujito has grown to love this body technique more and more. With active self-training, in just 3 short months, Yujito had already started to apply her skills effectively in actual combat. Compared to Asahi's training, evading Yamada's attacks was a piece of cake for Yujito. After dodging Yamada's attacks, Yujito's counterattack began. Her hands once again transformed into sharp claws, ruthlessly slashing across Yamada's back and directly slamming into the ground. As Yamada took Yujito's attack head-on, he also spat out a mouthful of blood. The spot on Yamada's back that had been hit revealed 2 bloody wounds. In fact, from the moment Yamada decided to attack in close combat with Yujito, he had already lost. He was too confident in both his attack speed and power. However, Yujito, who had trained Taijutsu, 8 steps praying mantis, even if she could only use it briefly, was not someone an ordinary ninja of the same level could easily attack. Perhaps in the ninja world, among ninjas currently at the same level as Yujito, there might be only small amount of people who could attack her. However, among those individuals, there definitely wasn't anyone like Yamada. After being hit by Yujito, Yamada rolled towards the distance, spitting out blood. At this moment, Shisui had already sensed Yamada's presence. With hand seals, Shisui once again performed the fire release, Great Fireball technique, engulfing Yamada. In this instant, Yamada already felt the threat of death. Using all his strength, Yamada forcefully stopped his rolling body just under 10 centimeters outside the attack range of Shisui's ninjutsu, halting in place. With intense pain in his back, Yamada gritted his teeth and stood up. Staring fiercely at Shisui, with hand seals, his hands were once again enveloped in rock. He had indeed underestimated Yujito just now. Although he didn't know whether Yujito had evaded his attack by coincidence or had this level of strength, one must always think in the worst possible scenario. Even if Yujito had such strength, what could be done about it? Yes, even if it were a one-on-one situation, Yamada was not Yujito's match. However, this little devil, Shisui, was different. Yamada was confident that his strength was higher than Shisui's, and he still had a chance to take down Shisui in one strike. With the rapid thoughts flashing through his mind, Yamada directly attacked Shisui. Similar to the attack on Yujito just now, and even because Yamada was going all out, the power of this jutsu was slightly increased. Unfortunately, although Shisui didn't learn the same taijutsu as Yujito, let's not forget, his name is Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 130, Ninja Bandit Death. Sharingan. With a low roar from Shisui's heart, his pupils instantly turned blood red, and 2 black tomos crazily spun within them. As one of the 3 great dojutsu, the Sharingan's visual perception was undoubtedly powerful. Yamada's extremely fast attacks were directly captured in Shisui's mind through the Sharingan. Sharingan. Uchiha clan. Yamada exclaimed in his heart. It turned out that Yamada, as an elite Chunin, still had some knowledge. The moment he saw Shisui activate the Sharingan, he knew he was in for it again. Yamada never expected to encounter such a tough opponent today. However, he was already committed to this, and there was no turning back. Yamada couldn't stop his attack now, and he believed that Shisui and the others wouldn't let him off easily. So, rather than waiting to die, he might as well make a desperate attempt. What if Shisui made a mistake due to his young age? Even though he had the Sharingan, Shisui was still a kid, and it was possible that he couldn't dodge Yamada's attack. In his heart, Yamada pumped himself up crazily. He didn't hope for anything else now, causing pain and loss to Asahi and the others would be enough. One has to admit, that although Yamada looked ugly, his thoughts were quite beautiful. However, unfortunately, Shisui wouldn't make such basic mistakes. As Yamada's rock fist attack came, Shisui did not choose to dodge. This made Yamada pleasantly surprised. Could it be? Were his thoughts coming true? But reality proved that daydreams were just daydreams. Although Shisui didn't dodge his attack, he used the striking technique of the inner 8 extremist fist to counter Yamada's elbow joint. In an instant, Yamada's arm directly took on a strange bend. Ah! A miserable scream echoed from Yamada's mouth. At this moment, his arm was already broken. The strength in his hand disappeared in an instant, borne by his bones. Shisui didn't stop there. With a kick from his shin, he directly kicked Yamada in the direction of Yujito. Yujito, already prepared, flashed, and her claws swept across Yamada's throat. The miserable scream abruptly stopped, and Yamada's pupils slowly dilated, the light in his eyes gradually fading away. Bang! Falling to the ground, Yamada seemed to be saying that he was unlucky to encounter someone unexpected like Asahi's group. Looking at Yamada's body, Yujito and Shisui clapped calmly. It could be seen that they had already encountered such situations multiple times. At this point, Shisui's Sharingan had already been returned to normal. With hand seals, a massive fireball jutsu engulfed Yamada's body. In just a while, the body turned into ashes and was buried deep underground by the two. Although they killed a villain, they still respected the deceased. "Master, we're back." Returning to the scene, Yujito and Shisui spoke to Asahi. Asahi only glanced at them and didn't ask for the results because this wasn't the first time the two had taken action. As for Yamada, he was not even close to being a match for the two, even in a one-on-one situation. "Since that's the case, let's continue our journey. Considering you've just finished a battle, we'll do special training in the afternoon." With an easygoing smile, Asahi casually remarked, completely indifferent to the darkened expressions of Shisui and Yujito. Indeed, it seemed that they couldn't escape this ordeal after all. Shisui and Yujito couldn't help but inwardly sigh, feeling that life had become hopeless in an instant. However, they dared not refute Asahi. After all, it was indeed their mistake. Moreover, they believed that if they were to argue, Asahi would surely increase the difficulty of their training, making it even more despair-inducing. They were confident that Asahi could pull off something like that. After an interesting morning and a meaningful afternoon, Asahi's group finally arrived at the border of the Land of Wind. This should have been a happy occasion, if one ignored the pale faces of Shisui and Yujito. Looking at the vast desert, Asahi's immediate feeling was solitude. There was no grand desolation like desolate smoke over the great desert, the setting sun over the long river. This was because the sun had long descended. Raising his head to the desolate moon, Asahi naturally knew there was a sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki up there. Feeling the chilly wind, Shisui and Yujito, already mentally and physically exhausted, couldn't help but shiver. Asahi glanced at them, shaking his head helplessly. Kids these days, always so dramatic. Wasn't it normal not to see him for an afternoon? Why make such a fuss? Well, who told Asahi to be a good sensei? Plus, it was a bit cold in the desert at night, so Asahi decided to rest here for the night. Wood release, 4-pillar house. With a flash of thought in his mind, Asahi joined his hands together and directly used the most advanced technique of the developer. This just goes to show that Asahi had indeed become powerful, over 4 years of grind wasn't for nothing. Now he dared to openly use wood release, and compared to the initially sneaky development, he could now enjoy himself to the fullest. If anyone had objections, Asahi would be happy to have a live chat with them. After all, Asahi's strength was more than enough for self-preservation. Shisui, Yujito, and Sakumo, the three of them, looked at the suddenly appearing wooden house, apparently not too surprised. After all, this wasn't the first time Asahi had used this technique. They also knew that Asahi had given this wood release technique, not found in Konoha's records, a special name. It was called the 4-pillar house, which perfectly matched the appearance of the technique. Moreover, Sakumo, with his profound training, was on the verge of touching the threshold of sage mode. It wouldn't be long before he could attempt to use this technique. Having heard Asahi's description before, Shisui and Yujito's enthusiasm for training had increased. After all, which ninja wouldn't want to experience the joy of the first Hokage? What? What if Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan asked about it later? Did they know what it means to nurture relationships? And what could be more meaningful than building a house together as a group activity? Asahi stated that admitting defeat was impossible, at least not verbally. All right, today we'll stay here for the night. Tomorrow, we officially enter the Land of Wind. Asahi clapped his hands, non-existent mud falling off, and spoke. Well, Asahi wasn't crazy, this was just a tribute to the developer's technique. Chapter 131, Sasori the Red Sand. Asahi directly opened the door to his newly developed home. Shisui, Yujito, and Sakumo Hatake followed Asahi into the house. Similar to the previous layout, they had lost interest, went straight to their rooms. Dinner had been eaten long ago, and Shisui and Yujito, upon returning to their rooms, immediately fell asleep. As for training, well, that could wait until tomorrow. The sun had barely risen on the second day when Asahi and his group officially set out for the Wind Country. This daily routine had become a long-standing habit. Walking on the desert of the Land of Wind, feeling the soft sand beneath their feet, Asahi looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky. The environment of the desert had already revealed itself, and even though the sun had just come out, Asahi could already feel the hot prelude. He wondered if he could find someone to fleece in the Land of Wind. As time passed, Asahi and his team ventured deep into the heart of the Land of Wind. "Master, look ahead, there's an oasis." Just when the group was starting to feel a bit fatigued by the desert scenery, Shisui suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Following their gazes, a patch of green appeared in the distance. The appearance of the oasis lifted everyone's spirits. Even Asahi was not an exception. As they quickened their pace, the full view of the oasis unfolded before them. Although they hadn't reached it yet, they could already feel a refreshing breeze. Shisui and Yujito couldn't control their excitement, intending to rush towards the oasis. However, before they could act, Sakumo swiftly appeared in front of them. With a raised hand, Sakumo stopped the excited steps of Shisui and Yujito. "Uncle Byako, what's going on?" Shisui and Yujito looked up in confusion, wondering about Sakumo's intentions. Sakumo didn't answer their question but squinted at Asahi. "My lord, you've sensed it, right?" Sakumo believed that Asahi couldn't have missed something even though he had detected it. As expected, Asahi nodded, looking in the direction of the oasis with curiosity. There, he sensed a not insignificant chakra fluctuation. Also, a faint sense of death. Death was mysterious, but when one's strength reached a certain level, one could still sense a different feeling. Asahi carefully examined the oasis and then waved his hand, leading the group towards it. Sakumo didn't voice any objections, just a bit more cautious. Even though that chakra wasn't weak, there was still a considerable gap compared to him. Moreover, there was a god like Asahi in the team. Being bold and daring, the current Asahi didn't care about the possible small fries hiding ahead. Following behind Asahi, Shisui and Yujito couldn't help but become vigilant. Based on the recent situation, there was some risk hidden within the oasis. Even with Asahi and Sakumo by their side, the vigilance of a ninja couldn't be lost. They didn't want to undergo another special training session by Asahi. As Asahi and the group set foot in the oasis, a series of air-breaking sounds followed. Numerous senbon, like a dense rain, crazily shot toward Asahi and the others. Shisui and Yujito quickly pulled out kunao to defend themselves. However, given their current strength, dealing with these was still a bit challenging, and Asahi was well aware of that. So, without giving them a chance to take action, Asahi simply raised one hand. As if those senbon suddenly fixed in the air, froze in place. As Asahi's arm descended, the senbon began falling to the ground one by one. This was just Asahi's application of sealing jutsu. Through instantly activating the sealing jutsu, he formed a defensive barrier in the air to control and block the enemy's attacks. As Asahi lowered his arm, the attention of everyone shifted from him to a figure not far away. Crack! A stooped figure slowly appeared before them. Covered in machinery, it was easy to see that this was a puppet of a sand puppeteer. Shisui and Yujito looked around warily, trying to find the hiding place of the puppeteer. Sakumo silently observed, he had already figured out that the enemy was likely within this puppet. As for Asahi, he squinted his eyes at the moment. The appearance of this ugly puppet seemed strangely familiar. Even though it wasn't wearing the attire of the Akatsuki organization, Asahi could unmistakably recognize the features of Sasori's Hirako puppet. Asahi hadn't expected that on the first day in the Land of Wind, he would encounter such a prominent figure. Sasori had quite the courage to remain in the Land of Wind after the fall of Suna. However, considering that his grandmother was Cho, Asahi figured it out. The hidden sand village probably hadn't issued a wanted notice for Sasori. It was indeed advantageous to have different origins, resulting in different outcomes even in exile. You're quite strong. If possible, I believe you would make excellent material. A hoarse voice emanated from within the Hirako puppet. Sasori's attention was now fixed on Asahi. Although he didn't have the confidence to defeat Asahi, he couldn't help but express his thoughts. This was a kind of obsession that belonged to a genius. Of course, if he weren't a genius, it would be considered arrogance. However, Sasori didn't think that Asahi could understand the meaning behind his words. Upon hearing Sasori's words, everyone except Asahi was a bit bewildered, not quite grasping the meaning of material. Asahi, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes again. Honestly, he didn't like Sasori's personality and methods. Although Sasori's personality and methods were formed later in life, and the real culprit was still around him, Sakumo, Asahi couldn't overlook his dislike for Sasori's character. Regardless of the present or the future, Sasori was too obsessive. Are you provoking me? Asahi squinted his eyes, and his voice coldly echoed. Sasori didn't speak, he just gazed deeply at Asahi. He was calm and exceptionally patient. Watching the fleeting danger in Asahi's eyes, though not clear on how Asahi understood the meaning behind his words, Sasori decided not to take any risks. Hehe, I was just complimenting your formidable strength. Upon hearing Sasori's submissive words, Asahi suddenly understood how the third Kazekage had silently died at the hands of Sasori. Chapter 132, Sasori declined talent. Oh? Then you should explain the attack you just launched against us. Asahi shrugged, looking at Sasori, speaking in a relaxed tone. Hehe, after all, this is my territory. As the owner, shouldn't I take action when you suddenly intrude? The hoarse voice made Asahi's group unable to discern Sasori's mood. Asahi glanced deeply at Sasori and then suddenly made a move. The dragon flame instantly took shape and rushed towards Sasori's Hiriko. Sasori, at this moment, was also stunned. He didn't expect that Asahi would make a move without any warning. Although he wanted to dodge and counterattack, Asahi's attack speed was simply too fast. Before Sasori could react, the dragon flame struck Hiriko, burning it into ashes. With Asahi's meticulous control, the terrifying power of the dragon flame didn't harm Sasori at all. I'm dead. At this moment, cold sweat streamed down Sasori's forehead. Swallowing hard, he stared stiffly at Asahi. At this moment, he felt no sorrow for Hiriko's destruction. The petty thoughts that had lingered in his mind just now had completely vanished. He knew Asahi was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. Against Asahi, he was no match at all. Watching the red-haired teenager before them, Shisui and Yujito showed surprise. They never expected that beneath the hideous puppet of Hiriko hid such a capable young man. As for Sakumo, he was also somewhat surprised. Suddenly, an intelligence report that Konoha received crossed his mind. It was said that the genius puppeteer of Suna, Sasori of the Red Sand, was unreasonably expelled from the village. The young man before him matched the image of Sasori of the Red Sand. If that was the case, he and this young man had some unresolved grievances. After all, during the Second Great Ninja War, he had personally killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. According to the intelligence, Sasori of the Red Sand was Chiyo's grandson. So, wasn't he the enemy who killed his parents? Thinking of this, Sakumo glanced at Asahi, his eyes filled with inquiry. Asahi, as if he had already guessed Sakumo Hataki's thoughts, lightly nodded, confirming the speculation. Seeing this, Sakumo looked at Sasori with a touch of apology. However, he had no regrets. After all, every ninja had their mission. This is a punishment for attacking me. Asahi looked at the stiff Sasori and spoke. This was the reason he had shown mercy to Sasori. Initially, he had hesitated about whether to kill Sasori or not. After all, although Sasori didn't show it on the surface, Asahi could easily guess that Sasori harbored thoughts of turning him into a human puppet. Moreover, although Sasori appeared heartless, it was only because he buried his emotions deep within. With the hatred toward Sakumo, Sasori would never stop. Facing Sakumo, the enemy who killed his parents, Sasori would undoubtedly go all out to kill him. From this perspective, Asahi had already ruled out the possibility of taking Sasori as his disciple. Furthermore, Sasori's character had already solidified, and changing it again would be difficult. So, initially, Asahi didn't plan on taking him as a disciple. Since that's the case, why be kind to him? After all, in essence, Sasori wasn't a good person. Killing Sasori might even save a few lives. However, Asahi wasn't a saint either. He wasn't interested in saving the world. Leaving Sasori alive just now was because he still had some expectations for the future of this genius puppeteer. After all, from the original work, it was easy to see that Sasori hadn't used his full strength. Asahi also wanted to add a different color to this world where bloodline limits were mainstream. Thank you, sir, for sparing my life. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Sasori's facial expression softened slightly. Since Asahi had no intention of killing him, that was good. As for Sakumo's apology, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. Casually sensing Sasori, Asahi discovered that he had already begun to modify his own body. Although Sasori hadn't completely transformed himself into a human puppet, one of his arms had already been reconstructed into a puppet structure. Asahi didn't entirely approve of the path Sasori had chosen. Although the influence might not be so obvious in the shinobi world, in other worlds, modification was undoubtedly a minor path. Such individuals would find it challenging to become the strongest. System, help me investigate Sasori of the Red Sand's talent. Ding. Sasori of the Red Sand, talent A+, talent inclination, puppetry. Hearing the system's investigation result, Asahi didn't immediately understand its meaning. After a brief inquiry, he realized that Sasori had an AN talent, which had decreased for some reason. Without guessing, Asahi also understood the reason for this outcome. It was merely because Sasori of the Red Sand had already modified himself. The system evaluated talent not based on how powerful someone could become in the future. After all, in the Naruto world, even if you were powerful, you were only at the pinnacle of a mid-tier world. Moreover, this mid-tier world could only barely be considered as such. The system's evaluation of talent was based on the highest level one could reach. It wasn't limited to the shinobi world alone. Of course, a person's mindset, determination, and other aspects would also impact their future. The system couldn't control every individual, it could only investigate situations where everything went smoothly, assessing a person's potential. Perhaps, there were individuals with low-level talent who succeeded in a counterattack. Of course, it wasn't ruled out that someone with good talent directly self-destructed and constrained themselves. Like Sasori before them, maybe he could grow into a powerful figure in the Naruto world. However, because this power was gained through talent, if Sasori had the opportunity to encounter a larger world, his path would undoubtedly become much more challenging. Faced with this, Asahi shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect Sasori, one of the few talentless ninjas in the Naruto world, to destroy himself. Moreover, as Sasori continued to modify himself, his talent would also decrease. The road ahead would become narrower. However, in just a moment, Asahi pushed aside the regret in his heart. After all, without his help, it would be too difficult for Sasori to transcend his limitations. Chapter 133, Sasori Cruelty. T/N, ha 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 ha, I'm so busy today to the point that I make mistake updating to other fanfic. Alright, let's end this matter here. Asahi waved his hand, no longer bothering with Sasori. Leaving him alive was already considered a favor. As for reminding Sasori that he was on the wrong path, Asahi had no such intention. Moreover, even if he mentioned it, Sasori might not listen. Of course, Asahi also had no intention of driving Sasori away. After all, this place ultimately belonged to Sasori, who had discovered it first. Giving Sasori a little lesson was acceptable, but outright driving him away would be unjustifiable. This domineering style was not Asahi's way. Besides, they were just here to take a look and would leave shortly, there was no need to expel Sasori. Seeing Asahi signal the end of the conflict, Sasori's mind settled somewhat. To be honest, he had been on edge, afraid that he might have offended Asahi in some way. So, even though Asahi had no intention of chasing him away, Sasori didn't plan to stay. It was simply too unsettling to be near someone like Asahi. Yes, sir. I'll leave now and won't disturb your rest. With a slight hesitation, Sasori bowed to Asahi and then left the oasis. His momentary hesitation was only for the materials of some of his puppets. However, Sasori couldn't afford to care about that right now. As long as the Green Hills remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. Moreover, most of Sasori's puppets were sealed in scroll seals. The losses this time were only a small part of the materials, and he could bear that. Watching Sasori gradually disappear into the desert, Shisui and Yujito also paid little attention. Since Asahi had made a decision, they just had to follow. Now their attention was drawn to the oasis in front of them. Although the scenery wasn't particularly beautiful, it stood out in the vast desert. Additionally, due to the presence of vegetation, the temperature here had dropped significantly. Asahi didn't pay any more attention to Sasori, who had left. With the three others, he directly entered this small oasis. What Asahi didn't know was that after Sasori left, he didn't immediately depart. Instead, he stood in the distance, gazing deeply in the direction of the oasis. A touch of determination flashed across his eyes, and Sasori had decided to expedite his plans. The recent events had once again made him feel a long-lost sense of threat. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. After a glance, Sasori didn't linger and headed towards another distance. Now, he needed to find materials to complete his deficient puppets and then implement his plan. At this moment, Asahi, as he ventured deeper into the oasis, discovered that the death breath had not dissipated with Sasori's departure. Instead, it continued to linger. Asahi frowned, and with his perception, he understood that the source of this death breath came from underground. Although this death breath wasn't particularly concentrated, it still required the death of many individuals to emit. Was this something left by Sasori? A hint of doubt flashed in Asahi's heart. Driven by curiosity, Asahi directly tore open a large hole in the ground. As for entering through the entrance left by Sasori, Asahi felt it was too troublesome, especially considering Sasori's personality. How could there not be traps set up? Dealing with unnecessary trouble was better. With Asahi's action, Shisui and Yujito hesitated for a moment, not understanding why Asahi suddenly took action. However, as the things underground entered their eyes, they were immediately shocked. Because the underground wasn't empty, instead, it was filled with a large number of puppets, components, and corpses. The quantity was so overwhelming that it left them somewhat dazzled. After all, even Sasori couldn't have expected that one day he would be so frightened that he'd abandon his base and flee alone. Facing this, Shisui and Yujito weren't too shocked due to their experiences with corpses. Even those who died by their hands weren't few. The only thing that amazed them might be the piles of intricate components. However, Sakumo was different. His knowledge far surpassed that of Shisui and Yujito. At the first sight of what was inside Sasori's base, a forbidden jutsu emerged in his mind. Human puppets. Lord Asahi, is this the Sand Village's forbidden jutsu, human puppets? Sakumo asked with some confusion. Although he had some speculations, he had never seen the so-called human puppets, everything was just conjecture. Asahi had no intention of hiding it and calmly nodded. After receiving the answer, Sakumo's face instantly became serious. Although he wore a mask and his expression couldn't be seen, his seriousness could be perceived from his eyes. This individual should not be left alive. Sakumo looked in the direction Sasori had left with a firm tone. Unlike typically forbidden jutsu, human puppets wouldn't cause harm to the user. The reason it was considered a forbidden jutsu was merely because it was too cruel, not aligned with the values of the ninja world. Just like Konoha's Edo Tensei, both were jutsu that played with the dead. Playing with the dead was something that could never be forgiven in the ninja world. After all, ninjas had already endured hardships while alive. Once dead, they should rest peacefully, undisturbed. Asahi nodded in agreement. According to the traditions of the ninja world, Sasori was indeed a heinous individual. But did Asahi care about the traditions of the ninja world? On a certain level, which medical discoveries in a certain world didn't involve human experimentation? It was precisely because countless anatomy teachers dissected and studied corpses that the medical system in a certain world became so advanced. Therefore, for people like Orochimaru or Sasori, Asahi had no biases. Although he might not like someone's personality, he still felt that what they were doing wasn't a big deal. After all, to make breakthroughs in research, necessary experiments on human bodies were indispensable. Moreover, if the enemy one killed could still assist their corpse, there was no problem in utilizing it. After all, it wasn't someone's close relative or friend, there was no sentimental attachment. Furthermore, since one was killing people in this chaotic place called the ninja world, why bother with hypocritical gestures? Only by strengthening one's power and surviving can one truly thrive. Of course, if there was something wrong with them, it was that you should at least seek the opinion of the experiment. After all, it should be based on the principle of voluntariness. Even though there was a high likelihood of refusal. Chapter 134, Tsunagakuer. No harm done, they're just human puppets, incapable of causing any significant impact. Leaving him alive is simply because of his exceptional talent, which can bring a different color to this ninja world. Asahi said with a smile. Hearing this, Sakumo fell silent and didn't say much. Shisui and Yujito lifted their heads, observing the conversation between Asahi and Sakumo. Although the two of them didn't know what human puppets were before, given their intelligence, it wasn't difficult for them to guess the purpose of the corpses they saw. Looking at the expressions of Shisui and Yujito, Asahi could easily guess their thoughts. He patted their heads, then looked at them with a smiling face, saying, "Do you think Sasori is cruel and evil?" Shisui and Yujito raised their heads and nodded without hesitation. Asahi looked into the distance and continued. Everyone has their own experiences, and different experiences shape different values. Perhaps Sasori seems evil to you and I agree with that. However, no jutsu is inherently evil. Only people can be classified as good or evil. Remember, every existence is reasonable and has the meaning behind it. In this ninja world, survival is what truly matters. The so-called manipulation of the dead is just a matter of individual acceptance. Having said that, Asahi fell into silence. Shisui and Yujito, scratching their heads in contemplation, didn't quite grasp the deeper meaning of Asahi's words. However, their perceptions of jutsu like human puppets were slowly changing. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Sakumo wanted to retort. After all, unlike Shisui and Yujito, his thoughts were already formed, and it was difficult for him to change them at the moment. However, after thinking for a while, Sakumo couldn't find words to refute. After all, whether it was human puppets or Edo Tensei, both were jutsu manipulating the dead. But, could it be said that the creator of Edo Tensei, Tobirama Senju, who hailed from Konoha, was evil? Moreover, compared to the simple manipulation of the dead in human puppets, the conditions for Edo Tensei, requiring living human sacrifices, seemed even more sinister. Therefore, beneath his mask, Sakumo remained silent for a long time without saying anything. Perhaps from this moment on, Sakumo began to reflect on the definitions of good and evil. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the group, Asahi smiled helplessly. After all, they were different from him, growing up in different worldviews. People raised in the ninja world from a young age tended to have different perspectives on things. If he were like them, growing up in the ninja world since childhood, he might also be the same. It could only be said that their views might gradually change over time. We've checked out the oasis, and nothing is interesting. It's time to move on. Clapping his hands, Asahi said to the others. The group simply nodded, and they continued on their journey. For them, the recent experience was just a small episode during their travels. Every day on the road, Shisui and Yujito had already adapted to the desert environment of the Land of Wind. At this moment, Asahi and the others were standing outside the gates of Tsunagakuer. Calling it gates was more like a canyon. Looking at the cliffs on both sides, perfectly blocking the spreading sandstorm, Asahi nodded. Indeed, each village had its characteristics. As the group of four gradually advanced, the full view of Tsunagakuer slowly unfolded before Asahi and the others. Everywhere were houses constructed with a sandy texture, a feat that might be challenging for ordinary people. However, it posed no difficulty for the Suna ninjas who lived here year-round. Indeed, they lived off the land. Just like Konoha's wooden houses, Tsunagakuer's sand houses all reflected this principle. The moment Asahi passed through the canyon, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and the others. Asahi helplessly rubbed his face. It happened again at the gates. Every time they arrived at a new village, they had to deal with this for a long time. Should he try sneaking in secretly next time? Otherwise, it was too troublesome. Thinking about it, Asahi felt more and more reasonable. No need to wait for the next time, let's start now. What? You say he's already been discovered? Come on, what's called sneaking in? As long as you can make the person who discovers you forget your existence, it's good enough, right? In this regard, the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen would have a lot of experience. Thinking about it and doing it, Asahi directly cast a genjutsu. As for killing, Asahi wasn't that much of a maniac. Although the safest way to infiltrate was to destroy the opponent both in soul and body, he wasn't here to start a war. With Asahi's genjutsu, the sand ninja who had suddenly appeared in front of them stood there like he had lost his soul, motionless. Shisui, Yujito, and Sakumo all looked at Asahi in surprise. They didn't expect Asahi to control the other person without saying a word. Yujito was fine, but Shisui and Sakumo felt quite curious. This was different from Asahi's previous style. They thought Asahi would still openly seek permission to enter this time. Glancing at them, Asahi explained. It's simpler this way. According to the current situation, it's probably not easy to enter by conventional means. Hearing Asahi's words, the three of them also expressed understanding. Without saying much, they followed Asahi into Tsunagakuer, as naturally as returning to their village. After Asahi and the others enter, the sand ninja who stood in place suddenly shivered and came back to his senses. However, at this moment, he had forgotten about the previous events. Staring at the entrance to the village in front of him, he pondered for a long time without figuring out why he was here. Although his mission today was to be on guard, well, simply put, to watch the gate. But he remembered he was on the other side. Could it be that he zoned out and subconsciously walked over here? That was also possible. After all, his wife returned from a mission last night. They hadn't seen each other for several days, and he missed her a lot. So he was busy until late at night yesterday, exhausted. Today he came to carry out a mission again, and zoning out was inevitable. The sand ninja rubbed the back of his head, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was likely the case. Chapter 135, Searching Talent Person in Suna. Thinking of this, the sand ninja smirked, as if recalling his heroic performance from the previous night. After surveying the surroundings and finding nothing unusual, the unknown sand ninja swiftly left the area, concealing himself in the shadows. He completely forgot about Asahi and his group, whom he had just encountered. Asahi naturally anticipated this person's reaction, after all, he was the one who cast the jutsu. So, at this moment, Asahi walked leisurely on the streets of Sunagakure. Around him, there was a unique chakra fluctuation emanating from Asahi, causing the occasional passers-by to completely ignore the presence of Asahi and his group. This was the impact of the genjutsu cast by Asahi, and unless one's strength reached the level of a cage, it was almost impossible to detect any anomalies. Thus, the group of four walked peacefully through the village of Sunagakure. Observing the crowds passing by, each person's face was filled with repression, a stark contrast to the villagers of the several other villages Asahi had visited before. As for these, Asahi did not feel surprised. After all, considering the current situation in the ninja world, coupled with the state of Sunagakure, the villagers here had some understandable concerns. Not every ninja village possessed unparalleled strength. While walking, Asahi observed his surroundings. Honestly, he was quite disappointed with Sunagakure. Despite being one of the 5 great ninja villages, the village's situation was not much better than that of the villagers in Omegakure. With time passing, Asahi encountered quite a few ninjas. However, without exception, everyone's face displayed suppression and restlessness. The harsh living conditions were pushing their patience to the peak. Everyone hoped for a better life, especially these noble ninjas. However, in Sunagakure, enjoying a comfortable life was impossible. In the past, it was okay, but since their defeat, the number of mission requests had significantly decreased. Everyone's standard of living was plummeting, and even powerful ninjas were affected. So, their hearts were now filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Why could people from Konoha live so comfortably while they could only cower in the desert? Even the main source of income, mission requests, had been taken away by Konoha to a considerable extent. Day after day, year after year, the majority of the Suna ninjas felt a sense of imbalance. Observing Sunagakure in this state, Asahi knew that if the higher UPS of Sunagakure didn't take action, the village would soon descend into chaos. At that time, it would be the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War. In a short while, Asahi had already explored most of Sunagakure. However, after such a long time, he surprisingly hadn't found a suitable candidate. This inevitably left Asahi somewhat disappointed, but it didn't come as a surprise. After all, in the original story, Sunagakure didn't have any decisive characters. So, Asahi's arrival this time was counting on luck. Since there were no suitable candidates, Asahi didn't plan to stay here any longer. After all, there wasn't much to see in Sunagakure. So, after taking a stroll, Asahi was ready to leave with Shisui, Yujito, and Sakumo. But, when Asahi's attention was focused on picking people, there wasn't a single person who caught his eye. However, when he shifted his attention, the right person naturally appeared. Walking through Sunagakure's residential area, Asahi and his group had already reached a secluded corner of Sunagakure. This was the village's outskirts, where usually ninjas came for training. But now, due to the decreasing number of missions, the depressed ninjas were not coming here for practice. Most preferred to stay at home or go out for a drink to drown their sorrows. However, there were exceptions to everything. In this period of general negativity throughout Sunagakure, there were always 1 or 2 individuals tirelessly improving themselves. At this moment, on this plot of land, there was a person who stood out from the ordinary. As Asahi approached, he could already sense a ninja practicing in this area. However, he didn't pay much attention since, judging by the chakra fluctuations, the person at most was an upper-level ninja. So, Asahi originally intended to leave directly. However, as he got closer, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far from Asahi, a girl of about 15 years old was earnestly practicing. The reason Asahi stopped wasn't due to the girl's relatively inexperienced use of fire release and wind release. It was because the girl in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity. Of course, it had nothing to do with any improper thoughts. Asahi was not a pervert. However, no matter how Asahi thought about it, he couldn't recall any renowned kunoichi in Tsunagakure who used wind release and fire release. So, in confusion, Asahi didn't leave. Instead, he stood still, quietly watching the girl in front of him. Shisui, Yujito, and Sakumo followed behind Asahi, also standing silently. They were equally curious, looking at the girl in front of them. According to their expectations, someone who could confidently attract Asahi's attention must have some special talent. However, no matter how they observed, they couldn't perceive anything special about the girl in front of them. Especially Sakumo, with his powerful strength, had already discerned the girl's abilities. A chunin, a reasonably strong chunin. However, Sakumo could confidently say that her strength was definitely not comparable to Yujito. Even Shisui, who was using the Sharingan, had strength beyond what the girl could resist. Honestly, reaching chunin level strength at the age of 15 years old was quite commendable. However, such talent couldn't catch Asahi's attention at all. Could this be what Asahi referred to as fate? Sakumo rubbed his chin, glanced at the girl, and then at Asahi. None of the four said anything, just silently observing the girl continuously performing ninjutsu. It was evident that she was putting in a lot of effort. After each ninjutsu, she would pause for a moment, reflecting, before proceeding to the next one. With each use, the two jutsu in her hands became more proficient. This changed Sakumo's evaluation of her. After all, from this perspective, the girl's talent was pretty good. Although it couldn't be compared to those prodigies, she could still be considered above average. What seemed to be limiting her strength was probably her not very abundant chakra reserves. Chapter 136, Asahi not a bad person. The girl had already sat on the ground to rest due to excessive chakra consumption. Watching the girl resting cross-legged, Asahi took 2 steps forward. Observing the meditating girl with closed eyes, Asahi couldn't recall who she was. Unlike Konoha, Masashi Kishimoto didn't provide much description of Tsunagakure. Additionally, it was challenging to remember ninjas with a significant age difference and no distinctive features. Helplessly, Asahi also sat down on the ground, attempting to search his neglected memories. Shisui, Yujito, and Sakumo followed suit, not saying much. It was evident that Asahi was interested in this girl, and since they all followed Asahi's lead, the 3 of them silently sat down, waiting for the girl to regain consciousness. As time passed, the girl finally woke up from her meditation. Feeling the replenished chakra in her body, Asahi smiled at her, curious about how much progress she could make. However, contrary to Asahi's expectations, the girl didn't resume her training. Instead, she frowned and looked around her not far away. In front of her was Asahi himself. Suddenly, the girl jumped backward, showing such decisiveness that it surprised Asahi. Sakumo and the others were equally astonished. What was happening? Did this girl somehow detect their presence? However, they quickly dismissed this speculation. After all, this was a genjutsu cast by Asahi, and even though he didn't put much effort into it, it wasn't something an average chunin could see through. So, what was the reason? The 4's confusion was soon unraveled. They were exposed. As the girl moved backward, her hands swiftly formed seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Asahi easily recognized this jutsu, but what left him speechless was that it was directed towards him. Although, for Asahi, this jutsu was pitifully weak. Yet, Asahi felt annoyed. He couldn't understand what was happening. Logically, the girl shouldn't have noticed his presence. Now that they were revealed, Asahi had no intention of continuing to hide. With a wave of his hand, chakra gushed out, making the girl's jutsu disappear. Simultaneously, Asahi lifted the genjutsu that had been continuously active on him. As the genjutsu dissolved, the figures of Asahi and the others entered the girl's eyes. Not bothering about the jutsu she had just performed or the inexplicable disappearance, the girl watched Asahi and the others vigilantly. As soon as she woke up, she felt something was amiss in front of her. There had been some changes compared to when she was training. Although she didn't think much about it initially, considering the recent wars in the ninja world and fearing the infiltration of spies, she cautiously attacked. Unexpectedly, this attack had struck gold, revealing a big fish. Asahi revealed himself, and in that instant, the girl prepared to escape. Feeling a bit pressured, she was sure she couldn't defeat the people in front of her. So, she intended to temporarily escape and report to the village. Asahi, seeing the girl attempting to flee, immediately used a sealing technique to seal her chakra. With no chakra support, the girl lost her balance in midair and fell. With no hope of saving herself, as she saw her face about to make intimate contact with the ground, the girl closed her eyes in fear. However, the expected pain did not come. Opening her eyes, she found that the person who had been standing at the front had grabbed her clothes and was holding her in midair. The girl struggled despairingly for a moment. Unexpectedly, before she could contribute to the village's strength, she was about to die at the hands of invaders. Feeling the girl's struggle in his grip, Asahi exerted a little force and placed her on the ground. As for sealing her chakra, it was purely to prevent her from escaping. Asahi didn't want to unnecessarily complicate things. The despairing girl, seated on the ground, defiantly lifted her head to look at Asahi. She swore that no matter how much Asahi threatened her, she wouldn't betray any information about the village. Even though she didn't possess any crucial information, her attitude was resolute. "Give up, I won't say anything," the girl declared with a firm gaze, completely ignoring the pain that had just shot through her backside. Hearing her words, Asahi looked at her with speechless eyes. What did she take Asahi for? An invader? A spy? Come on, if he wanted to attack Tsunagakure, did he need to sneak in? He could just charge indirectly. Stop acting all loyal and fearless here, I'm not a bad person. Asahi shook his head helplessly. Hearing this, the girl sneered dismissively. Not a bad person? Did he think she would believe that? Sneaking into Tsunagakure stealthily, and capturing her while trying to steal information, and he claimed not to be a bad person? Hey, she wasn't a 3-year-old child, how could she believe such nonsense? Bad people never admit they're bad. Thinking this, the girl closed her mouth and refused to say a word. Whoever you are, as long as I stay silent, it's fine. Seeing the girl's attitude, Asahi rubbed his temples with a slight headache. Why was this kid so wary? I've said it, I'm not a bad person. Have you ever seen someone infiltrating with a child around him? Asahi explained helplessly, only bothering because of curiosity and expectation. Hearing this, the girl paused, looking at the newly appeared Shisui and Yujito behind Asahi, lost in thought. This person seemed to make some sense. No, if you're not a spy infiltrating Tsunagakure, why did you catch me and seal my chakra? Suddenly, she realized that if Asahi and his group were innocent, why would they be so afraid of her escaping? You were the one trying to escape. I restrained you to avoid trouble. I'll lift the seal now, but you can't run away. Otherwise, I'll have to catch you again. Asahi explained while removing the seal from the girl. Are you not a bad person? Then why were you so sneaky? Feeling her chakra restored, the girl looked at Asahi with some confusion. This time, she didn't attempt to escape, standing up obediently. After all, she knew that even if she ran, she wouldn't get far. It was better to see what Asahi had in mind. Chapter 137, Pakura the True Hard-Working Genius. Hearing the girl's skeptical tone, Asahi smiled kindly and began to speak. Well, I'm sort of a wandering ninja. Usually, I travel around the ninja world, experiencing different cultures and landscapes, and occasionally recruiting talented disciples into my section. But, you should know that the current situation in the ninja world is not optimistic, and war could break out at any time. In such circumstances, if I wanted to enter the Hidden Sand Village openly, I would undoubtedly face a lot of obstacles. And, I'm not a fan of trouble, so I had to enter like this. Besides, if I had any ill intentions, a mere Hidden Sand Village wouldn't be on my radar. Asahi explained to the girl, shaking his head while speaking. The girl, hearing the contemptuous tone towards the Hidden Sand Village, frowned disapprovingly. However, she couldn't come up with a rebuttal at the moment. After all, she was currently Asahi's captive, and from the previous encounter, Asahi's strength was undeniable. Your strength is indeed formidable, but the hidden sand village is not as weak as you think. The girl asserted boldly, showing no fear of Asahi's implications. Asahi, appreciating her spirit, chuckled and said, "Oh. A Chunin like you is so devoted to the hidden sand village." Hearing Asahi's words, the girl proudly raised her head and declared, "Of course. My dream is to become a hero in the village, so my loyalty to the village is unwavering." Observing her determination, Asahi couldn't help but admire the Suna's effective education, fostering such loyalty in its ninja. Although impressed, Asahi's interest in the girl didn't wane. After all, his disciples all held a high regard for their respective villages. "Is that so? You should know that to become a hero in a village, powerful strength is indispensable. But if you continue like this, at best, you'll become a jounin." Asahi looked at the girl, speaking firmly. Hearing Asahi's words, the girl's expression dimmed a bit. Indeed, her natural talent wasn't outstanding. Despite possessing strong observation and control abilities, her chakra capacity always held her back. The village elders had mentioned that her potential was limited. However, she didn't let this discourage her. After all, effort was always necessary. If her chakra capacity was lacking, she would compensate through her jutsu. Thinking of this, the girl's face brightened, and she wore a positive smile. "That's right, my natural talent isn't great, but I believe that with effort, I'll succeed one day." Hearing the girl's words, Asahi nodded with a light smile, choosing not to refute. "Well then, can you tell me your name? Also, can you tell me how you discovered me earlier?" Asahi didn't dwell on the previous topic and directly addressed his curiosity. The girl, still wary, gave Asahi a cautious glance. Nevertheless, she answered his questions, considering them not to be crucial intelligence. "My name is Pakura. As for how I found you, it's because of my keen observational abilities. I sensed changes in the area where you were just before I restored my chakra." "Sir, since I've shared my name, shouldn't you tell me yours?" After answering Asahi's questions, Pakura turned around and asked Asahi. She was genuinely curious about Asahi's identity. At this moment, Asahi, hearing Pakura's response, looked at her with some surprise. The name Pakura was not unfamiliar to him. The user of Scorch Release in the original story, is a hero of the Hidden Sand Village during the Third Great Ninja War. Upon closer inspection, the dark green roots of her hair, the sandy blonde tips, and the somewhat familiar yet youthful face instantly rushed into Asahi's mind. While having two hair colors was indeed rare, it wasn't unheard of in the ninja world. Coupled with Asahi's previous misconception that Pakura's Scorch Release was innate, as the original story didn't clarify this aspect. However, based on the current situation, Pakura's Scorch Release seems to be entirely self-cultivated after birth. Moreover, compared to the original story, Asahi's current strength is somewhat weaker. Could it be that Scorch Release has such a significant effect on Asahi's strength improvement? Asahi was curious about Pakura's talent and couldn't understand why she was relatively weak now. "System, investigate Pakura's talent," Asahi silently commanded in his mind. "Ding Pakura, talent level C+. What?" Although unsure of Pakura's future strength, being called a hero would mean having a decisive role on the battlefield. Moreover, if she could garner the wariness of the 4th Kazekage Raza and the Hidden Mist Village, it indicated Pakura's formidable strength. For such a character, giving her a B talent, did the system think she was inferior even to a fire second generation like Asama? "System, are you sure Pakura's talent is so weak? Can she still become a strong individual in the future?" Asahi furrowed his brow and silently asked in his mind. "Ding, investigation confirmed, Pakura, talent level C+. The system's voice echoed again, making Asahi unable to help but ponder deeply. However, it didn't provide an answer to Asahi's question. For some reason, aside from the initial communication when he first arrived in this world, the system seemed to have regressed from 2.0 mode to 1.0, functioning like a standalone mode. Yet, Asahi didn't mind, or rather, caring wouldn't change anything. The system was there, as long as it still worked, that was enough. Asahi frowned, believing that the system's investigation wouldn't be wrong. In other words, Pakura's innate talent was indeed only at the B level. Now the question arises, what made someone with average innate talent grow into a hero-level figure? Asahi's mind raced, combining Pakura's recent answers, he seemed to have an understanding. Asahi deeply looked at Pakura. This girl was a true hard-working genius. Unlike characters like Guy, Rock Lee, and others who had poor talent in ninjutsu and genjutsu but excelled in taijutsu, Pakura's situation was different. Chapter 138, Pakura Test. Relying solely on herself, succeeded step by step through her efforts. If there's anything extraordinary about her, it's probably her exceptional observational skills. Being able to notice subtle differences even in the recent situation demonstrated her exceptional observational abilities. In this light, her meticulous observational skills would indeed play a decisive role in her future success in developing Scorch Release. Asahi realized that he had fallen into a misconception before. The exceptionally talented individuals he encountered earlier were mostly well-known figures in the later stages. This led Asahi subconsciously to believe that only those with exceptional talent could grow into strong individuals. However, the system was just a system, unable to predict the future. The system could only investigate a person's innate talent. While innate talent is crucial for future growth, the impact of external factors is also essential. Take Pakura, for example, she had indeed grown to a height not originally her own. Or consider Guy, if it weren't for his perseverance due to his personality, he wouldn't have become the strongest taijutsu user in later generations. At this moment, Asahi had an epiphany. Pakura looked at Asahi, the handsome man whose expression constantly changed from frowning to realization, with some confusion. She had simply asked for a name, why was he so entangled in this? Sir, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. No need to be so troubled, Pakura mustered her courage and said to Asahi. Her habitual questions had already involved personal information. Although she had come to believe that Asahi was not a bad person, what if? What if she asked for his information, and he decided to silence her? Pakura's words brought Asahi back from his contemplation. He also realized his loss of composure, but the information he received earlier was substantial. Oh, no worries. My name is Asahi, the head of the Ogami clan. Asahi rubbed his chin. Now, he was contemplating whether to take Pakura as his disciple. Although there were no rewards from the system, Pakura did catch his eye. The head of Ogami clan? A big question mark popped up in Pakura's head. She had never heard of this clan, indicating that Asahi was indeed not an enemy of the Hidden Sand Village. She now completely believed what Asahi had said earlier. As for Asahi deceiving her or falsifying his identity, Pakura didn't think so. She wasn't stupid. Asahi had no reason to do so, after all, she wasn't a significant figure. A mere Chunin, what could be worth lying about? Now that Pakura was sure Asahi was not a threat, a thought silently emerged in her mind. Was this her opportunity? She wasn't young anymore, at 15, her thoughts were quite mature. Although she didn't lose hope for the future, a little extra hope wouldn't hurt. Asahi could provide hope for her dreams. After all, Asahi's strength was indeed formidable, far beyond her comparison. Once the thought emerged, Pakura couldn't suppress it any longer. After all, trying it out seemed to have no losses. Thinking of this, Pakura's eyes sparkled, staring at Asahi's pupils, and asked. Sir, you mentioned earlier that you travel through the ninja world and occasionally take in talented disciples, right? Asahi was still a bit conflicted at this moment. Hearing Pakura's words, he instinctively replied, yes, what's the matter? Well, how about considering me? Can I be your disciple? Pakura's bright eyes stared intently at Asahi, full of expectation. Upon hearing this, Asahi was momentarily stunned, looking at Pakura. Asahi hadn't expected that before he could mention taking in disciples, Pakura would be the first to propose it. It seems that Pakura is quite intelligent. After confirming that Asahi is not an enemy, she immediately seeks to seize the opportunity. Initially, Asahi was hesitant but now decided to take Pakura as his disciple. It perfectly aligns with his preferences, and having such an enthusiastic disciple satisfies him. Although there are no rewards from the system, Asahi doesn't mind. T/N System reward for Asahi taking disciple is must rank B and above. His strength is already formidable, and even though progress has slowed, he can continue to train steadily for a few more years, further improving his abilities. However, despite making this decision, Asahi hasn't immediately agreed. He can't let her easily obtain this opportunity, there needs to be a formal process. With this realization, Asahi's mindset has changed. He can't just accept disciples with exceptional talents, nor should he be in a hurry. In the past, due to low reputation and weak strength, it was acceptable to eagerly recruit disciples with high talents that could enhance his own power. But now, Asahi is not so urgent about increasing his strength. If he starts recruiting disciples with lower talents, the pre-apprenticeship trials become indispensable. After all, Asahi wants to see if they have the potential to become strong. Besides, he wants to hear Pakura's genuine thoughts. Oh, you want to be my disciple? Can you tell me why? Asahi raised an eyebrow, and from his expression, Pakura couldn't discern whether he was agreeing or not. However, since the first step has been taken, Pakura won't easily back down. Therefore, she didn't avoid Asahi's gaze but looked straight at him, saying, "Because you are very strong. My talent is limited, and I believe you can make me much stronger, giving my dream another hope." Pakura didn't utter any unnecessary flattery or expressions of admiration. She had just met Asahi, how could she say such things? Those flattering words were unnecessary in front of Asahi, so Pakura chose to be straightforward. Her choice was correct. Hearing Pakura's words, Asahi nodded approvingly. He liked this honest personality. Even if Asahi had decided to take her as a disciple earlier, he would have reconsidered if Pakura had spoken insincerely. However, the question Asahi wants to ask is not about this. This question, at best, is a stepping stone. It's Asahi's first test for Pakura. You should understand that nothing comes easily. There's no free lunch in this world, and your limited talent is not an issue for us. But to obtain something, you must first contribute. If I take you as my disciple, what can you contribute? Asahi looked at Pakura, calmly asking. In response, Pakura fell into silence. Chapter 139, Pakura became disciples. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Pakura naturally understands this. No one would willingly take on a disciple with limited talent, and Asahi isn't someone close to her, how could he randomly accept a burden? Pakura does want to contribute something if she can, but the problem is she doesn't have anything valuable. Regarding her meager income, Pakura doesn't believe Asahi would find it appealing. Sorry, sir, I don't have anything valuable. But I will treat you as if you were my biological father. I will wholeheartedly follow your orders and do my best to fulfill them. After a moment of silence, Pakura lifted her head, looking at Asahi with a serious gaze. Her tone was filled with determination. Hearing this, Asahi shook his head. He was looking for disciples, not a daughter. Moreover, there was a significant contradiction in her words. Nevertheless, Pakura's attitude pleased Asahi. In that case, I have a question. If I take you as my disciple, teach you skills, and later on, if I invade the hidden sand village as an enemy, how would you choose? Looking at the determined expression in Pakura's eyes, Asahi suddenly posed this dilemma. Sir! Pakura stiffly exclaimed, she never expected Asahi to ask such a question. Indeed, while Asahi is not currently an enemy of the hidden sand village, who can guarantee that he won't target them in the future? In that case, if Pakura becomes Asahi's disciple, caught between the two sides, how would she choose? This question not only struck Pakura's heart but also left Shisui and Yujito who stood behind Asahi, deep in thought. At this moment, Pakura is torn. She doesn't know how to answer. Speaking the truth might lead to Asahi rejecting her. After all, no one wishes to train a disciple who could become an obstacle in the future. However, lying aside, Pakura finds it hard to accept in her own heart. After a prolonged silence, Pakura took a deep breath. Sir, if such a situation arises, I will choose to protect the village. But, no matter how it ends, I will commit suicide as an apology for you. Pakura's expression at this moment is relaxed. After struggling for so long, she decided to tell the truth. She couldn't bring herself to lie. Regardless of the outcome, Pakura leans more towards the hidden sand village in her heart. She couldn't stand by and watch her village being harmed or even participate actively. However, if it means going against her own master, obstructing his path even if only through passive resistance, it would be a severe betrayal in Pakura's eyes. Therefore, in this dilemma, though she chose to stand against Asahi, it doesn't mean she lacks respect for her master. That's why she mentioned apologizing sincerely. Asahi looked deeply at Pakura, able to see that she was speaking from the heart. Aren't you afraid of death? You would rather commit suicide to apologize but still protect this village. Asahi narrowed his eyes, waiting for her response. Upon hearing Asahi's question, Pakura chuckled lightly. At this moment, she had made her choice. Even if she ends up not being with Asahi, she doesn't mind. Of course, I'm afraid. Who isn't afraid of death? But my dream is to become a hero for the village. How can a hero attack her village, especially considering that this village is where I grew up? I really can't bring myself to act against the village. Looking at Pakura's smiling face, Asahi understood that this was truly what she believed. Originally, she could have chosen to stand on her side. But Asahi didn't expect that she would be so sincere towards Hidden Sand now. Even if she had to give up an opportunity, she did not make a decision that went against her own heart. It seems that the short-sightedness and inaction of the higher UPS in Hidden Sand have truly hurt this young girl's heart. She chose to give up her ideals and completely stand against Hidden Sand Village. Shisui and Yujito also admired Pakura, who was much older than them. Asahi's question just now also left them in a dilemma. They didn't expect Pakura to make a decision so quickly. This made the two who are still struggling quite admiring. They can't bring themselves to attack the village, but they also can't go against Asahi. It can only be said that for them, who have been by Asahi's side for a long time, this is an unsolvable problem. However, they are still satisfied with Pakura's answer. After all, she did not deceive herself, and she is truly a person who respects her teacher. Very well, I accept you as my disciple. Asahi lightly smiled, and the faint words drifted out of her mouth. I'm sorry, sir, for disappointing you. Hey? Sir, did you agree? Pakura subconsciously replied, having already given up on the idea of becoming a disciple. After all, under normal circumstances, such an answer is difficult to satisfy anyone. However, halfway through the conversation, Pakura suddenly came to her senses. It seems that what Asahi said just now wasn't a refusal. So, Pakura, who had only said half of her words, underwent a sudden change in style, transforming from a quiet and gentle lady who sees through the world to an excited and lively girl. Looking at the excited Pakura, Asahi nodded with a smile. Of course, why, you don't want to? Asahi asked with a teasing smile, making Pakura a little anxious and quickly explained, No, I do want to, I'm just too surprised. Asahi shrugged with a light laugh. In that case, why don't you acknowledge to your master? Pakura was stunned, looking at Asahi and then at the people behind her, asking in confusion, Here. Pakura sister, the master's rules are few. You just need to stand straight and put your hand on your chest while acknowledge Master Asahi as your master, we all did the same. Seeing Pakura's puzzled expression, Shisui explained with a smile, offering his goodwill. Yet, Pakura sister, the master is actually very kind. Yujito also quickly said, expressing her friendliness towards Pakura. Seeing that Shisui and Yujito, who were actively friendly, had already explained, Asahi did not say much. Pakura, after hearing their words, understood that Shisui and Yujito are also Asahi's disciples. Since they both said so, and Asahi didn't explain, Pakura also understood what to do. With a thud, she stands straight in front of Asahi. Thank you, Master, for accepting me as a disciple, and I acknowledge you as my master. Chapter 140, Pakura Dream Life. Asahi helped Pakura up. Although he didn't receive any system rewards, he still took great care of Pakura. He imparted all the basic knowledge to Pakura, allowing her to practice with peace of mind, treating her without any distinction. The jade pendant, engraved with Pakura's name, now appeared in Pakura's arms. Asahi still looks forward to Pakura's future. After all, she has innate talent, and he believes she can carve out her path in a more challenging journey. Shisui and Yujito, the two little ones, quickly cleaned up the little things they were playing with. Moreover, in a short time, the relationship between the three of them improved quite a bit. Not only did Shisui and Yujito express their friendliness towards Pakura, but Pakura was also very friendly towards these two younger fellow disciples. From Shisui and Yujito, Pakura also obtained a lot of information. Things like Asahi's strength surprised Pakura so much that she couldn't find words to express it. At the same time, she felt happy for herself. After all, she had embarked on a promising path. For the next few days, Asahi and the others stayed at Pakura's house. Although Pakura's house was not big, it was enough for them to stay due to the early death of Pakura's parents. In these days, Pakura has already mastered the ordinary version of ninjutsu skillfully. This made her feel incredible because both the speed of training and chakra density had increased significantly, and this is just the beginning. She believes that with a few more years of hard practice, the issue of her insufficient chakra will be completely resolved. Although she can't compare with those naturally gifted individuals, reaching the level of a Jonin is still easily achievable. During these days, Pakura also received careful guidance from Asahi. After all, Pakura's fire release and wind release techniques were not particularly powerful. Although Pakura is not yet clear about her future path, Asahi, who is familiar with the future, is well aware of it. In Taijutsu, although Pakura can learn, it is difficult to reach a mastery level, only suitable for self-defense. As for secret art, Pakura finds it more challenging. Coupled with her limited chakra amount, secret art is challenging to use as a regular means of attack in the future. Pakura's path inevitably cannot deviate from the development of her Kekkei Genkai. After all, when she achieves Sage Mode in the future, powerful ninjutsu with low chakra consumption is more suitable for Pakura than secret art. Because she is not like Asahi, forcibly using Kekkei Genkai secret techniques, the chakra consumption of Pakura's Kekkei Genkai will not increase. So, although Pakura doesn't know when she will develop Scorch Release, she has already deviated from the original historical trajectory. The credit is undoubtedly due to Asahi, as his broad vision, methods and experience saved Pakura a lot of time and prevented her from taking detours. However, Pakura's own perceptual ability and control ability are also indispensable. After all, Pakura's perceptual ability and the control she has exercised over the years allow her to easily try out Asahi's teachings. If there is a slight error, she can quickly discover it and make adjustments. In this respect, even Shisui, who has the Sharingan, cannot compare to Pakura. Because when Asahi taught Pakura, Shisui and Yujito were curious and tried it themselves. After all, creating a Kekkei Genkai is very exciting. Asahi did not stop them, as only those who have walked the path know what suits them. Let them try more, there is nothing wrong with it. So, to Shisui and Yujito's request, Asahi also agreed. However, the result was that although Shisui had the Sharingan with an exceptionally strong observation ability, there was still a gap compared to Pakura's somewhat terrifying insight and intuition. Perhaps in battle, Shisui's Sharingan has the advantage, but in developing Kekkei Genkai, Pakura's meticulous observation has the upper hand. Having this time, Shisui could easily practice something else, which would be more productive than this. As for Yujito, it goes without saying that her talent is not in this area at all. If it weren't for Asahi watching over, she might have ended up injuring herself. So, in less than a day, both of them gave up on this seemingly tempting idea and went on to diligently practice their own techniques. Asahi just chuckled at this and didn't say much. At this moment, Asahi, looking at the embryonic form of Scorch Release Chakra in front of Pakura, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Being the possessor of unique abilities, even with lower innate talent, one can still make a name in the ninja world. Although Scorch Release has not yet taken shape, the terrifying high temperature of the Scorch Release Chakra clearly indicates that it is a formidable technique. As soon as Scorch Release takes shape, Pakura's strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Although she needs to gradually cultivate her chakra amount, her combat power will definitely soar to Jonin level. She was already so powerful in the original work, and now with Asahi's help and guidance, Pakura can undoubtedly reach an extremely high level in the future ninja world. After all, who said that a person can only develop one Kekkei Genkai? With Pakura's talent and Asahi's support, there is still great room for improvement in Pakura's future. It's just that it's unclear whether the Hidden Sand Village will make that kind of decision in the future. In all of this, Pakura's heart is full of gratitude. She is grateful that she had the courage to ask for apprenticeship back then, and she is grateful that Asahi accepted her. In these few short days, it felt like she was on a roller coaster. Of course, Pakura doesn't know what a roller coaster is, but it feels like that. Her mood has been in a state of excitement and exhilaration. Her strength, like a seed breaking through the soil, reaches a new height every day. This dreamlike life makes her feel unbelievably lucky. So, the first thing Pakura does every morning when she wakes up is to pinch herself to confirm that she is not dreaming. Very good. I believe that in a few more days, this new ninjutsu will officially be in your hands. By then, you should focus your energy on developing the techniques. Chapter 141, Scorch Release. For the development of Scorch Release, Asahi would give suggestions and guidance. However, the specific implementation relied on Pakura herself. Asahi effectively played the role of a guide. In such a selective situation, he never engaged in forceful teaching. Techniques developed on one's own would not only be more suitable for the individual but also easier to use. Upon hearing Asahi's words, a smile couldn't help but appear on Pakura's face. She could indeed feel the chakra in front of her, even though it was still very crude. However, the air around it, dried to its limit, already revealed the horror of this Kekii Genkai. Pakura had never thought that a Kekii Genkai could be developed on her own. Of course, the most crucial reason was that Pakura's focus was not on this aspect right now. Although there might be records of Kekii Genkai development in the Hidden Sand Village, Pakura didn't have this information so far, partly because her focus was elsewhere and partly due to her insufficient status. Until now, she hadn't received this kind of information from the village. Sigh. Feeling the changes in the chakras slowly, Pakura let out a long breath. I understand, Master. These days, thanks to you, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to reach this point. After finishing her work, Pakura, with a grateful expression, spoke to Asahi. Upon hearing this, Asahi chuckled casually, touched Pakura's head with his hand, and said, No need for excessive courtesy, you are my disciple, and this is all natural. Also, a new release is about to be developed. Have you thought about what name to give it? Pakura felt completely comfortable when Asahi touched her head, instead, she felt a faint warmth in her heart. As for the name of the new technique, she had already thought about it. So, when she heard Asahi's question, Pakura immediately spoke up. Master, I've already thought about it. The most significant feature of the new technique is its scorching nature, capable of evaporating the opponent's moisture in a short time. So, I named it Scorch Release. Master, what do you think? Pakura stared at Asahi with both eyes, wanting his approval. Is it still named Scorch Release? Is this the influence of the timeline trajectory? When Asahi heard Pakura's words, a thought flashed through his mind. However, this was just a momentary thing. Immediately, he said to Pakura, Scorch Release? That's a great name, and it's very evocative. With Asahi's approval, Pakura's heart was even happier. She then immersed herself in the development and practice of Scorch Release. She wanted this technique, guided and taught by Asahi, to appear in the ninja world as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Asahi, seeing Pakura in this state, did not interrupt. He just sat next to Pakura, quietly observing and guiding. Of course, this was just a clone, Asahi's main body had been continuously practicing. After all, striving for improvement is necessary for transcending limits. However, even if it's just a clone, it's more than enough to teach and protect Pakura. Time flew, and over a month had passed. In this period, with Asahi's guidance and help, Pakura successfully developed Scorch Release. Moreover, she had already imprinted Scorch Release in her bones and could refine Scorch Release chakra at will. Of course, Pakura also developed a matching ninjutsu, which she had already become proficient in using. This technique was the one Pakura used in the original work, known as Scorch Release, extremely steaming murder. Pakura could master so much in just over a month was undoubtedly due to Asahi's guidance. After all, Asahi was proficient in many ninja techniques. The original work also explained the principles of Scorch Release. So, under these prerequisites, Scorch Release was born naturally. With the support of Scorch Release, Pakura's overall strength was now comparable to that of a Jonin. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Pakura's current mood was far from pleasant. On the contrary, it could even be described as dismal. The reason was simple: Asahi was about to leave. For a mentor she had known for 2 months, Pakura genuinely admired and appreciated Asahi. Under Asahi's guidance, Pakura not only learned a lot but also felt a long-lost sense of paternal care. Although Asahi didn't have a wife, children, or even a girlfriend, indeed, he was the epitome of a solo individual. He was not young anymore. In front of his disciples, he unintentionally displayed a fatherly demeanor. Asahi had already spent a good 2 months in the Hidden Sand Village, longer than in any other ninja village. Therefore, once Pakura gained enough self-defense ability, Asahi decided it was time to leave. Pakura, are you sure about staying in the Hidden Sand Village? Asahi looked at Pakura, whose eyes were slightly red, and asked this question once again. Originally, after taking Pakura as his disciple, Asahi intended to travel and train with her. However, due to the impending war, Pakura chose to stay in the Hidden Sand Village, ready to serve the village at any moment. Asahi was genuinely worried about this decision. After all, Pakura's path involved developing a bloodline limit, which was different from simple learning. If it was just regular learning, like with Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others, Asahi could confidently leave. However, developing a Kekkei Genkai was filled with uncertainties. A slight misstep could easily harm oneself, and in severe cases, even endanger one's life. Especially for Pakura, an inexperienced newcomer, the risks were higher. After all, developing a Kekkei Genkai was not as simple as fusing chakra of different attributes. It had to be imprinted in the bones, form body memories, and even be slowly written into the genes for hereditary purposes. After all, Asahi's worries were justified. Despite Pakura's high insight, there were still unexpected incidents during these days. If not for Asahi's protection, Pakura might have suffered serious injuries. It was precisely for this reason that Asahi spent 2 months in the hidden sand village. Yes, Sister Pakura, following Master allows you to see many new things, and with his guidance, your strength will progress rapidly. Shisui also chimed in, trying to persuade Pakura. He genuinely liked Pakura, the friendly big sister, and wanted to spend more time with her. Chapter 142, Leaving. Hearing Asahi and Shisui's words, Pakura's eyes turned even redder. Of course, she was reluctant to part with everyone, but in life, one must make choices. She couldn't bear to leave everyone, but she also couldn't abandon the village. There would be a day to reunite in the future, so Pakura ultimately chose to stay in the village, protect it, and fulfill her dreams. With determination, Pakura bit her silver teeth and said, "Sorry, Master, Shisui, I still can't let go of the village. Although my power is limited, I still hope to bring help to the village." Hearing Pakura's words, Asahi didn't say much. Shisui also understood Pakura's feelings. After all, he planned to return to the village once his strength improved a bit more. In response, Shisui could only shake his head helplessly. He just hoped they wouldn't meet Pakura on the battlefield in the future. Watching Pakura's almost tearful expression, Asahi sighed inwardly, patting her head. "Since that's the case, I won't inquire further. Just remember not to excessively pursue rapid strength growth. Your scorch release hasn't fully matured yet, and there's significant room for development. There are also many directions for you to choose in ninjutsu. So, don't rush to develop new chakra attributes or fuse new Kekkei Genkai for the sake of rapid progress. As for taijutsu, don't neglect it. It will be a life-saving skill when you enter the battlefield in the future. Also, the sage mode I taught you, make sure to attempt practicing it only when your chakra level reaches that of a jonin." Feeling Pakura's strong desire to become stronger, Asahi was afraid she might impulsively try to learn everything he taught. So, before parting ways, he couldn't help but remind her. Chuckles. Seeing Asahi acting like a concerned parent, Pakura couldn't help but laugh. The previous melancholy feelings dissipated by half. At this moment, Asahi strangely resembled her deceased father. Watching from the sidelines, Yujito, Shisui, and Sakumo couldn't help but smile. Asahi's current appearance was indeed a rare sight. "Cough, Master, rest assured, I understand all of this. I won't be greedy for rapid strength progress and neglect the foundation." Seeing Asahi's slightly darkening expression, Pakura quickly adjusted her demeanor and spoke sincerely. She had indeed desired to become stronger, but that was because she was initially too weak. If she couldn't become stronger, her dream would be challenging to achieve. Now, everything was different. After becoming Asahi's disciple, Pakura's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. At present, her strength had reached a level she had never dared to imagine before. Moreover, as long as she continued to practice steadily and solidify her foundation, she was certain to progress even further. She wasn't a fool, so under these circumstances, how could she destroy her progress? All of this was just because Asahi cared too much about his disciples. Of course, Asahi himself didn't realize this. Hearing Pakura's words, Asahi's expression also returned to normal, no longer dwelling on his previous performance. "Very well, then we'll be on our way." Asahi straightened his clothes and said to Pakura. "Take care, Master. I wish you a pleasant journey." Pakura sincerely spoke, and the sadness of parting resurfaced once again. Asahi nodded, then turned and walked towards the outskirts of the hidden sand village. He wasn't used to these farewell scenes. Seeing this, Sakumo quickly followed him. "Sister Pakura, be careful, and if you ever enter the battlefield, make sure to prioritize safety." Yujito and Shisui, after a brief farewell, quickly caught up with Asahi. "You too, make sure to take care." Watching the four figures gradually disappearing, Pakura shouted. This sudden outburst startled a nearby villager. The villager carefully rubbed his eyes and looked at Pakura, but he couldn't see anyone else. This young girl must be crazy. He saw her talking to herself here just now, although he couldn't hear what she was saying. He was certain that Pakura was talking, given his exceptional vision. So, he felt something was amiss and quickly left. He did see Pakura's ninja headband, and if she went mad and attacked him, it would be challenging to reason with her. Pakura, oblivious to this, was still immersed in the sadness of parting. After standing in the same spot for a long time, she finally regained her composure. Farewells were inevitable, she hoped that next time, she could stand before Asahi in a better state. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on Pakura's face. Turning around, she returned to the training ground to continue practicing. She couldn't let herself tarnish Asahi's reputation. As for Asahi's impression of Pakura's behavior, although he didn't see it, he could guess. Even though they had spent less than 2 months together, Asahi understood Pakura quite well. Pakura was not an indecisive person, and immersing herself in sorrow like this was not something she would do. So, Asahi wasn't worried about Pakura's condition. At this moment, they had completely left the range of the hidden sand village. Watching the vast desert, Asahi chose a direction and started moving. This time, his destination wasn't a major ninja village but a massive source of chakra. As for the magnitude of the chakra fluctuations there, let's just say that Asahi was still several hundred kilometers away. In theory, Asahi shouldn't be able to sense anything from this distance, except if he maintained Sage Mode continuously, allowing him to perceive things through nature energy. However, even without Sage Mode, Asahi could still sense the fluctuation through nature energy. One could imagine how immense this chakra fluctuation was. Asahi had detected this powerful chakra when he was approaching the Land of Wind, but since the timing wasn't right, he didn't go there immediately. Instead, he chose to go to the hidden sand village. Chapter 143, Super Cage Level. Within the borders of the Land of Wind, no, in the entire ninja world, the existence of such chakra fluctuations is limited to those legendary beings that have appeared in the past. As for appearing in the desert near the Land of Wind, there's no need to guess, Asahi also understands that this should be the so-called Dragon Vein. Now, the time to head to the Dragon Vein has come. Asahi's strength has reached the final threshold on the peak Super Cage level. Super Cage level like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are stuck at this threshold. T/N, Uchiha Madara with Rinnegan still in Super Cage level. He enters the 6th path level only by becoming 10-tail Jinchuriki. Breakthrough this level means stepping into the realm of the 6 paths. Of course, this threshold is not about specific strength but the pinnacle of one's endurance. This point is different for everyone. Some can be more stronger, while others may be reaching their limit and can never make a breakthrough. It can only be said that those who are stronger are more likely to take the next step. Asahi has now reached this level. The 2 months in the hidden sand village, Asahi has successfully taken another step forward. Why his progress is so fast? The answer is that he has a system, period. At this level, conventional methods are challenging to use to enhance Asahi's strength. Of course, if there are system rewards, they can still contribute to his overall strength. Fortunately, Asahi anticipated this situation in advance and prepared 3 coping strategies. The first is to continuously train, slowly accumulate strength, and eventually achieve a qualitative change in internal energy. The second is to use the Dragon Vein, a massive source of chakra, to practice and induce a qualitative change in internal energy through a vast amount of chakra. This is what they call a quantitative change causing a qualitative change. The third is to use the 10 tails to break through oneself. After all, as the most special existence in the ninja world, the energy of the 10 tails can guide Asahi's rapid progress in strength. The first method that Asahi ruled out was the third one. After all, he is currently just a Super Cage level, although his combat power is exaggerated, there is still a gap with the 6 paths. Summoning the 10 tails might be a good idea, but once he becomes famous and accidentally lets Kaguya out, it's like lifting a heavy dumbbell to hit oneself in the foot. After all, Asahi has no intention of becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki, he just wants to borrow some chakra. If, during Asahi's attempt to break through, something goes wrong, and a 10 tails Jinchuriki comes out, followed by Black Zetsu playing tricks, the consequences are quite significant. By then, Asahi will be in trouble. So, Asahi just thought about it and gave up on this idea. Now, only the first and second methods are left. Breaking through on his own is not impossible, and Asahi is confident in this aspect. However, if he relies on self-training and accumulation, Asahi estimates that it will take at least 10 to 15 years. Such a long time, and Naruto Shippuden would have already started. So, Asahi just thought for a moment and decided to use the dragon vein to break through, taking the path of quantitative change. After all, if there is a shortcut, why wouldn't he choose it? He's not an idiot. So, this led to Asahi's current actions. Sensing the chakra fluctuations, Asahi, along with a few people, ran all the way. As for the scenery along the way, sorry, they've already seen enough of the desert environment during this long journey. As Asahi left the hidden sand village to head towards the dragon vein, a day earlier, Minato Namikaze and Konoha received a special mission. Minato, lead a team with Shibi and Choza. This mission is entrusted to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in front of his desk, looking seriously at Minato Namikaze with his blonde hair. He was exceptionally satisfied with his grandson. Not only did he learn the long-lost Flying Thunder God technique from the second Hokage, but he also recently created an A-rank ninjutsu. With just these two skills, Minato has touched the threshold of becoming a Kage. The only thing restricting him now is probably his young age. However, Hiruzen believed that as long as a few more years passed, Minato would firmly become one of the top forces in the ninja world. What's more critical is that Minato carries the will of fire in his heart. So, at this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi has increased his efforts to nurture Minato. Even though he missed out on the 4th Hokage position, he could still strive for the position of the 5th. This was Hiruzen Sarutobi's current aspiration. At this moment, when Minato Namikaze heard Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, his attention shifted from the mission scroll in his hand. Through the mission description, Minato easily understood the objective of his mission this time. To go to the Ruran in Land of Wind and thwart Anrokuzen's plan. 6 years ago, a minister named Anrokuzen suddenly appeared in the Ruran. Based on such a small matter, it would not have caught the attention of Konoha. However, in recent times, the long-sealed dragon veins in the ninja world have unexpectedly become active again. In comparison, Konoha paid high attention, considering the Land of Wind as an ally. So, Hiruzen Sarutobi sent someone to conduct a detailed investigation into the Ruran. It didn't matter much, but this investigation revealed a significant problem. It turns out that this minister named Anrokuzen is actually a ninja, and he is proficient in puppetry jutsu. In these 6 years, he has gained control the entire of Ruran. This abnormality in the dragon veins this time is also somewhat inseparable from him. Anrokuzen's goal is only one, to use the infinite chakra of the dragon veins to create an invincible puppet army and rule the world. It's ridiculous, as the number one in the ninja world, Konoha hasn't talked about ruling the ninja world yet. Who is this Anrokuzen clown popping up from nowhere? Although they disdain Anrokuzen's impractical idea, the dragon veins are still somewhat dangerous. In addition, as Konoha is an ally of the Land of Wind, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to eliminate Anrokuzen with an elite squad. So, Minato Namikaze, who is currently in the limelight, became the top choice for this mission. Comparatively, Minato accepted this mission with great satisfaction. However, he also wanted to bring his student, Kakashi, to let him participate and gain some experience. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I guarantee the completion of the mission. However, I'd like to bring Kakashi along to participate in this mission. Minato said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, with a gentle smile on his face. Kakashi? Sure. Watching Minato's smile, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly went through Kakashi's information in his mind and agreed to Minato's request. Kakashi, as the deceased White Fang's son, has outstanding talent and strength compared to his peers. Although recently, a few of Asahi's disciples have shown signs of catching up in strength, Kakashi is still a leading figure among the new generation. Kakashi, who is not yet 10 years old, already possesses the strength of elite Chunin. Hiruzen believes that in a few more years he will reach Jounin level. Chapter 144, Prologue, The Lost Tower. Believe it or not, in just a short while, Kakashi will be able to surpass the strength of a Jounin. With a few more missions under his belt, in a few years, Kakashi will become the youngest Jounin in Konoha. As for the others like Obito, sorry, becoming a Jounin isn't just about strength, it also depends on the number of missions completed. So, even if you catch up in strength, Kakashi graduated years ahead and has a mission count that you can't catch up to even if you try. However, due to the time of Sakumo Hataki's suicide earlier, it closed off the genius's heart. On one hand, it's out of remorse for Sakumo Hitaki, and on the other hand, it's out of concern for Kakashi, the exceptionally gifted child. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen easily agreed to Minato Namikaze's request. Among them, what Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped to see the most was Kakashi going out more and opening up his heart again. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll go prepare now." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement to his request, Minato Namikaze said, and then left the Hokage's office. After leaving, Minato Namikaze easily spotted Kakashi's figure in front of Ichiraku Ramen. However, before Minato Namikaze could make a move, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed him. In a hidden corner of the street, Minato Namikaze looked helplessly at Jiraiya, who was showing his successful raise nan. "Jiraiya-sensei, what's this?" "Hehe, how about it? The ninjutsu you've been developing for 3 years, I've already learned." Upon hearing Minato's question, Jiraiya chuckled, and the tone of boasting was quite obvious. Minato was quite helpless about his master's show-off personality. Originally, seeing Jiraiya's mysterious appearance, Minato thought there was something important. But the result was this. "Great, but Jiraiya-sensei, I have a mission, so I'll leave first." Minato praised him, then bid farewell and left. Watching Minato Namikaze's departing figure, Jiraiya's expression stiffened for a moment. He originally wanted to show off in front of his disciple, but he got a simple grade in return. Ignoring the sadness in Jiraiya's heart, Minato found Kakashi very smoothly. As soon as he saw Minato, Kakashi walked up to him. "Sensei, is there a mission? I want to go on a mission." Looking at Kakashi's expressionless face, with a bit of dead fish eyes, Minato couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This kid has been too depressed lately, using missions to suppress himself all the time. This time, because Minato brought Kakashi along with him, there was a thought of letting him gain experience. But there was also concern about him taking on missions continuously in the village. "Yes, Hokage-sama just assigned a mission, and you're one of the members. Let's go together. Gather at the village gate in half an hour." "Okay." After saying that, Kakashi turned and left to prepare. At the same time, Asuma in front of Ichiraku Ramen, watching his teacher call Kakashi away for a mission, couldn't help but feel extremely envious. He knew just how strong Kakashi, his teammate, really was. This mission, led by Minato, was definitely not a simple one. So, Asuma's heart at this moment can be described as itching and unbearable. How could a mission like this not have his presence? So, without hesitation, Asuma volunteered to join the mission. "Sensei, can I participate in this mission?" Asuma looked at Minato Namikaze with anticipation. Although he knew the chances were low, what if? Indeed, looking at the eager Asuma, Minato smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Asuma. This mission is too dangerous, and I can't bring you along." Hearing this, Asuma's face darkened slightly. But there was nothing he could do, after all, his strength was too low. He understood this reality. "All right, then sensei, take care." Asuma's request turned out to be just a minor incident. Half an hour later, the 4-person team led by Minato Namikaze officially left Konoha, heading towards the direction of the ancient Land of Wind. On the way, except for necessary breaks, the group didn't stop at all. Rushing forward, they covered the distance to the Land of Wind in just over a day. Looking at the distant towering towers, Minato Namikaze felt a sense of nostalgia. In the previous years when he went on missions, he had also passed through the Land of Wind. At that time, the Land of Wind didn't look like this. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, it seemed like a completely different place. The 4 didn't speak, quietly taking out masks from their pockets, covering their ninja headbands, hiding their identities. However, in the next moment, Minato Namikaze's heart calmed down. Because he saw a familiar face. At this moment, Asahi was also surprised. He never expected to encounter the Minato who is as a supporting character here. Chapter 145, Entering Riran. "What a coincidence, Minato. Didn't expect to run into you here. How's Kushina now? Has she returned to Konoha?" Approaching Minato, Asahi stopped and spoke. Minato had just seen Asahi walking towards him, so he didn't leave and waited for Asahi. Upon hearing Asahi speak, Minato responded, "Yes, it's quite a coincidence, Lord Asahi. Kushina has returned to the village for recovery, and she'll head back to the front lines soon." Hearing Minato's reply, Asahi nodded and went straight to the point, asking, I see. Is your mission this time related to the dragon vein? At these words, Minato hesitated for a moment before answering, yes, Lord Asahi. Indeed, the content of our mission this time is related to the dragon vein. Facing Asahi's inquiry, Minato had no intention of hiding. Although missions were usually classified, he respected Asahi, who was Kushina's master, also he somehow guessed why Asahi was here too. Moreover, considering Konoha's consistent attitude towards Asahi, there was no harm in sharing the information. Exactly as I guessed. Asahi glanced at Minato team and thought to himself. Oh, I came for the dragon vein as well. I'm quite curious about its power. So, if you don't mind, shall we go together? Asahi extended an invitation without hesitating, not minding that they were in the middle of a mission. Hearing the invitation, Minato hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Asahi's strength wouldn't be a hindrance, and in case of any unforeseen circumstances, having someone to ask for help wouldn't hurt. However, Minato was aware of Asahi's standing in Konoha, but his teammates behind him weren't. Although they knew Kushina had a mysterious master, due to Asahi's short stay in Konoha, they weren't clear about how the third Hokage treated Asahi. So, when they heard about letting Asahi, an outsider, participate in their mission, Chise and Shibi were a bit surprised and called out to Minato Namikaze, Minato, we. However, before they could finish, Minato Namikaze interrupted them. Chise, Shibi, it's all right. I'll report to Hokage-sama about the senior's involvement once we return to the village. Upon hearing this, Chise and Shibi exchanged glances. Since Minato Namikaze said so, what else could they say? After all, Minato Namikaze was the leader of their mission this time, and they had to follow orders. Understood. They responded and accepted the fact that they would be working with Asahi. Very well, let's set out. Kakashi, you're responsible for perimeter security. We'll go in and gather intelligence. With unanimous agreement, Minato issued the command. Asahi also glanced at the young Kakashi, but at this point, he didn't have many thoughts. This time he was focused on improving his strength. At this moment, Kakashi, with a blank expression, stared straight at Sakumo behind Asahi. Due to wearing a mask and the change in his aura after practicing secret art, Kakashi didn't recognize his already deceased father. However, this didn't prevent him from feeling a familiar atmosphere from Sakumo. Since Sakumo appeared, Kakashi's gaze had not left him. Yet, a ninja was still a ninja. Although he wanted to continue watching, Kakashi hadn't forgotten his identity. Moreover, learning from the lesson of his father's demise, Kakashi quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Yes, sensei. After saying that, Kakashi instantly left the original spot to carry out his mission. With Kakashi's departure, Sakumo felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although not good at expressing himself, his affection for Kakashi was not lacking at all. Watching Kakashi's noticeably subdued demeanor, combined with the fact that Kakashi had been staring at him, Sakumo was genuinely worried that he might have inadvertently revealed a flaw. Now that Kakashi, who knew him best, had left, Sakumo's heart was considerably more at ease. Very well, let's enter Riran. At the same time, with Kakashi's departure, Minato issued the next command. Everyone just acknowledged with a response and entered Riran. What met their eyes were the tall towers, the modern-looking architectural ensemble, which seemed out of place in this era. However, Riran at this time was indeed magnificent. This scene made Shisui and Yujito, who were behind Asahi, look on with curiosity. Of course, except for Asahi, everyone present was curious about this city. However, Minato and others were powerful ninjas, who could control their attention well. Regarding these unrelated issues to the mission, they could control themselves and not pay attention. As for Asahi, he was truly accustomed to it. After all, despite Riran's buildings having a futuristic feel, could they compare to modern urban areas? The group moved through the city, and strangely, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets. This phenomenon made Minato furrow his brow in confusion. Could it be that Enrokuzan had massacred the city? This thought flashed in Minato Namikaze's mind but was quickly dismissed. Soon, he negated this thought because if such a situation had occurred, Konoha couldn't have missed all the intelligence. Therefore, there must be hidden circumstances behind this situation. Of course, Asahi knew about the so-called hidden circumstances. Although he had forgotten the specific details, he could recall the general storyline. But Asahi didn't speak up to tell everyone. He wanted to follow behind Minato and personally participate in this major event in the ninja world. If he revealed the true situation to Minato, he would immediately resolve the matter. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Anrokuzen was just a minor character. Asahi didn't believe that Minato cannot defeat Anrokuzen. Despite the portrayal in the original story that made Anrokuzen seem strong, it took considerable effort for the Konoha team to defeat him. However, upon closer observation, it was easy to notice that Minato, Chise, and Shibi, the three strong Konoha genin, often slacked off. Chise Akimichi and Shibuya Barame were still okay, they exerted some effort in the early stages. But Minato Namikaze, on the other hand, was a bit excessive, almost slacking off throughout the entire mission. Chapter 146, Future Visitor. Asahi Own Secret Art, Infinite Space Dragon Flame Kyoka Suijutsu Inner 8 Extremist Fist Forbidden Spirit Flash Step Hell Flame. Although Minato Namikaze's advantage lies in speed, his destructive power cannot be underestimated. However, in the anime, Minato's performance is somewhat lacking. Only the final burst of power slightly showcased his true strength. Certainly, in anime, there's an inevitable tendency to highlight the main character. However, behind all of this, there must be a reason supporting it. If the one carrying out this mission were not Naruto but someone else, Asahi could guarantee that Minato would immediately and fully take down Anrokuzen. After all, Minato's talents are not something ordinary people can compare with. He would have quickly figured out Naruto's identity at the first opportunity, leading to the situation portrayed in the anime. This approach serves two purposes: first, to observe Naruto's strength and talent, and second, to spend more time with his future son. Although there is currently no evidence to confirm Asahi's speculation, soon enough, Asahi's guess will be proven correct. Because several chakra fluctuations suddenly came from not far away. Minato, who was contemplating the reasons behind the situation, suddenly looked up towards the source. With just a glance exchanged between them, they all nodded in agreement. Their speed increased instantly, and the three Konoha ninjas rushed towards the source of the chakra fluctuations. Asahi watched the hurried group and couldn't help but chuckle. He understood that the real show was about to begin because he had already sensed the presence of Kurama. Moreover, Kurama's aura was noticeably weaker. At this time and place, there was only one reason for Kurama to appear here: Naruto had arrived. Immediately, Asahi wasted no more time, leading the group from Ogami to quickly move towards that location. In just a few breaths, Asahi and the others were close to the chakra sources. As expected, and as Asahi had anticipated, it was Naruto currently in battle. With blonde hair, blue eyes, orange clothes, and distinct whisker marks on his face, Naruto's appearance now was exactly like in the anime. Of course, except for Asahi, no one else paid much attention to Naruto's appearance. After all, whether it's blonde hair or blue eyes, they are not unique to Minato. At this moment, Naruto was dodging attacks from dozens of puppets. However, the puppet attacks were too dense. In a moment of carelessness, Naruto's skin was cut by one of the puppets. Even though Naruto kicked it away as soon as he turned around, blood flowed from the wound. Naruto knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he continued to delay, he might capsize in troubled waters. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the puppet master behind these puppets. Just as Naruto was injured, Minato and the two others hidden in the shadows prepared to rescue him. But before Minato and the others could act, Asahi raised his hand to stop them. Wait a moment, this kid is not simple, he should still have a trump card. Asahi stared at Naruto on the battlefield, speaking with a firm tone. Asahi said this not only because Naruto had the presence of Kurama but also because Asahi had identified the inner 8 extremists fist in Naruto's taijutsu. Most crucially, Asahi also sensed that Naruto had practiced secret art. Of course, Naruto's uniqueness was also sensed by Sakumo, Shisui, and Yujito. They were sure that Naruto practiced the Ogami clan's training method. However, from Asahi's mouth, they had never heard about such a person. So the question arose, where did this person learn all these things? What was the relationship between him and Asahi? All of this indicated that Naruto's strength could not be so simple, there must be many hidden strengths. Sure enough, after Asahi spoke, a burst of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto's body. The previously injured area instantly healed. With Naruto's outbreak, Minato Namikaze's expression also stiffened for a moment. He was incredibly familiar with this chakra. Since Kushina often used this kind of chakra, Minato Namikaze instantly sensed that it was the Nine Tails chakra. However, Kushina was still well in Konoha, and the Nine Tails had not shown any issues. So how could this situation arise? Combining the information collected earlier, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Minato Namikaze's mind. Could it be that there was a temporal disturbance, and this person was from the future? Indeed, Minato Namikaze, living up to his reputation, instantly speculated on the truth of the matter. Why from the future and not the past? In the known history of the ninja world, there have only been two Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. One was Kushina Uzumaki, and the other was Mito Uzumaki. Suddenly, this person appeared, wearing Konoha's ninja headband. Naturally, it couldn't be someone from the past. After Naruto erupted with the Nine Tails chakra, his brows furrowed slightly. With the use of the Nine Tails chakra, his sensory abilities also enhanced significantly. He sensed the presence of someone practicing secret arts in the shadows. Due to the shared origin, those practicing secret arts could easily identify others practicing the same. Earlier, Naruto hadn't detected them due to his concentrated focus and their deliberate concealment. However, with the use of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's strength surpassed that of Shisui and Yujito, revealing the two's hiding spots. Who could it be? Naruto pondered in his heart, rapidly considering who from his clan might have come to the Rinran. Glancing in the direction of Asahi and the others, Naruto temporarily suppressed his scattered thoughts. He knew this wasn't the time for greetings. Once he dealt with these puppets, he would go over and say hello. With this thought in mind, Naruto's expression instantly turned serious. Summoning a shadow clone, Naruto quickly formed a raised nan in his hand. After the shadow clone disappeared, Naruto rushed towards the puppets. Compared to earlier, Naruto's speed had increased significantly. The group of puppets that had been somewhat tricky to deal with before was now utterly defenseless before him. At this moment, Naruto moved agilely through the puppet group. Occasionally, he destroyed one of the puppets. Watching Naruto wreak havoc with the raised nan, Minato Namikaze fell silent. The raised nan was something he recognized. The ninjutsu he painstakingly developed had ended up in the hands of a future ninja. Chapter 147, Naruto Namikaze. With Naruto's appearance, Minato Namikaze seemed to have already figured out who he was. The same is also said for Asahi. Even though Naruto had already learned secret arts, his method of combat still cooperated with raised nan and shadow clone. So, the question arose, what role did Asahi play on Naruto's path of growth? Could it be that Asahi couldn't teach Naruto any other jutsu? In that case, what was the value of Asahi's existence? At this moment, Asahi pondered a lot but could only sigh in the end. No one knows the future, and all of this can be attributed to the world being too strict in maintaining Naruto's character. However, regardless of the reason, Naruto's current strength far surpassed what was portrayed in the original work. Once he truly started, the puppets on the battlefield were dismantled in no time, and he didn't need their help. Lord Asahi, I suppose you've already guessed the connection between this kid and me, right? After Naruto finished his battle, Minato's voice sounded in Asahi's ear. He didn't speak openly but used chakra to convey his voice directly into Asahi's ear. Yes, I've more or less guessed it. Asahi glanced at Minato and calmly replied through chakra transmission. I hope that if there's any danger during the upcoming action, Lord Asahi can hold back for a moment. I want to see what this kid can achieve. Minato didn't hide his thoughts, instead, he directly stated his intention. As expected, he was going easy. Upon hearing Minato's words, a hint of understanding flashed in Asahi's mind. No problem. Thank you, Lord Asahi. The telepathic communication between the two ceased at this point. Asahi didn't refuse, he hoped for this situation. More time to observe Naruto meant more information for himself. In the blink of an eye, the conversation between Asahi and Minato took only a few seconds. At this moment, Naruto had just dispersed the chakra of the tailed beast surging within him. Then, he looked towards the direction where Asahi and the others were. Which fellow clan member is over there? Don't hide, I've sensed you just now. Naruto shouted in their direction, revealing his carefree personality. If he had known Asahi's exact position, Naruto would have come directly but he had a battle. Now he was shouting regardless that this was the enemy's lair. If Anrokyusen were here, he would surely say, who do you think you are looking down on? The expression beneath Minato's mask had frozen. Though Naruto's strength was good, his way of thinking. Of course, despite everyone silently criticizing Naruto, they still showed their figures. Asahi had already taken the lead, and naturally, they followed. Moreover, discerning individuals could tell that there was some connection between this person and Minato. Minato had secretly communicated with everyone just now, so they needed to show some respect in this situation. At this moment, Naruto, looking at the approaching group, felt his brain glitching. Master! Naruto's voice carried both surprise and confusion. His mind was excited, never expecting to meet Asahi here. As for the rest of the people, he genuinely didn't recognize any of them. Oh, wait, he had seen Kakashi Hatake before. But Kakashi was obviously indifferent to him, or rather, Kakashi rarely spoke, so Naruto subconsciously ignored Kakashi's presence. Master! The group exchanged glances, confirming Minato Namikaze's speculation. At this moment, Asahi just slightly paused, understanding that Naruto was calling him. Are you calling me? Different from others' expected reactions, he couldn't believe he was still in the world of Naruto even after the events of Shippuden. Was his talent that bad, or did his plan fail? Asahi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Naruto, who was initially excited, heard Asahi's words. The steps towards this side suddenly paused, and his face stiffened. Though he didn't meet his master too frequently, it was often due to his mother's reasons. Why did his master suddenly not recognize him? Could it be that his master wanted to expel him? His master had taught him more than once, but he just couldn't grasp those complicated things. So, he had been primarily using Raise Nan and Shadow Clone as his main combat style. Moreover, Asahi had complained more than once. Could it be that his master was giving up on him today and letting him fend for himself? Thinking of this, Naruto's expression completely drooped. Master, you're not going to expel me, right? Naruto cried towards Asahi, looking at him with puppy eyes. Asahi was surprised. Was Naruto adding drama to himself? I didn't mean that. Asahi shook his head, and at these words, Naruto's face instantly turned into a silly grin. Although he didn't know why his master acted strangely today, as long as he wasn't expelled, everything was fine. Cough, let me interrupt. May I ask who you are? Minato Namikaze cleared his throat and tentatively asked Naruto. At this moment, Naruto shifted his attention from Asahi to the ninja who was questioning him. Seeing a masked ninja with the same blonde hair as himself, Naruto casually introduced himself. Oh, hello, big brother. My name is Naruto Namikaze, just call me Naruto. Okay, now it's solid evidence. Everyone looking at Naruto, who called Minato Namikaze big brother so carelessly, had a somewhat amused expression. What does Minato feel about this seniority? At this moment, Minato, hearing Naruto call him big brother, just slightly fell silent. Although Naruto recognized Asahi at the first moment, after all, Asahi wasn't wearing a mask, right? Even though he was Naruto's future father, it's understandable that Naruto didn't recognize him right away. Yes, it must be like this. In this moment of silence, Minato Namikaze comforted himself in his heart. Although this excuse seemed a bit far-fetched, Minato believed it. Chapter 148, 20 Years. The reason Naruto didn't recognize Minato Namikaze was entirely due to the influence of inertia. After all, Minato had just sent him out on this mission, and he couldn't have caught up so quickly. In Naruto's era, Minato Namikaze rarely personally carried out missions, especially not in the manner of wearing a mask. Cough, so brother Naruto, I wonder why you are here. Minato awkwardly coughed and continued to ask. Those who heard this question had completely weird expressions. They wanted to laugh but managed to hold it in. It was tough for everyone, especially for Asahi without a mask. His expression was quite spectacular. At this moment, any slightly observant ninja would notice something unusual. But who was Naruto? If he could detect abnormalities, he wouldn't be Naruto. Even though everyone had shown strange behavior, Naruto didn't investigate further. Hearing Minato's question, Naruto also shifted his focus back to the main topic of his mission. Scratching his head, Naruto expressed his confusion. Our team took on a mission to pursue the rogue ninja Mukid. We chased him all the way and entered the ruins of Varan. We discovered the dragon veins underground in Lulan, which were unexpectedly sealed by my dad. In a moment of negligence, I let Mukid break the seal. Then, I opened my eyes, and here I am. By the way, what is this place? Upon hearing Naruto's puzzled words, Asahi already understood. Although Naruto was significantly stronger than in the original, certain events still occurred. This is Raran. Asahi calmly spoke, answering Naruto's confusion. What? Master, are you not fooling me? How could this be Raran? Naruto exclaimed in amazement. Raran was supposed to be a ruin full of broken walls and remnants, how could it be such a prosperous city? It is Raran. Just as Naruto was astonished, Minato Namikaze also spoke. What? What's going on here? I don't understand at all. Naruto shouted in despair, completely exposing his confusion. This made Minato raise his eyebrows, looking around vigilantly. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, and they hadn't exposed themselves yet. Lower your voice, I will explain, Minato Namikaze suggested, fearing Naruto might attract enemies. Although he wasn't afraid of a fight, there were still matters to resolve here. Hearing Minato's words, Naruto quieted down and patiently waited for Minato's explanation. He was obedient because he sensed a familiarity from Minato. Before explaining, let me ask a question. In which year is Konoha? Minato Namikaze narrowed his eyes and asked Naruto. What year? It's the 66th year of Konoha, is there a problem? Naruto felt a bit puzzled. Why would Minato Namikaze ask such a straightforward question? T/N, Naruto was born in 50 years of Konoha, current future Naruto is 16 years old. Current timeline MC is 46 years of Konoha. He still honestly answered because he subconsciously felt that something was not right. Hearing Naruto's answer, Minato sighed in his heart, then continued speaking. According to what you said, you should come from the future. The future? Naruto was a bit confused, feeling that his brain was not enough. Minato Namikaze glanced at the puzzled Naruto and continued, yes, if the era you are in is the 66th year of Konoha, then, for you, it's 20 years from now. Our two eras are separated by 20 years. As for the reason behind this situation, I speculate that the Muakti opening the seal on the dragon veins caused it. By the way, if nothing unexpected happens, that Muakid should have appeared in this era 6 years before you. Because Anro-Kyuzen, the minister of Iran now, appeared suddenly just like you. After listening to Minato's explanation, Naruto roughly understood the specific situation. However, understanding was one thing, and accepting it was another. Ah! How could this happen? Does that mean I have to stay here forever? There are so many things I haven't done yet. Naruto shouted in despair, unable to comprehend why this situation occurred. Alright, stop shouting. Asahi rubbed his forehead somewhat helplessly, wondering why Naruto was still the same. Why was Naruto still this stupid and hyperactive when Asahi transmigrates in this world? Could it be that the butterfly effect was so significantly small? Asahi felt like a failure as a master because Naruto was his disciple. However, as soon as Asahi spoke, Naruto's attention was drawn to him. Yes, what was he still worrying about with his master here? No wonder the master didn't practice on the mountain but appeared here. It seemed like he was really lucky. According to his mom, the master at this time was traveling all around the world. Without some fate, it would be impossible to meet him. With the master being so powerful, he could send Naruto back. Thinking of this, Naruto, as if catching a life-saving straw, excitedly shouted at Asahi. Master, quickly send me back. I've been missing for so long, Captain Yamato and others must be worried. Seeing Naruto's desperate appearance, Asahi speechlessly rubbed his face. You, Naruto Uzumaki, oh no, now it's called Naruto Namikaze. Who do you think you're master? As if I can manipulate the time just because you say so. I have not reached that point of level yet. Manipulating time is not that easy. Since you've had the privilege of being a time traveler, then enjoy this journey. Remember, time won't allow you to stay away from your timeline for too long. When the Dragon Vein turmoil is resolved, you'll go back on your own. Also, you still have to complete the mission, right? Asahi spoke, even though he didn't have the ability to control the changes in time to send Naruto back to his timeline. But he knew how to resolve it. He couldn't lose face as a master, he had to appear impressive. Hearing Asahi's words, Naruto calmed down. Chapter 149, Boat and Water. Indeed, with Asahi present, his future was assured. Since that was the case, staying a bit longer here to complete his mission seemed like a good idea. Yes, Master, you're right. That's the decision. Let's hurry and find that Myokid so that he doesn't continue causing trouble. After coming to this realization, Naruto clenched his fist and loudly declared to Asahi. From start to finish, Asahi never asked about Naruto's specific identity. However, Naruto still kept calling him master without feeling anything wrong. No one said much about this. Once certain things were mentioned too often, even someone as thick-skinned as Naruto would notice the difference. In that case, the impact on the world's course would become more severe. Seeing Naruto's behavior, Asahi also knew that his versatile character setting was maintained. If Naruto insisted on going back to the past, Asahi wouldn't have many ways to handle it. Since this is your mission, naturally, you'll have to solve it yourselves. I won't casually intervene. I came to Riran with a different purpose. Asahi said calmly. This not only followed his true intentions but also gave Minato some face. After hearing Asahi's words, Minato cast a grateful look at him. Meanwhile, Naruto pulled a disgruntled expression. However, this wasn't beyond Asahi's expectations. After all these years, whether it was now or in the future, Asahi was still Asahi. All right, master, you're still the same. Naruto waved his hand indifferently, not feeling discouraged. Asahi wasn't surprised. After all, the rule of neutrality was set by him. As the only practitioner of this rule, Asahi didn't think he would violate his own rule. Every mission you complete is a form of training and experience. If every task is helped by senior members of the clan, what will you gain? Asahi casually educated Naruto, causing Naruto to plead in despair, "Oh, master, I understand. You don't need to say it." Naruto had faced that Asahi is this kind of nagging more than once. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Asahi muttered to himself. Could it be that he was too wordy again? However, before Asahi could speak again, the faces of everyone became serious. They had already sensed a disturbance in the distance. Soon, a large commotion echoed from afar. In an instant, everyone disappeared from their original location, hiding in the shadows. Hail the Queen! Hidden in the shadows, they watched the bustling streets. In just a short time, the previously desolate streets were now crowded with numerous people. What was surprising was that these people showed remarkable discipline, and there was no sign of any disorder. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed like he could already envision a perfect ruler deeply loved by the citizens. This queen must have made extraordinary contributions, otherwise, the residents wouldn't be so adoring of her. Watching the scene, Naruto suddenly sighed, his pensive expression a departure from his earlier brash demeanor. This caught the attention of several people, unfamiliar with Naruto's character. Could it be that Naruto was hiding something, not as straightforward as he appeared a moment ago? "Oh Naruto, what do you mean by that?" Minato Namikaze asked with interest. Upon hearing Minato Namikaze's question, Naruto looked at him with a hint of disdain. This ninja, with hair color similar to his own, seemed quite strong, yet he didn't even know this. "In that case, I'm Naruto, as your teacher, will give you a good lesson, especially in front of master. It's an excellent opportunity to showcase my skills." With this in mind, Naruto cleared his throat and began. "Look, every person here is chanting the Queen's name. Considering how prosperous Riran is, everyone must be living well. All of this indicates that this queen has undoubtedly made significant contributions. Remember, the leader is like a boat, and the people are the water. Water can support the boat, but it can also capsize it. I've encountered situations where local tyrants were greedy and oppressive. The citizens of the Land of Waves joined forces to overthrow the rule of Gato." Naruto blabbered on without realizing that a gleam of light flashed in Asahi's eyes. Although the words were few, Asahi extracted quite useful information. Combining this with the increasingly inaccurate original plot in his mind, Asahi learned many things. Of course, not only did Naruto not notice the change in Asahi's expression, but no one else did either. After all, what Naruto said was slightly ahead of its time in terms of ideology for the shinobi world. However, everyone present was exceptionally intelligent, and with a bit of contemplation, they understood the underlying truths. The leader is like a boat, and the people are the water. Water can support the boat, but it can also capsize it. Minato repeated this phrase in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. The meaning behind these words completely aligned with his thoughts. As someone who inherited the Will of Fire with the goal of becoming Hokage, Minato deeply accepted the legacy of the Will of Fire. The so-called Will of Fire emphasized prioritizing the villagers, descendants, and the like, which perfectly matched what Naruto said. Minato looked at Naruto with pleasant surprise, never expecting Naruto to say such things. Looking at how he and Kushina would educate Naruto in the future, it seemed promising. Naruto, my brother, did you come up with these words yourself? Minato eagerly asked Naruto. By now, he felt that Naruto's brain wasn't as simple as before. How could Minato not know this? Considering how ear-catching these words were, Naruto had heard them countless times in some unforgettable situations. Naturally, Naruto couldn't come up with this himself. Initially, there was some expectation for Naruto, thinking he might bring a special surprise. However, as soon as he said these words, Asahi's heart directly became clear. Naruto's words were undoubtedly something he heard from someone, somewhere, during certain unforgettable occasions. In normal circumstances, Naruto wouldn't retain such educational topics. Asahi, looking at Naruto, sighed with pity. Minato, you might be disappointed again. How could Naruto have come up with the phrase himself? Originally, Asahi had some expectations for Naruto, thinking he might bring a special surprise. But as soon as Naruto spoke, Asahi's heart immediately became clear. These words of Naruto were definitely heard in certain unforgettable occasions from someone, somewhere. In typical situations, Naruto wouldn't retain such educational topics. Chapter 150, Chapter 150, Shisui and Yujito relationship. Even if it's not him personally, it must be someone closely related to him. Sure enough, the next moment, Naruto gave the answer. Of course, not. These are all things my master told me, but I think they make a lot of sense. Naruto said earnestly, completely ignoring the somewhat stiff expression under Minato's mask. I really shouldn't have had expectations. I'm so stupid. Naruto just showed that he's not taking the intellectual path, and I actually held expectations. At this moment, Minato's heart felt as if it had received a devastating blow. As for Asahi, a hint of as expected flashed in his eyes. Although Naruto could remember his words, giving him some comfort. But, the necessary blow had to be dealt. Naruto, even though your analysis makes sense, are you sure you understand the premise? Asahi rubbed his chin, his voice somewhat teasing as he spoke to Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Hey? What premise? What do you mean? Except for Naruto, both Shisui and Yujito, upon hearing Asahi's words, also furrowed their brows in confusion. Among the people present, besides Naruto, there were only these two, and they hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. After all, the three of them had limited strength and knowledge. It was understandable that they hadn't noticed, especially when there was a lengthy discourse from Naruto. Others had noticed the anomaly but refrained from mentioning it due to Naruto's extended speech. Confused Shisui and Yujito directly activated their sensory abilities, scanning the surroundings. With Yujito's enhanced sensory skills, she almost immediately detected something amiss. As for Shisui, although he didn't have the assistance of a tailed beast, don't forget that his Sharingan wasn't something to be taken lightly. With the Sharingan activated, he also noticed the anomaly at the same time. Shisui and Yujito exchanged a glance, both eyes revealing a hint of shock. Puppets! The two exclaimed simultaneously. However, Naruto's attention was clearly off at the moment. Looking at Shisui revealing his Sharingan and Yujito emanating the chakra fluctuations of a tailed beast, Naruto blinked in surprise. These two little kid, how could it be Uncle Shisui and Aunt Yujito? Naruto, who was somewhat dense, rapidly activated his brain, constantly sizing up Shisui and Yujito. Uchiha clan, check. Two Tomo Sharingan at such a young age, prodigy, check. Cloud Village ninja, check. Jinchuriki of the two tails, check. Appearance of the two, well can't really tell. Based on the known information alone, combined with the fact that the two were with Asahi, Naruto was 100% sure that they were indeed Uncle Shisui and Aunt Yujito. Didn't expect Uncle Shisui and Aunt Yujito to be so cute when they were little. A faint thought flashed in Naruto's mind. Suddenly, he remembered the future relationship between Shisui and Yujito, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. In this smile, various emotions such as ambiguity and teasing were mixed. However, in the eyes of Shisui and Yujito, it was a completely foolish grin. The two, who were somewhat shocked a moment ago, were now completely drawn to Naruto. Faced with this future guest smiling foolishly at them, Shisui and Yujito were somewhat puzzled. As a result, Naruto, who was being scrutinized by the two, squinted at them. This made both Shisui and Yujito feel a bit uncomfortable, as if they were being seen through. Is this person perhaps an idiot? This thought flashed through the minds of Shisui and Yujito. Considering Naruto's previous not-so-bright demeanor, the two felt more convinced of this possibility. Hey, what are you doing? Unable to bear Naruto's eerie gaze any longer, Shisui and Yujito frowned and questioned him. Hey? I'm not doing anything. By the way, what premise are you talking about? Naruto, feeling pressured by their words, hastily changed the subject to cover up his own thought. Everyone gave Naruto a speechless look. Your method of changing the subject is too low level. Although everyone understood that Naruto might have thought of something related to Shisui and Yujito, they knew the gravity of the situation and refrained from asking. As for Asahi, he took a deep look at Shisui and Yujito. He had seemingly discovered something extraordinary through Naruto's expression just now. However, being an open-minded elder, he didn't oppose this matter. Moreover, the outcome seemed not bad at all. Shisui and Yujito were naturally left speechless by Naruto's antics. However, since Naruto didn't want to explain, they didn't press for answers. Instead, they responded. Carefully observe those crowds, and you'll understand what Master is talking about. Hearing their words, although Naruto was still puzzled, he activated his sensory perception and carefully sensed the crowds. This perception, once activated, shocked him. He discovered that those cheering crowds in the distance had no signs of life. They were all puppets. What's going on? Naruto asked in shock, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Minato looked at the astonished Naruto, sighed inwardly with helplessness. Sure enough, this personality came from Kushina. This reluctance to use the brain, it's like he inherited it directly. However, who made him his own child? Minato patiently explained to Naruto. It's evident that the Queen of Iran has been deceived. The minister, Anro-Kyuzen, or missing Ninmyukid, took advantage of the Queen's trust and directly sidelined her. Moreover, according to intelligence, the Queen of Iran possesses the power to control ley lines. Anro-Kyuzen clearly used the power of the ley lines to construct numerous puppet armies. What about the residents of Iran? Why can't we see a single one? Surprised by Minato's explanation, Naruto asked. Facing this question, Minato fell silent for a moment. As a ninja, they had to prepare for the worst in any situation. The intelligence we received did not include information about the residents of Iran. Perhaps, they have already fallen victim to Anro-Kyuzen and departed for the afterlife. With Minato's words, everyone fell silent. They all knew that what Minato said had a high probability of being true.
Thanks for listening.